In the end, I will become a god through hard work. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Visualizing Evolution, Shaking Sparks, a True Superpower. In the cockpit of the helicopter, the mandrill, who was wearing a black vest and military pants and listening to music with headphones, was startled by the sudden and violent vibration. The entire helicopter body tilted and almost turned over. He quickly took off his headphones and turned off the helicopter. The propeller slowly stopped turning, the cockpit door opened, and the mandrill jumped out of it. "Hey, Mr. Ning?" He looked at Ning Yuante, who was embedded in the fuselage, and said in disbelief, "Please, this helicopter is borrowed from the Qingcheng government, and it must be returned." Xue Jing tossed the green bamboo joint in his hand, and a prompt popped up on the panel. Divine substance detected, absorbing divinity. Seeing the divinity begin to increase at a rate of several points per second, the silver white in Xue Jing's pupils faded, and he turned to Xu Ren and asked, "Who is this person?" Xu Ren was stunned for a moment, and came back to his senses from the punch just now. He thought to himself, I haven't seen him for just a few days, why does he feel stronger again? Is this a genius? She spoke as calmly as possible. He is the man from Zhij that I mentioned to you. As you can see, he has some problems with his brain. Xue Jing pinched his chin. Is there a big force behind him? Xu Ren hummed, yes, it is big. But not as big as yours, she added in her mind as she looked at Xue Jing. When God died, and the new era just began, that period of chaos caused drastic changes in the entire world. Heroes emerge in troubled times. During that period, we in Xuexia produced several ruthless people who created incredible family businesses and have continued to this day. These families, together with several rising stars later, are called the 13 Great Families. Xu Ren explained. Nowadays, most of the people living in Kangting are related to the 13 Great Families. I think you can understand it this way. And this young Master Ning is one of the 13 Great Families, a member of the Ning family. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows and said, huh. His family is so powerful, wouldn't it be bad if I beat him up? Xu Ren shook his head, it shouldn't be the case. Although this young Master Ning seems to be a bit smart, as he often mentions, he doesn't rely much on his family connections, unless his family takes the initiative to help him. Moreover, the 13 great families are flourishing, and the number of children in each family ranges from hundreds of thousands to millions, not counting the bloodlines that have been completely separated. Although I don't know much about young Master Ning's branch, it should not be the core of the Ning family. Xu Ren glanced at Xue Jing again and thought, do you still need to worry about this? Xue Jing nodded and said, that's good. He stroked the smooth surface of the green bamboo joint with his palm, looked at the divinity that had risen to more than 200, and smiled to Xu Ren. Captain Xu Ren, thank you for sending Beikai Gantao. Xu Ren replied, you're welcome. This is the agreed reward, and for the task of exploring the new border, you have up to 10 days to prepare. During this period, I will send you some information about the border. Try to read as much as possible. 10 days later, or if you want to go in early, you can contact me at any time. Next to the helicopter, the mandrill finally dug Ning Yuante out, and then hung one of the other's hands on his neck to support him. Ning Yuante's condition did not look good. His eyes were still open, but his eyes had lost focus, and his legs and feet were unstable. He looked dizzy, but not completely dizzy. Xue Jing waved to the mandrill from a distance and said hello. By the way, Captain Xu Ren, did you find out anything about Su Baijing from the Golden Wind Dojo? Xu Ren paused when he heard this. I did find out something, but it's hard to say. I've been banned from mentioning it to anyone. Now this matter has been taken over by someone else from above. Her tone became meaningful. I can only say that this matter is far more complicated than you think. It's no longer a simple matter of the harm caused by the Shiangsu worm mother. What happens next is not something you and I can get involved in, so don't worry about it. Xue Jing nodded and said, is that so? After chatting for a while longer, Xu Ren said goodbye and got on the helicopter that was dented by Xue Jing, but didn't have any major problems and left. After they left, Xue Jing touched the green bamboo joint in his hand. Divine absorption completed, the panel popped up, and Xue Jing took a look at the current amount of divinity he held. Possessing divinity. 668. He raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. It actually provides more than 600 points of divinity. It breaks the record. According to the Divine Relic database, the serial numbers of Divine Relics start from 300 and are purely in order of appearance and have nothing to do with specific functions, dangers, etc. Serial number 500 does not mean it is better than 3000. The sequence ranking between the two is simply a matter of appearance. So although Beikai Gantao is ranked high in the sequence, Xue Jing has no expectations for how much divinity it can provide. Breaking 500 is a surprise, and only 200 or 300 is not disappointing. He did not expect it to provide more than 600, which surprised him a little. If there are more than 600, then let's upgrade Shadow Flame to the next level. Xue Jing pondered for a while, and said to himself, Shadow Flame has found a new use, which adds a lot to his combat power. He opened the panel, and moved to the Divine Skill bar. Shadow Flame LV2, Divinity required for upgrade. 668 over 300, Xue Jing clicked to upgrade. Shadow Flame LV3, Divinity required for upgrade. 368 over 500, with a thought, a black airflow suddenly emerged from the shadow behind him. Silently, Xue Jing's body was ablaze with black flames, the fire was extremely fierce, jumping in the air, and the whole person was submerged in it. With the same consumption, the converted shadow flame has increased by about 1/3. Xue Jing's mind moved, and the burning black flame stopped immediately, and the shape suddenly changed, flowing through his body like water, turning into a layer of black film, wrapping his whole body, like a piece of black armor covering the whole body. It's easier to operate, the shape of the film is very stable, and there is no sign of being out of control. Xue Jing nodded with satisfaction. He snapped his fingers, and the black film wrapped around his body was immediately transformed into black flames, separated from his body, and swept forward with a whistle. The spiral black flame tornado with a diameter of several meters destroyed everything in front of it along the way. A deep gully was plowed out of the grass. The gap was smooth, and did not look like it was burned at all. Instead, it was shoveled out by the mouth of some giant beast with extremely sharp teeth. When the black flame tornado was more than 20 meters away, Xue Jing felt that he could no longer control it. The uncontrolled black flames then exploded and turned into countless small black flames, annihilating a large area of grass and soil before finally consuming it. The power has increased, and the free control distance has also increased by nearly half, which is very good. Xue Jing nodded. Next is this thing. He tossed the green bamboo joint in his hand. I have to hold it on my head for 3 days. This color is not good. Xue Jing's mouth moved, looking at the bright green color of the bamboo joint. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, Xue Jing still put it on his head without hesitation. Spiritual talent. How should I think? Xue Jing's eyes were thoughtful. According to Wu Yaoqing, as long as you put it on your head, don't do anything deliberately for 3 days, stay in a lazy state, and think about practicing something in your heart, you can improve the talent related to it. In this case, Xue Jing opened the panel, and looked at his only spiritual skill at present, visualization. It's decided to be you. In the next 3 days, Xue Jing, with 100 feet of pole on his head, began a lazy life that he hadn't had for a long time. Since the activation of the health-preserving skill, he has always maintained a strong energy and has not experienced the taste of not working hard for a long time. Every morning, after opening his eyes, he immediately closed them and began to take a nap. He slept until noon, got up to eat the meal prepared by the cat, and then turned on the computer in the room, watching animations and playing games all the time. He watched, played, all the animations, movies, and games that he was interested in recently, but had no time to deal with. Although his actions seemed useless, his heart always maintained a surging enthusiasm, and he always maintained the desire to work hard and practice visualization. He was consistent, and was not eroded by the happy decadent life. 3 days later, Xue Jing was lying on the bed, idly browsing his phone. At this time, the bamboo joints above his head made a slight crackling sound. Xue Jing was immediately refreshed. Before he could react, the panel suddenly popped up. Special power detected. Specialization conditions have been met. Visualization can be specialized into a new skill. Do you want to specialize? Xue Jing's expression moved. This is. The bamboo joints above his head crackled and trembled, gradually increasing the intensity of the tremor, as if they wanted to grow wildly. But it seemed to be restricted by something, and could only hold it in, and could not grow at all. Xue Jing's face was strange. It felt like it was stopped. The panel was indifferent, without any intention of urging, and was as cold as a piece of wood. The tremors of the bamboo joints became more and more intense. Xue Jing suspected that, if he didn't click yes, this 100-foot pole would explode. Although he was indeed curious about what would happen if he deliberately didn't click, he didn't want to cause trouble, so he still clicked yes. In an instant, the 100-foot pole was like being locked in a chastity lock for several hours and finally being able to release it. With a snap, it shot up a long section. Then, as if it was sucked dry by something, the whole bamboo body turned yellow and exuded a sense of listlessness. Specialization success. Visualization LV6. 668 over 3000. A total of 5468 experience points. Converted to visualization true LV4. 468 over 4000. In an instant, Xue Jing's brain felt as if it was pierced by a needle, and there was a sharp tingling sensation. Soon, it felt like someone was hammering and hammering it, and there were waves of dull pain. He gritted his teeth, trembled all over, and sweated profusely. He felt that his spirit was being kneaded, reshaped, and gradually turned into a completely different structure from the original one. More complex and more mysterious. If his original spiritual structure was like a mud house built casually, without any particularity, just barely livable, now, there is a mysterious power that directly shoveled the mud house clean. Then, on a complete open space, he began to build a solid and perfect foundation. This process was extremely painful, but there was also an inexplicable sense of refreshment. It was like a pearl that had been covered in dust for many years, covered with stains that could not be removed, and was gradually wiped clean bit by bit. Every time he wiped off a little, Xue Jing felt that his consciousness was clearer. I don't know how long it took. The whole bed was almost soaked with Xue Jing's sweat, and the severe pain in his consciousness stopped. What followed was an indescribable comfort and lightness. Xue Jing opened his eyes and breathed softly. His spirit seemed to have taken off a heavy set of clothes, so relaxed that he almost felt like he could fly. Empty, clear, clean, and powerful. Xue Jing took off the bamboo joint that had grown longer on his head and put it aside. He sat up, calmed his breathing, and began to sense his own changes. As he began to think, a complex picture immediately emerged in his mind. Blood surging like a river, solid muscles pulsating, 5 internal organs of different colors. Is this internal vision? Xue Jing said in surprise. At this moment, everything inside his body was almost clearly displayed in his mind. Xue Jing could not help but exert his strength. In an instant, all the organs inside his body cooperated with each other, and after a variety of complex movements, a clear-looking real dragon emerged from his body, shuttled back and forth inside his body, and made waves of dragon roars. The real dragon was like his incarnation, and he could control it as easily as his arm. The dragon stretched its body and flicked its claws, as if it was rolling in the sea of clouds, free and happy. Xue Jing had a sudden realization. He stretched out his palm and gently pressed the mattress under him. Countless blood in his body boiled and turned into thousands of sparks, which, along with the real dragon, gathered on his palm. Kill move, shake the sparks. Puff, with a light sound. The mattress did not change at all. Then, various crackling sounds came from the inside of the mattress. The filling, memory foam, springs, everything inside collapsed, and the mattress collapsed softly. Xue Jing stood up and clenched his palms. His pupils, which should have been dark, radiated a shining and clear light. It feels so easy to control my body. He sighed. It was like the driver in the cockpit suddenly evolved into an ace pilot. Then, try this. Xue Jing's mind moved, and his hair suddenly began to move without wind, twisting like tentacles, and some of them were tangled together. Strength reaches all 4 ends. Even the hair can be controlled by strength like hands and feet. Xue Jing stretched out his hand to push back his medium-length hair and fixed it into a slicked back style. No need to use hairspray anymore. Xue Jing was like a child, feeling that the whole world was full of new and surprising feelings. He turned his eyes to a book on the desk next to him. For some reason, a very strong idea suddenly came to his mind. He involuntarily stretched out his hand to open the book, then stood a little further away, fixed his eyes on the pages, and suddenly focused. Xue Jing's forehead was bulging with veins, and his pupils shrank to the extreme. 10 seconds later, wow, half a meter away, the book on the desk turned a page out of thin air. Trembling, as if an invisible centenarian stretched out his shaking hands and turned it over. This is, in the true sense, superpowers. Chapter 102 Super Skill, Visualization, Real Simulation, a brand new way to gain experience. It was just turning a page of a book. Even a 1-year-old child could do it easily, but Xue Jing felt like he had gone through an extremely difficult battle and felt extremely tired. This was a feeling he had not experienced for more than a month. His huge energy was almost exhausted, and he was so tired that he almost wanted to fall asleep immediately. He covered his head, sat on the ground, pressed his temples, and felt dizzy. After a while, he recovered. I did it. I actually did it. Xue Jing's eyes showed a strong sense of disbelief. If I tell this to the boss, even she will probably be shocked. Xue Jing stood up, looked at the book with a page turned, and once again confirmed that the window was not open, and it was not a coincidence caused by the wind blowing in. This is not a simple thing like superpowers. Xue Jing said to himself. Superpowers are not a rare thing for him. The two divine skills of twins and shadow flames are more superpowers than superpowers. If he just had a skill like telekinesis, Xue Jing would not be very surprised. He used his mental power to turn the pages of the book. On the surface, it seemed like nothing big. But in fact, it represented something very terrifying. This means that my mental power can not only interfere with my own reality, but also interfere with the reality outside of myself. Xue Jing's eyes flickered. Although I don't know if there are other people who can do it, this is definitely not a common case. Otherwise the boss would have mentioned this when he talked to me that day. Visualization true. This word true is a bit meaningful. Xue Jing opened the panel and stared at this new skill. Everything I think about, to a certain extent, will be linked to true. If I can even interfere with the reality outside of myself, then what bonus will there be when interfering with my own reality? After thinking for a long time, Xue Jing suddenly remembered something. By the way, 100 feet pole needs to be dealt with. He looked at the mattress that was destroyed by his shaking starfire. This mattress was completely soaked with his sweat when he was visualizing the evolution. It was very troublesome to handle, so Xue Jing planned to throw it away directly. Testing the newly realized shaking starfire on it was just a waste. On the mattress was a Bekai Gantao, which had grown a lot taller and the bamboo body was yellowing. Xue Jing walked up, picked it up, and took a look. Strange, the database didn't show that Bekai Gantao would look like this after using it. Such obvious changes should generally be mentioned in the introduction of divine relics. But there is no record in the database that the bamboo body will turn yellow, and the degree of growth should only be a small section, not the current sharp increase. It seems that our band played a role in this. Yes, visualization true is obviously not a skill that can be brought by the increase of ordinary spiritual talent. I don't know if this thing can be used in the future. Xue Jing looked at the Bekai Gantao, which exuded a sense of listlessness after being squeezed dry, and felt a little strange. According to Ning Yuante, the 100-foot pole was taken from him, so after it was returned, he would definitely be the first user. I hope he can still use it. Anyway, let's deal with it first. Xue Jing stretched out his palm, made a knife hand gesture, and circulated his strength, slashing at the 100-foot pole. The section of the 100-foot pole that grew out was directly cut off by him. Seeing this, Xue Jing nodded. That's fine. Any divine relic has side effects, big or small. The 100-foot pole naturally has side effects. After using the 100-foot pole, if you don't care about the bamboo joints that grow out, after 3 days, the bamboo joints will be connected to the user's body. At that time, if you cut the bamboo joints again, the user's body will also be cut off. As long as you cut it off within 3 days, the bamboo joints will be no different from ordinary bamboo joints. It is a very small side effect that is very easy to deal with. It's just that the first person who triggers and then discovers this side effect is a bit tragic. After cutting the bamboo joints, Xue Jing sat on the chair and rested for a while. He felt much more refreshed. Because of the existence of health preservation, his recovery speed is quite exaggerated, and it seems to be effective for mental strength. It seems that this trick of telekinesis has no practical effect for the time being. I'm very tired even turning a page of a book. Let's try to see if there are any other uses. Xue Jing thought to himself. He stood up, walked to the door of the room, and stretched out his hand to turn the door knob. At the same time, the scene outside the door subconsciously emerged in his mind. In the living room, Ning Fengwen was now in the form of a humanoid cat-eared girl, wearing a white shirt and black silk shorts, lying on the sofa watching anime, and reaching for the potato chips on the table. She was in a lazy posture, her shirt was not worn properly, and the buttons were not aligned, and one was off, resulting in the top button having no hole to button, thus revealing a wide gap. Xue Jing opened the door and walked to the living room. What caught his eyes was the same scene as in his mind. There was no difference. Even the details of the folds on Ning Fengwen's clothes were exactly the same. This is... Xue Jing was stunned. Spiritual release. Divine mind scanning? No, it's a little different. He pinched his chin, his eyes thoughtful. Ning Fengwen saw Xue Jing walk out of the door, and there was no green bamboo on his head, so she spoke in a tender and pleasant girl's voice. Success. As she spoke, Ning Fengwen took a potato chip from the bag and put it in her mouth. As her little mouth opened and closed, her sharp canine teeth loomed, and paired with her narrow and long phoenix eyes, she looked a little fierce. Xue Jing heard the words, came back to his senses, smiled and nodded. Yes, it worked. Ning Fengwen's pretty face showed joy, and her whole body shrank and turned into a cat. That's great. I haven't eaten your cooking for 3 days. In order to maintain a lazy state, Xue Jing really did basically nothing in these 3 days, and naturally the cat was responsible for cooking. However, Xue Jing's cooking skills, which were close to level 6, had cultivated her appetite. When she ate her own cooking, it was not difficult to swallow, but at least it tasted like chewing wax. 1 or 2 meals were fine, but after not eating Xue Jing's cooking for 3 whole days, she felt like she was having withdrawal symptoms. Xue Jing sat on the sofa, reached out and touched her cat's head, and smiled. Okay, let's have a good meal at noon. The cat stretched, raised its paws, and jumped onto Xue Jing's thigh, squatted down, yawned, watched the animation, and its eyelids gradually closed, as if it was about to fall asleep. Xue Jing reached out and stroked its fur, thinking about what he had seen in the living room just now. It feels like it's not a perception of the mental projection, but a real imagination, he thought. Through the noises I heard before opening the door, visualization truth captured the scene outside the door, based on this information, and displayed it in my mind. It is essentially imagination, but this imagination is real. Just like I used my spiritual power to interfere with the reality outside of myself, this imagination has reached the realm of supernormal. It is not spiritual externalization, but the effect is better than spiritual externalization. The clear, clean and powerful spiritual consciousness made Xue Jing's thinking almost unhindered, and he quickly deduced the truth. In this case, this kind of imagination that reaches the realm of reality should be able to do more things. Xue Jing thought and gently closed his eyes. He tried to construct a time and space that belonged only to imagination in his mind. In his consciousness, countless small pixel blocks of different colors appeared out of thin air, sweeping like a storm. They combined and inlaid together, gradually building a scene. Xue Jing chose one of the places he was most familiar with, King Affiliated Middle School. The playground, the teaching building, the classroom, everything was clearly visible, just like the real King Affiliated Middle School. The scene model is complete. Next, the character data. Countless pixel blocks formed a tornado hurricane, and after a combination, Xue Jing's body appeared on the playground of King Fu Middle School. He looked at his hands and clenched his palms. All the data of this body was exactly the same as his real body. Incredible. It actually works. Xue Jing exclaimed. It is said that Nikola Tesla has a magical delusion that allows him to conduct scientific experiments out of thin air through his imagination. Although I don't know if his delusion is true, it is definitely not as true as mine. Xue Jing said to himself. Next, it's the opponent. He thought about it and simulated all the data of the cockroach monster he encountered in Kung Fu Middle School. In an instant, not far in front of him, a group of pixel blocks appeared and rotated, combining into a monster with 6 insect legs and 4 huge thin wings. Interesting. Xue Jing smiled and hooked his finger at the cockroach monster. The other party seemed to understand the provocation and immediately took a slightly crouching posture, opened and closed its mouth pits, and bang. The soil exploded and the cockroach rushed. However, at this moment, Xue Jing was no longer the same as before. His top dynamic vision clearly reflected the speed and route of the cockroach monster. When the cockroach monster was about to hit him, Xue Jing slightly turned his body to the side and crossed with the cockroach monster. At this moment, he punched the cockroach monster that was in a sprinting state. The force was agitated, the blood was boiling, and it was like thousands of sparks exploding, pouring into the belly of the cockroach monster along Xue Jing's fist. The two crossed each other, and the cockroach monster appeared dozens of meters behind Xue Jing, motionless. After a few seconds, the surface exoskeleton of its entire body kept shaking, and cracks and bulges of varying sizes appeared. Bang! Then, the whole body exploded, and dark green mucus sprayed everywhere. Xue Jing turned his back to the cockroach monster. A real man never looks back at the explosion. Shaking Starfire is the ultimate soft power, the ultimate defense breaking skill from point to surface, specially used to deal with opponents with strong skin membranes. As long as you have means to target weaknesses, most opponents are no more than this. Xue Jing was excited. Use the real imagination of visualization true to simulate the battle in the consciousness space. There are too many possibilities for this new skill. It is simply an inexhaustible treasure. Then what's next? His mind moved, and countless pixel blocks emerged in front of him and combined together. An old figure in a wheelchair appeared in front of him. Xue Jing's master, Li Qi. He was a little curious about his master's current situation. Although the other party often said that he was a useless person, Xue Jing didn't believe it. A great master who once jumped over the Dragon Gate must have many powerful means hidden. Xue Jing set up his boxing stance and was ready. But at this time, Li Qi's whole body was waving like a mosaic, and the pixel blocks on his body kept falling like dust. Then, with a bang, the whole person broke and disintegrated, dispersing into countless pixel blocks. This is the data insufficient? Xue Jing realized the reason. He had never seen Li Qi really take action. So the amount of information in his memory was insufficient, and he could not calculate and simulate Li Qi's specific data. It seems that there are still certain limitations. Yes, if there were no restrictions at all, I would be a real god in the consciousness space. Just being able to conduct any experiment without consumption would basically make me invincible. Xue Jing shook his head, but he was not disappointed. No matter, let's have fun first. Xue Jing opened his right palm, and countless pixel blocks condensed and turned into Future Knife, which appeared in his hand and was held by him. Opposite him, 6 groups of pixel block storms emerged, turning into 6 Li Chengsun. The silver-white color permeated his pupils, and black airflow emerged in the shadow behind him, coating the Future Knife with a layer of black film, turning it into a black knife. Golden Wind and White Rainbow Sword, right? 4 bladeless swords, right? Xue Jing rushed towards the 6 Li Chengsuns, holding the black Futu knife. 10 minutes later, Xue Jing's clothes were tattered, and his whole body was covered with deep wounds cut by sharp weapons. The black film on the Futu knife in his hand had faded, and blood kept dripping from the silver-white blade. And around him, there were scattered human corpses of different sizes. The ground was full of broken limbs and arms, and it could be vaguely seen from a few faces that only half of them were left, that they were Li Chengsun. The silver white faded from his pupils, and Xue Jing took a light breath. Hiss, even the pain is simulated, he thought, and countless blocks filled his clothes and injuries. After a while, they were intact. Although it hurts, it's really cool. Xue Jing looked comfortable, as if he was enjoying it. This kind of slaughter, which does not involve any sense of guilt and is realistic enough, can fully release the violent instincts deeply suppressed in the human genes. It is like playing a completely real VR game, which is simply the ultimate dream of all gamers. The only problem is, it consumes too much energy. Xue Jing shook his dizzy head, exited the consciousness space, and opened his eyes. He took out his mobile phone and looked at the time despite the feeling of being drained. Half an hour had passed. After only half an hour of simulation, he felt completely unbearable. It seems that I have to use it with caution. Xue Jing subconsciously opened the panel and took a look, and his pupils suddenly contracted. You conducted a simulated combat. Combat experience plus 118. You conducted a simulated combat. Military attack experience plus 138. You conducted a simulated combat. Visualization truer experience plus 127. This consciousness simulation. It can really gain experience. Chapter 103 Extreme Test. Thunder and Wind. Xue Jing, come and fight. Xue Jing was shocked. Using imagination to simulate actual combat in consciousness could actually be recognized by the panel and gain experience. This is too outrageous. Wouldn't it be possible to stay at home, secluded for 10 years, and then be invincible when you come out of the mountain? No. Although it is true that you can use this trick to gain experience, it is not that good. Xue Jing carefully looked at the gains on the panel. First of all, the experience gained is a bit small. If he had fought such a fierce battle in the consciousness space, he would have gained at least 1 or 2,000 experience points if it happened in reality, but the simulated actual combat was only a little over 100. In addition, skills such as fitness that are directly related to physical fitness cannot be improved by imagination alone. Finally, it consumes too much energy. Xue Jing shook his still dizzy and tired brain. Half an hour of simulated actual combat made him feel dry, and he didn't know how long it would take to recover. However, although there are many restrictions, it is still a good way to gain experience. Xue Jing thought. Moreover, gaining skill experience can only be regarded as a side effect. The most important role of simulated combat is that it can provide me with almost unlimited combat experience. And I can conduct various experiments on my body without any worries. When I recover a little, I will try to see how much I can compress the compression force of the tornado to the limit. Xue Jing sat on the sofa with his eyes closed and rested for a long time until his brain recovered and he was no longer dizzy. Then he opened his eyes. He gently picked up the sleeping cat and put it on the sofa. Then he went out, first ordered a mattress at the home furnishing store, and then went to the supermarket to buy a lot of ingredients. After returning, he started cooking. Because he promised the cat to have a good meal, Xue Jing spent more than an hour to cook a large table of dishes, which increased his cooking experience by more than 200 points and raised his cooking skills to LV6. Get up and eat, teacher 1. Xue Jing washed his hands, came to the sofa, and patted the cat's head. The cat slowly opened her eyes, her emerald pupils still a little hazy. She yawned, licked her paws, and washed her face with them. Then she stood up, tilted her butt back, stretched her waist to the extreme, and then stood up straight, transformed into a cat-eared girl, and put on the shirt and shorts on the sofa. Only a shirt and shorts. Xue Jing glanced at the obvious bulge on Ning Fengwen's crooked shirt. He didn't care about it, because he was used to it. Instead, he touched the girl's head and smiled gently. Go wash your hands and eat. Ning Fengwen had just woken up, and was still a little hazy. She yawned, revealing two sharp little canine teeth, and reached out to hug Xue Jing's waist, and leaned on him, looking like she was about to fall asleep again. Ah Jing, you smell so good. The girl's nose twitched slightly, and she sniffed Xue Jing twice, whispering unconsciously. Xue Jing pouted, pinched her face with one hand, and pushed her away. Okay, let's eat quickly. After finishing the meal, Ning Fengwen touched her slightly bulging round belly and lay on the sofa with an aftertaste on her pretty face. Did you put drugs in the dishes? Why are they so delicious? She looked at Xue Jing, who was wiping the table, and asked unwillingly. Obviously, the ingredients and kitchen utensils are the same. Why are the things you make so much better than mine? Xue Jing replied casually, I can only say that there is a difference in talent. Ning Fengwen felt veins popping out on her forehead. Even if it is true, this makes people angry. Xue Jing smiled, and after taking care of the hygiene, he said, okay, I have something to go out for a while. You just stay at home, and don't walk around. Ning Fengwen turned over without answering, and the black cat tail shook gently. Xue Jing went to the room, took the Beikai Gantao and Fu Tu Dao, went out, hailed a taxi on the road, and took a taxi to the manor of Xue Ying's family. After arriving at the manor, he first went to the main house to check, and found that senior sister Zhu was still not at home. It seems that her family is indeed very defensive. Xue Jing didn't care. He went to the stable to lead Shifeng out, and rode it to the grass on the back mountain of Bicheng district. After arriving at the place, he still let Shifeng go for a walk by himself. He went to the lakeside where he exercised daily, took out his mobile phone, and sent a message to Zhu Ren, saying that he wanted to return the Beikai Gantao. He received a reply soon. Zhu Ren asked him to wait there, and come to get it right away. I hope the agency won't hold me accountable. Xue Jing tossed the still yellowed bamboo joint in his hand and shook his head. He walked to the lake and sat down, looking at the sparkling lake, taking a deep breath of fresh air, feeling his current state. I have recovered a lot of my spirit. I can try again. Xue Jing closed his eyes, calmed down, and activated his imagination. In the space of consciousness, countless pixel blocks appeared out of thin air, rotating to construct a scene. Grass, trees, benches, streetlights. This is a small garden near his community. Then Xue Jing himself appeared in the small garden with a condensation of pixel blocks. He clenched his palms, confirmed that there was no mistake in his body data, and his mind moved. On the grass not far away, a figure about 2 meters tall and extremely majestic slowly emerged. He was wearing a black training suit and rolled up the cuffs of his hands to his wrists, revealing muscles as knotted as steel. His face was clear and elegant, and he exuded a calm temperament. It was the eldest brother Meng Boshan. This is the strongest existence among all the people Xue Jing has seen in reality. There is no one. Although I don't know how strong the senior brother is, I have felt his attack from close range, so I can still simulate it roughly. Xue Jing looked at the majestic figure standing still and nodded. The senior brother in front of him was still a little distorted due to insufficient data, and it was difficult to fully reproduce his full strength, but there was already a basic model. At least he could restore the strength when he attacked Jiao Hangyuan that day. Next, it's my turn. Xue Jing exhaled lightly, walked in front of the senior brother, and prepared himself. His eyes focused, and his strength was mobilized, and the sound of dragon roars came out of his body. Spiral dents emerged, extending and climbing on his arms. Flesh, let me see your limit. With a thought, the twin powers and twin defenses were activated. The dents wrapped around the fist and chest. The spiral force was compressed to this point, which was the limit of Xue Jing without hurting himself. But this time, he did not stop, but continued to compress. The spiral dents that spread to the chest continued to expand slowly and firmly. Going up, it extended to the collarbone, the neck. Going down, it covered the ribs, the waist. Xue Jing's whole body began to tremble. His flesh made a crackling sound under the heavy load, and the sound of the dragon's roar seemed to carry a hint of mournful wail. The capillaries began to burst. The membrane was purple and black. The muscles were torn apart and broken, and even the hard bones were hurt by the spiral tightening muscles. Until the spiral dents climbed up his face and covered both sides of the ilium, Xue Jing felt an extreme pain attacking his brain. This was the flesh warning that it could not continue. If it was compressed further, it would be like a line stretched to the extreme breaking, and the surging force would make the whole body explode like a bomb. Turning wind thunder extreme. Xue Jing threw this punch at the senior brother, who was in a defensive posture in front of him. Boom. Like a real thunderbolt from the blue sky, the violent explosion seemed to make the ground tremble, and the violent and turbulent airflow started from the fist and burst out. The spiral storm blew the clothes of the two people present, and their hair kept fluttering backwards. The trajectory of the fist left a visible spiral white air wave, and Xue Jing's skin cracked. The sticky blood turned into blood mist under the strong pressure, and sprayed more than 10 meters away. Eyes, nostrils, ears, mouth. Blood was overflowing from the 7 orifices of the head. It was internal bleeding caused by the injury of internal organs in the squeeze. Finally, this fist made contact with the arms of the eldest brother on his chest. Bang! Countless circular airwaves spread from the center of the two people at the moment of contact. The grass of dozens of meters around was bent by the storm, and the camphor trees in the distance also rustled. The grass under the feet of the two people was directly blown away and hit all around. The eldest brother's body flew backwards at a very fast speed. He grabbed the ground with his feet and plowed two gullies nearly 10 centimeters deep on the grass. Even so, it was difficult to stop his retreat trend, and he moved backward more than 10 meters. On his arm, where Xue Jing punched him, smoke was coming out. When the smoke cleared, the shape was revealed. It was a dense dragon scale-like imprint that overlapped and overlapped. It looked harmless and almost unscathed. You can block it with only a part of the golden scale skin. You are worthy of being the eldest brother. Xue Jing knelt on one knee, one hand on the ground, the other on his knee, and spit out a large amount of sticky fragrant blood. He endured the severe pain and felt his current state. My body is already broken. If I don't receive treatment in time, I will probably die within a few hours. Xue Jing's mind moved, and countless small pixels emerged to fill and repair the wounds on his body. In less than a second, he returned to his peak state without injury. This consciousness simulation is so convenient. I can easily conduct a test without any cost. It's more than just a word of cool. But at present, I can't break the defense of the senior brother with only the ultimate attack of the flesh, which is a bit shocking. Find some confidence. He thought about it and materialized a Li Chengxuan next to him. Turning wind thunder extreme. Bang! The flesh and blood exploded, and the mutilated body flew forward, and countless blood was sprayed in a spiral, dyeing the ground dozens of meters along the way into scarlet. Well, that's right. Xue Jing nodded and regained his confidence. This is such an extreme killing move, and it is a performance against people of the same level. Next, let's try to see if we can combine killing moves. The 5 killing moves of the Hidden Dragon Flow have different energy systems, and it is difficult to use them at the same time. Half an hour later, Xue Jing, who was dizzy with joy in the consciousness space, opened his eyes with reluctance. If he hadn't been unable to bear the mental exhaustion, he could play for 3 days. It's almost the same as the stage, when you are just addicted to playing a game, and you can't stop at all. You conducted a simulated combat experience plus 151, weaponry experience plus 88, visualization true experience plus 133, feeling good health experience plus 122 combat. Upgraded to LV7, 88 over 4500. Looking at the panel, Xue Jing calmed down and looked inward at his body. My physical fitness has become a little stronger. My arm span has increased a little, and my skeleton has become thicker overall. He put his hands behind his back, and while keeping his body straight, he held his hands together and raised them to the same level as his shoulders. It was very easy, without any feeling of effort. My flexibility has also become more outrageous. When the level of the combat skill is upgraded, the enhanced physical fitness is not the key, it is just a bonus. The most important thing is that his body will be specialized for combat. Make him more and more suitable for combat in all aspects. Comfortable. Xue Jing exhaled, feeling happy and comfortable all over. He rested for a while, and when he recovered his mental state, he was about to start his daily practice today when he heard the sound of propellers da-da-da-da from the sky. Looking up, he saw a helicopter that looked normal, but upon closer inspection, there were some dents on the side of the fuselage flying towards him. Xue Jing stood up and waited there. In the helicopter, Ning Yuante looked through the window at the slender figure on the ground in the distance. 3 days ago, he was defeated by that person with a punch, before he could finish his words. Although he was careless and did not dodge, the fact that he was defeated by a punch from a peer of similar age was still firmly imprinted in his heart. At such an age, and with such talent, it's no wonder that even that Wu favors him. But today is different. I'm ready. Wash away the shame. Today, Ning Yuante said to himself. Young Master Ning, why are you following me? Stay at the base. I'll help you get the top. The mandrill in the cockpit asked. My current position is all due to myself. Ning Yuante folded his hands together and began to move his hands and feet as if he was ready for battle. Things that were once lost must be taken back by myself. He looked directly at Xue Jing, who was getting closer and closer, and said firmly. After saying this, for some reason, he suddenly recalled a pair of silver white eyes that were as indifferent as gods. He suddenly felt cold all over, and a shadow was cast on his heart. He shook his head and drove those eyes out of his mind. Are you sure? The mandrill looked strange. He dared to come to the door after being killed by a punch. This young Master Ning has some strange habits. Ning Yuante, who didn't know that his image had been seriously distorted in the eyes of the mandrill, looked at Xue Jing's figure in the distance with a firm look. Xu Ren was calm beside him and didn't say anything. The helicopter slowly landed. For some reason, the landing place this time was far away from Xue Jing, dozens of meters farther than 3 days ago. The propeller slowly stopped turning, the hatch opened, and 3 figures jumped out of the fuselage one after another. Ning Yuante looked at the figure standing tall and straight like a pine tree in the distance and took a deep breath. Then, he stepped on his feet and disappeared from the spot, sprinting towards the opponent at a high speed. Second round. Xue Jing, come and fight. Chapter 104, that is the Eye of God, new martial arts system Red Lotus Volcano Flow. Captain, aren't you going to stop young Master Ning? Mandrill looked at Ning Yuante, who was rushing out, and said to Void Blade, if young Master Ning gets hurt by Xue Jing, we will probably be criticized. Void Blade replied calmly, don't worry, although he was killed in a second a few days ago, young Master Ning is not weak. If he is well prepared, Xue Jing may not be his opponent. She looked at the 2 people who were about to come into contact in the distance. A month ago, young Master Ning successfully took the second set of banned drugs of the Red Lotus Volcano Flow and initially transformed into a volcano alien. Seeing the figure rushing towards him, Xue Jing raised his eyebrows slightly, a little surprised. Interesting. His top dynamic vision allowed him to clearly see that Ning Yuante's body suddenly began to turn red as he rushed over. His skin, hair, and even extended to the surrounding air. A circle of red air burst out within a half-meter range around him, just like the explosive form of a fighting comic character. What is this? Alien plant? Special skills? Xue Jing, who was standing still and pretending to be an expert, suddenly became interested. The red figure has come close. Ning Yuante felt the power in his body, like the inside of a volcano, boiling to the point of exploding. His confidence suddenly soared, and he drove away the shadow brought by the pair of silver white eyes. I will win. He thought so in his heart. After joining the famous martial arts school Hanglian Dojo, and enduring the pain of the alienation of the body caused by banned drugs for several years, he finally initially refined the volcanic alien body that is well known in the entire martial arts world. Volcanic eruption is one of the most terrible natural disasters on this planet. The volcanic alien body that completely simulates the movement of the volcano with the human body naturally has the most terrible explosive power. Even if you are just getting started, it is definitely not comparable to the old martial arts. I was just careless 3 days ago. Xue Jing, can you resist this fully activated volcanic alien? Ning Yuante was excited, looking at Xue Jing, who was close at hand, and looked a little surprised. All his strength was like boiling magma, condensed on his right hand, and swung out like a cannonball. Puff, the explosive force, with the red fist as the center, blasted out a circle of red air waves, like the scattered magma after a volcanic eruption, spraying towards Xue Jing. Xue Jing's pupils shrank slightly, and he noticed something strange. He had practiced martial arts for a long time, and had an extraordinary understanding of the human body. The way of using strength in this punch was extremely strange, completely different from the way martial artists use strength in his cognition, and it was completely another system. Is it a new martial arts system that takes banned drugs? Interesting, this is a rare opportunity, let's try it head on. Xue Jing was delighted to see the prey, clenched his right hand into a fist, and the strength was mobilized, and spiral indentations appeared on his right arm, converging towards the fist. Wind thunder. Boom. Amid the thunder, the right fist rolled up a spiral airflow, and swung out brazenly. Boom. The moment the 2 fists met, there was a violent explosion, causing the virtual blade and the mandrill who were watching the battle from a distance to feel a pain in the periosteum of both ears, and they covered their ears involuntarily. The grass was torn apart, and the soil flew everywhere, blocking the sight, making it difficult to see the details of the battlefield. At this time, a figure flew straight out of the dust formed by the soil and crashed hard on the grass slope dozens of meters away. "Hey, Xue Jing." The mandrill was surprised. This punch seemed to be Xue Jing lost. In the distance, Xue Jing stood up from the ground with a carp jump. Except for the neck, his whole body was covered with dragon scale marks, but it was the strength that stimulated the membrane and activated the golden scale skin. He was unscathed, but his right fist was slightly sore. "This is the new martial arts?" Xue Jing's eyes were full of surprise. At the moment, when his fists touched, he felt that the fist he was fighting was not a human fist at all, but a massive magma ejected from the center of the volcano. Such a fierce and violent explosive power was completely different from Xue Jing's estimation of Ning Yuante's strength. "We can win. We can definitely win." Ning Yuante looked at Xue Jing, who was knocked out by him, and shouted excitedly in his heart. "Sure enough, I was just careless last time. He is not my opponent." The fully activated volcanic alien body will become more and more boiling, and the more it fights, the stronger it will be. He couldn't beat me at the beginning, and he couldn't beat me later. Those strange eyes are really just an illusion. Win, win, ha. Ning Yuante shouted, turned into a stream of red light, and rushed towards Xue Jing. Seeing this, Xue Jing's mind moved slightly, and activated the twin defenses. This new martial arts system is very interesting. Collect more data. He thought to himself, stepped forward and greeted it. This time, Xue Jing did not choose to fight hard, but used a soft force to dislodge Ning Yuante's fist. Straightforward, no change of moves after being dislodged. It seems that this kind of strength is difficult to control precisely. Xue Jing's eyes flickered. He activated the speed of twins, and before Ning Yuante could react, he quickly reached out and grabbed Ning Yuante's neck, lifted him up directly, and choked him to the ground, and the soil burst. The skin is very hot. This temperature is at least 100 degrees. Is this why he has such explosive power? The boiling flesh brought boiling strength? Ning Yuante was caught off guard by Xue Jing's sudden and swift action, but he was not panicked. The moment he was hit on the ground, his whole body suddenly sprayed with heavy light red mist. Xue Jing was about to chase, but was blocked by the oncoming light red mist. The intense high temperature made him squint his eyes involuntarily, and put his hand in front of his eyes. Is this steam? Before he could react, a foot wrapped in red air kicked towards his heart in the red mist. Xue Jing reacted very quickly, dodging sideways while grabbing the ankle with both hands. Then his eyes fixed. Golden scale spin. Xue Jing grabbed Ning Yuante's foot and actually activated the golden scale spin, spinning at high speed on the spot. The original function of this move was pure defense, using the high speed rotating body and golden scale skin to remove all enemy attacks. But now it is used for offense, and it has a special effect. Whoosh whoosh, circle after circle, gradually accelerating. Xue Jing grabbed Ning Yuante's foot and turned into a huge gyroscope. The rolling airflow rolled in the scattered soil and weeds around, gradually forming a small tornado. After spinning 400s of times, Xue Jing threw it out of his hand, and the huge kinetic energy made Ning Yuante fly far away. Swoosh, bang, crack. The helicopter, which was parked far away, more than 100 meters away, was directly hit by Ning Yuante and dented. The fuselage tilted and fell to one side. The huge propeller was inserted into the soil, as if it hit a hard stone, and was directly broken. Xue Ren. Mandrill. The two were silent for a while, and Mandrill spoke with difficulty. The Qingcheng government said that, if there is a problem again, we will have to pay for the repairs. Xue Ren's face was calm. You are driving a helicopter, and you didn't park it properly. You will pay for the repairs. Mandrill was about to say something, but he stopped. The light red mist was steaming, and Ning Yuante climbed out of the sideways fuselage. His eyes were excited and he roared, "Come again." Then he stomped hard, and while breaking away from the fuselage, he hit the already broken helicopter again, and the tail boom was directly bent into a V-shaped arc. Mandrill, hey. Ning Yuante turned into a stream of red light again, and his speed was much faster than the beginning. The more boiling, the stronger. the volcanic alien body, the stronger it is. The two met again and tangled together. The crackling sound of fists and feet colliding like firecrackers continued to ring out. After dozens of fists and feet clashed, Xue Jing's eyes moved, and he used his twin speed to find a flaw, and kicked Ning Yuante in the chest, kicking him away. Behind him, there was a lake. Plop, Ning Yuante fell into the lake, and his extremely high body temperature immediately made the lake boil, evaporating thick white water vapor. What? Ning Yuante was a little flustered. He was too obsessed with the battle and completely ignored the surrounding environment. He didn't even notice that there was a lake here. Feeling that his body temperature was constantly dropping because of the lake water, Ning Yuante was a little anxious. He poked his head out of the water and was about to summon up strength to jump out of the lake when he saw a figure falling from the sky and smashing straight towards him. The white steam was lingering around, making it a little unclear for him to see clearly. In a trance, he only saw a pair of silver white eyes. Indifferent, contemptuous, and even holy. Ning Yuante was stunned for a moment in front of this pair of overly beautiful eyes and did not move. At this time, the figure had already approached and a palm gently pressed on his head. Ning Yuante only heard the three words shake the starfire, and then he felt as if his head was taken out, put in a bottle, and shook violently, turning into a ball of paste. Then he knew nothing. Splash, Xue Jing grabbed the unconscious Ning Yuante and swam to the shore and threw him up with one hand. Then he also jumped onto the shore, took off his shirt, and revealed a perfect and strong body like a god. He exhaled and shook all his strength, shaking off most of the water droplets directly. At this time, Xu Ren and Mandrill came over. "Mr. Xu, can you please be careful when you fight?" Mandrill said with a twitch in his mouth. "Do you feel happy when you smash a helicopter every time?" Xue Jing stroked his hair and said with a smile, "Why, do you need money to repair the helicopter? Ask this guy for money. His family is said to be very powerful, so he should be very rich." Then he pointed at Ning Yuante, who was lying on the ground and sleeping like a baby. The Mandrill shrugged. "How dare I?" Xu Ren glanced at the dead Ning Yuante and asked Xue Jing, "What do you think of young Master Ning?" Xue Jing heard this, thought for a while, and said, "Although he is a bit weak, his martial arts are quite interesting." Xu Ren nodded. "Young Master Ning practices the famous martial arts of the inner ring, called Red Lotus Volcano Flow. It is a forbidden martial arts." Xue Jing's expression did not change. He just nodded and said, "Sure enough, it is a new martial arts system. The so-called new martial arts is different from the old martial arts that advocate the original body. It is a martial arts school that becomes stronger by injecting or taking banned drugs to alienate the body. The martial arts they practice are also called forbidden martial arts. Unlike the old martial arts that everyone can learn unconditionally, forbidden martial arts are too dangerous and the law explicitly prohibits ordinary people from practicing them, so they are called forbidden martial arts. Taking forbidden drugs and practicing the corresponding forbidden skills can cultivate a special physique that native humans can never cultivate. Whether it is strength, training speed or upper limit, it is far superior to the old martial arts system. Let the body's internal structure be transformed into a structure similar to the inside of a volcano, so as to obtain extremely strong explosive power. I think you can also see, young Master Ning is not strong himself. In terms of basic physical fitness, he is at least 2 or 3 levels lower than you." Xu Ren said softly. "But once he activates the volcano alien body, he can immediately obtain explosive power that is enough to compete with you, or even better than you." Xue Jing smiled and said casually, "Have you seen my full strength?" Xu Ren shook his head. "No, but you should understand what I mean. Compared with the old martial arts, the gap is too big. With your talent, if you practiced the new martial arts, you would never fight with young Master Ning to this extent. He might not even be able to defeat you." Xue Jing walked to the side, picked up the yellowed, Beikai Gantao from the ground, and threw it to Xu Ren. "I know what you want to say, no need to say more. Maybe as you said, the old martial arts are indeed not as good as the new martial arts." He looked at Ning Yuante, who was being helped up by the Mandrill. "But what does this have to do with me?" Xu Ren didn't quite understand what this meant. But Xue Jing had already turned around and was leaving, waving his hand with his back to them. Thank you for your 100 feet to go. I'll let you know when I'm ready for the border area. See you later. The mandrill looked at his back and sighed. How stubborn he is. Why does he have to sit on this rotten ship of the old martial arts until he dies? Xue Ren pondered. No, he's not the typical old martial arts school that is extremely obsessed with the original human body. It's more like he has something else to rely on. Xue Jing rode on shifting and walked leisurely on the way back to the manor. He opened the panel and took a look. You have experience to battle. Fitness EXP plus 337. Feeling good healthy XP plus 138. Aiming EXP plus 89. Hidden Dragon EXP plus 332. Fighting EXP plus 369. Someone has faith and worship for you. Charm EXP plus 326. Xue Jing was slightly stunned when he saw the last prompt on the panel. Faith and worship? Who? He thought for a while, a little unsure. In the White Ward, Ning Yuante was lying on the bed with a circle of gauze around his forehead. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. In his mind, a pair of silver white indifferent eyes lingered like a shadow. Ning Yuante murmured to himself, that is, the eyes of God. Chapter 105 Red Lotus Mode. Who says you can't practice new martial arts without taking banned drugs? Riding back to the manor on horseback, Xue Jing put Shifeng back into the stables, then entered the main house and came to the practice room on the 5th floor. Sitting cross-legged on the clean rubber floor that was cleaned every day, Xue Jing did not start practicing, but took out his mobile phone and swiped a few times on the desktop. On the last page, there was an app with a very strange pattern. 9 black leaves, surrounding a diamond in the center, formed a pattern that looked like a flower. This was the encrypted chat software used internally by the 6th agency that Xue Ren sent to him 3 days ago. It was a castrated version. It was said that the full version had many other functions, but civilian mobile phones could not load it, so it only had the functions of chatting and transferring files. After opening it, it was a chat interface very similar to WeChat. At present, there was only Xue Ren as a friend. Her avatar was surprisingly a Q version bear, which was very cute. Xue Jing clicked on the chat interface with her and scrolled up. He could see several documents that Xue Ren had sent to him at different times. They were all related to the border. The exploration mission of the new border area will be done in 7 days at most. In 3 days, we will go to Fengcheng to play in the U19 elimination match. I don't know how long the schedule will last, and whether it can be staggered. Xue Jing pinched his chin. Wu Yaoqing arranged an agent for him in Fengcheng, so he would ask the agent when the time comes. Xue Jing shook his head and clicked on one of the documents named New Border Area. Serial number tentatively set, R278 junction, level tentatively set, C+, external area. 26.8 square kilometers. Internal area, according to the visual inference of the personnel entering, it is about 300 square kilometers to 900 square kilometers. Misjudgment is not ruled out. It is recommended to carry more than 10 monitors entry conditions. On November 23rd, the ruins of a humanoid settlement were discovered, suspected to have a considerable level of civilization. On November 25th, abnormally frequent thunder was discovered, suspected to have dragon species, and the level was temporarily adjusted to C+. The new junction seems to be quite difficult to explore due to the harsh entry conditions. The information in the current data is limited, and Xue Jing quickly read it all. After closing it, he clicked on the next document. The document is called Dragon Seed Data. It seems that, because of the suspected appearance of dragon species in the new junction, Xue Ren sent this information over immediately. Dragon species, the king of air-dwelling species, the chosen one deeply loved by the sky. Xue Jing read all the way through, and spent more than half an hour reading the information carefully. He closed it, only after making sure he remembered everything. A free creature that gallops across the sky, spews thunder, and is deeply loved by the sky. Interesting. Xue Jing thought for a while, and continued to check other information. After reading it all, he digested it, and stretched his body. I'll think about the border later. There are other things to do now. Xue Jing felt his current mental state. Although he was still a little depressed, he had recovered a lot, and could continue the consciousness simulation. He had an idea and wanted to verify whether it would work. Xue Jing took a deep breath, calmed down, and activated his imagination. Countless pixel blocks swept across the sky and earth, turning into a grassland scene on the back mountain of the North City district. Then his mind moved, and he immediately appeared in the scene. After confirming that the body data was correct, Xue Jing looked forward. The pixel blocks condensed and rotated, and a young-looking boy, about 17 or 18 years old, appeared in front of him. It was Ning Yuante. Plop. After a loud heartbeat, Ning Yuante's skin began to turn red, and red air began to appear around his body, surrounding him. Xue Jing circled around Ning Yuante in the explosive state, observed carefully for a while, and nodded with satisfaction. It's worth it that I used the method of deliberately collecting data. The restoration is perfect. Red Lotus volcano flow. Let me see it again. Xue Jing's mind moved, and Ning Yuante immediately made a move. He shook his whole body, put on a straight fist starting posture, and after a little brewing, he blasted towards Xue Jing's chest. The boiling strength in his body was like volcanic magma, and the extreme explosive power brought about a circle of red air waves on the front of his fist. At a glance, the power was unparalleled. Xue Jing had no intention of defending himself. Instead, he closed his eyes, emptied his body, and focused his mind. Bang! A punch hit Xue Jing's chest, making a deafening sound. Xue Jing, who didn't even use basic strength defense, had his sternum shattered with a snap, and flew out diagonally like a golf ball. The powerful mind control brought by visualization true allowed him to eliminate the interference of pain, calm down, and concentrate on experiencing all the secrets of this punch. The alienated internal structure of the human body uses a strange way of moving strength that ordinary people can't do, combined with extremely high body temperature, to obtain an explosive force as boiling as volcanic magma. Xue Jing thought to himself, the new martial arts are really amazing. The high-end practice of the old martial arts is to interfere with the reality of the self with a spiritual state of mind, and try to use the essence of the human body to exert the power of powerful things. But the new martial arts don't talk about the flow of state of mind at all, and directly make the body alienated into a powerful thing at the material level. Red Lotus volcano flow allows the body to have the power of a natural disaster such as a volcanic eruption. If this forbidden skill can eventually achieve the degree of alienation of the body to rival a volcanic eruption, it can indeed be said to be far superior to the old martial arts. Bang! Xue Jing fell heavily on the ground nearly 100 meters away. He opened his eyes and said to himself, I'm a little tempted, and I also want to learn a new martial art, but I don't want to take banned drugs. He climbed up, with a deep fist mark on his chest, which was recovering as the small pixel blocks condensed. As he climbed up, he smiled and said, but, who said that you can't practice new martial arts without taking banned drugs? Xue Jing opened the panel and took a look at the twins in the divine skill column. After the twins reached LV4, he did not immediately choose to add a new active effect, but temporarily put it aside because of his choice difficulty. Currently available options: reaction speed, calculation ability, concentration, memory, body temperature, flexibility, perception, instinctive intuition. Xue Jing set his sights on the option, body temperature. If you want to use the explosive power of the Red Lotus volcanic flow, you need to mutate into a volcanic alien. The most critical part is the extremely high body temperature. Boiling temperature can bring boiling power, and this condition is almost impossible for a natural human body that has not been mutated. The body temperature of the human body is directly linked to health. Even a powerful martial artist can hardly bear the terrible consequences of too high body temperature. For example, a body temperature of more than 100 degrees like a volcanic alien will melt your brain directly. Therefore, only through mutating, you can get a special high temperature resistant body that does not belong to humans, so as to withstand this harsh temperature. However, I'm different. Xue Jing turned his eyes and looked at the activated physical defense in the twin active effect column. The double physical defense brought by the twins is conceptual. Any damage can be tolerated twice as much in an absolute sense. Of course, the temperature is also. He exerted his strength, using the shaking starfire method related to blood training to stimulate the blood to circulate at high speed. The so-called temperature refers to the intensity of the movement of molecules. The high-speed moving blood gradually heats up, driving the body temperature to rise. Gradually, Xue Jing felt his body begin to heat up, his skin turned red, and his body temperature rose from the normal 30 degrees to more than 40 degrees. Not enough, keep going. The blood continued to circulate, and at the same time, Xue Jing also began to mobilize the rest of his strength to make the body move violently as much as possible to raise the body temperature. After a while, he felt that his whole body was terribly hot, his head was dizzy, and his vision was blurred, as if covered by a layer of fog. At this time, his body temperature had reached more than 50 degrees. This is the limit. More than 50 degrees, barely bear it. Xue Jing shook his head, and when he opened his mouth to exhale, he felt that his lips could be burned. It should be feasible. Use the twins to get double the body temperature, use double the physical defense to withstand, and simulate the high temperature of the alienated body of the Red Lotus volcano flow. Xue Jing's mind moved, and he activated the twin defense. Then, he used his consciousness to deduce, and simulated the double body temperature state. Xue Jing's skin was stained with a light red color. The temperature has reached the boiling point of the liquid, and white steam keeps coming out of his body, as if he is covered with clouds and mist, like a god or an immortal. He opened his mouth, and white steam kept coming out, making a hissing sound, just like a steampunk mecha. His whole body was scalding, but under the absolute double tolerance of the twin defense, he successfully held on. All the liquids in the body are boiling, in the true sense of the word. Just like the boiling water that has just been boiled, it keeps making gurgling sounds. The small pixel blocks in front of him rotated and condensed, turning into a mirror. Xue Jing looked at himself in the glasses. His medium-length black hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was covered with steam. His skin with a faint red sheen made him look like a non-human, but with his overly handsome appearance, he had a strange and evil charm. "What is this? Luff is dear too?" he asked. His voice was deeper and hoarse than usual. "Next, it's that inhuman way of using energy." Xue Jing asked Ning Yuante to walk in front of him. Now both of them looked like humans. One was red, and surrounded by red air waves, and the other was light red, and surrounded by white steam. Ning Yuante continued to throw a punch, and Xue Jing stretched out his hand to block it. At the moment, when his fist and palm touched, he carefully felt the way Ning Yuante used energy in his body. Come again. Just like that, punch after punch, Xue Jing soon memorized all the ways of using energy of the volcanic alien. He frowned. It's not easy. His internal structure is completely different from that of a normal human. This kind of energy that simulates the movement inside a volcano is extremely awkward without this alienated flesh. Xue Jing exhaled a puff of white steam, mobilized his strength, and tried to imitate. Under his force control, the flesh and bones twisted and moved regardless of the risk of injury. The fibers broke, the blood boiled and evaporated, and the bones made strange noises and wailed. Xue Jing's eyes condensed, and the evaporated blood mist overflowed from the corners of his mouth and nostrils. Ha! With a loud shout, blood mist evaporated from his pores, turning into a red air wave. He punched out, shattering the air, and swung towards Ning Yuante in front of him. Puff! There was no obstruction. The punch with boiling strength was like hitting a piece of tofu. Without feeling any obstruction, Ning Yuante's entire upper body exploded directly, turning into a bloody rain. After blasting Ning Yuante to pieces, the fist did not stop at all. It carried the air along the way, turning into a red air wave, and blasted a gully more than 10 meters long in the grass. The extremely high temperature even caused the green weeds to carbonize black. However, Xue Jing's whole body softened, and he half knelt on the ground. After a brief look inside, his body was riddled with holes and his injuries were extremely serious, almost the same as the extreme use of the tornado thunder. I forcibly simulated a volcanic body, but the consequences are so serious that it cannot be used in reality at present. It must be improved. Xue Jing's mind moved, and he recovered his body injuries. The light red luster on his skin dissipated, and the white steam stopped steaming. He looked at Ning Yuante, who was left with only half of his body on the grass, and the long carbonized gully in amazement. This forcibly simulated Red Lotus volcanic flow, the power of the explosion is quite exaggerated. This punch is more powerful than the Tornado Thunder Extreme. Xue Jing pinched his chin. Well, since it is derived from the Red Lotus volcano flow, let's call it Red Lotus mode. If I can perform the hidden dragon flow killer move in the form of Red Lotus mode, I dare not imagine its power. But it is still difficult for the time being. For now, we should first solve the problem of how to stably perform the Red Lotus mode. Otherwise, if we force it, we will be dead after one punch. After thinking, Xue Jing suddenly felt dizzy. This is a sign of mental exhaustion. Consciousness simulation is really a good thing. But it is not good to use it too much. I'm really going to faint this time. Xue Jing rubbed his temples. He could feel that this time there was really no drop left. Although the recovery speed of health preservation is awesome, the spirit can't stand such torment. He could vaguely feel that he really couldn't use consciousness simulation today, otherwise the spirit would be seriously injured. The scene turned into countless small pixel blocks and dissipated, and Xue Jing withdrew from the consciousness space. He opened his eyes tiredly. Hey, junior brother. You're awake. In front of him was senior sister Xue Jing, who had her hands behind her back and looked guilty. The girl's pretty face was stained with 2 blushes. Xue Jing smiled and was about to speak, but suddenly realized something was wrong. After reaching the 4 tips of the power, his control over his body had reached an extremely high level, and he could clearly feel any abnormality. Why do my lips seem a little wet? Chapter 106, Sister Xue's Prank. Practice dirty must-hit skills. HMM. Senior Sister Xue, what did you do to me? Xue Jing raised his eyebrows and asked directly. Nothing. Xue put her hands behind her back and took 2 steps back, her face full of guilt. I didn't do anything. The girl argued. Xue Jing looked at her for a while, thought for a while, and said, I don't believe it. He rubbed his temples, stood up, and walked towards Xue. Seeing this, the girl stepped back again and again. When Xue Jing took a step forward, she took a step back, keeping her hands behind her, as if playing the game of eagle catching chickens. I really didn't do anything. Don't come over here, she said in a hurry. Hearing this, Xue Jing not only did not stop, but instead accelerated his pace and walked towards her. Wait a minute. Xue had already retreated to the wall, and there was no place to retreat behind her. Xue Jing turned a deaf ear to him, stretched out his hand to press the girl's head, and touched her long hair as soft as a black waterfall. Then he turned his palm like twisting a bottle cap, and the girl's petite body was moved and turned around involuntarily, revealing something hidden behind her. Lipstick? What Xue held in her hand was a small black rectangle that looked very expensive. Seeing this, Xue Jing wiped his lips with his fingers, took it off, and saw some red marks on his fingertips. I just saw that you are so beautiful, little junior brother. You will definitely look better with makeup. So I couldn't help but put a little makeup on you. Xue smiled guiltily. It really looks good. If you dress up and wear women's clothes, you will definitely be charming. Xue Jing looked at her speechlessly. Your idea is very good. Don't think about it next time. Xue hurried forward, stretched out her hand to hug his arm, and said coquettishly, don't be angry, little junior brother. I won't do this next time. Touching her arm lightly, she could faintly feel the warmth. Xue Jing glanced at her and thought, I'm not angry. But what you said seems to have left a foreshadowing. Do you want to have a next time? The girl continued to pout. No way, you are too sensitive. Okay, I'm here to have dinner with you. Let's go downstairs, little junior brother. Xue Jing nodded. The two of them left the training room together. Xue lagged behind Xue Jing by 2 steps, looking at his back, showing a relieved expression. Then she gently touched her bright red lips with her fingers. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. After having lunch with the naughty senior sister Xue, she went out to do business again. Xue Jing felt his spirit was still very dry, and he rarely felt tired, and didn't want to do anything, so he planned to take a break today and not practice martial arts. He walked out of the manor with the futa knife, took a taxi, and prepared to go to the Kanglang dojo to see the decoration and meet the master he hadn't seen for a long time. Although the manor of Xue and the Kanglang Dojo belong to two different urban areas, they are not far away from each other. It took less than half an hour to get there. Xue Jing scanned the code to pay, said thank you, got off the car, walked into the office building, and took the elevator to the Kanglang Dojo. The sound of knocking and electric drilling was endless, and Xue Jing went to the front desk to take a look. There was a receptionist wearing a cheongsam and a good figure sitting there. It was the cheongsam girl that Xue Jing met when he first came to the Kanglang Dojo. The other party was lying on the front desk table at this time, idly swiping her mobile phone, looking like she was about to fall asleep. Xue Jing became playful, walked silently in front of her, and knocked on the table with his knuckles. Although he didn't seem to be using much force, his fingertips were actually strong, making a heavy, muffled sound on a marble table. The cheongsam girl was lying on the table, so she was easily shocked by the sound of the table. At this time, she was immediately startled and jumped up from the chair. However, Xue Jing did not stop. After knocking, he entered the door silently. The cheongsam girl raised her head and found that there was nothing in front of her. She murmured in shock, "What the hell?" After entering the dojo, Xue Jing looked around. At present, the repairs have been almost completed. The corridor is basically completed. The training hall is laying a new rubber floor, and the newly purchased equipment is also being installed. I think the decoration will be completed in a few days. After looking at it, he walked inside and came to the Yangtze room. This room uses special materials and is the best place in the entire Kanglang Dojo for silent effects. Even if there is a lot of decoration outside, as long as the door is closed, the Yangtze room will seem quite quiet and only a few sounds can be heard. Xue Jing opened the door, walked in, and closed it behind him. "Master." Xue Jing respectfully greeted Li Qi, who was flipping through an old thread-bound book at the desk. Xue Jing, I haven't seen you for a few days. You're here just in time." Li Qi put down the book in his hand and smiled. He stretched out his hand to turn the wheelchair and drove it in front of Xue Jing. "Let me see your progress in the past few days." Xue Jing nodded, yes. He stretched out his hand and was grabbed by Li Qi's old hand. A force penetrated into Xue Jing's body along his wrist, and his body moved instinctively. The real dragon in his body made an angry dragon roar and was about to fight back automatically. At this time, Xue Jing's mind moved, and the strong spiritual consciousness directly suppressed the real dragon's dissatisfaction, making it shut up and be quiet. Li Qi was a little shocked when he saw this. You can actually control the real dragon in your body to such an extent. Incredible, it's only been a short time. After sighing habitually, Li Qi calmed down and used his strength to sense Xue Jing's current physical condition. As he got more and more information, he nodded. Very good. The progress of the 5 major exercises is very sufficient. TSK, how did this perfect human body structure grow? I really want to take a look at your genetic analysis. The progress is already good enough to start from the outside to the inside, to nourish the internal organs. After a while, Li Qi let go of Xue Jing's wrist and thought, okay, next, when you practice the shaking armor technique, you need to add a few more movements, and the medicine you take should also be changed to Dragon Thunder Powder. Xue Jing looked puzzled. Dragon Thunder Powder? Li Qi explained, this is the secret medicine used by our Kanglang school to nourish the internal organs. It is made from some special plants in the border area. Pure-blooded dragon creatures can spit out and control a special lightning called Dragon Thunder. Some plants are struck by this dragon lightning but survive unexpectedly, and their bodies will be soaked in the power of Dragon Thunder. Dragon Thunder Powder made with this plant as the main medicine, combined with the shaking armor technique, can vibrate and refine the 5 internal organs of the body. The effect is excellent. The only drawback is that it is very expensive. Xue Jing's mouth twitched. How expensive is it, master? Li Qi thought for a moment and said, according to your current progress, if you take enough Dragon Thunder Powder every day, it will cost more than 300,000. You still have more than 20 million in your account, which can last for 2 months. Don't worry. Li Qi patted Xue Jing on the shoulder and comforted him. This consumption is too outrageous. Xue Jing was a little speechless. The 20 million hasn't even warmed up yet, and he was told that he would say goodbye in 2 months. Li Qi waved his hand and said, you are too talented, so you must use good medicine. Otherwise it will be a waste of your talent. There are other options for nourishing the organs, but since you can use good medicine, you can't let yourself down. Buy what you need. The money is not really spent, but it is replaced by another form to accompany you. Xue Jing groaned, thought for a moment, and said, by the way, Master, I have now comprehended 4 of the 5 killer moves, but I have no idea about the last move, Iguan Liu. The 5 killer moves of Kanglang Liu. About the defensive skills of skin, turning into golden scales. The explosive skill of flesh, wind, and thunder. The counterattack skill of bone, sealing cloud tail. The defense breaking skill of blood, shaking starfire. He has already learned all of them. There is only one move about tendon, flow, which he has not mastered yet. There is no sign of comprehension at present. Xue Jing clearly thinks that this move should be very suitable for him. Li Qi smiled and said, don't worry, the move flow is a little special. It involves the advanced level of tendon training and is linked to organ training. Xue Jing tilted his head. What do you mean? The so-called organ training is actually an extension of the 5 major trainings. Li Qi began to teach. Medicine and Taoism have been inseparable since ancient times. In the theories of ancient medicine and Taoism, the 5 internal organs have a corresponding relationship. The so-called skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and blood are called the 5 bodies in ancient medicine. They are closely related to the 5 internal organs. The lungs are related to the skin, the spleen is related to the flesh, the liver is related to the tendons, the kidneys are related to the bones, and the heart is related to the blood. If the lungs are strong, the skin will be strong, the spleen will be strong, the flesh will be strong, the liver will be tough, the kidneys will be full of bones, and the heart will be sufficient blood. And our Kanglang school is an external kung fu, starting from the outside, and then from the inside, from the outside to the inside. First practice the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and blood, and then use the strength of the 5 bodies to benefit the 5 internal organs. Li Qi stretched out his dry palm and pointed to his old and turbid eyes. The 5 limbs and 5 internal organs also correspond to the 5 senses: shape, sound, smell, taste, and touch. That is, vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Eye penetration is the killer move of tendons, which corresponds to the liver among the 5 internal organs. The liver is related to vision, and a strong liver means clear eyes. Therefore, the key to eye penetration is not the tendons themselves, but the eyes. This move is a sure hit skill, which sees through all the enemy's illusions, like a real dragon piercing through with one eye, and the sea of clouds in the blue flow will separate, revealing all the flaws and weaknesses, and then it will hit the target with one blow. Wait until you start to practice the organs and train your liver to a certain level, then you will naturally understand it. After listening to this, Xue Jing suddenly said, so that's it. Li Qi smiled. Wait until you have comprehended all the 5 killer moves, and then go one step further. It will be the secret of 5 kills in one, the finishing touch. He couldn't help but sigh. It's so fast. It's only been more than a month, and I feel like my bottom is going to be emptied. Then he changed the subject. Okay, I'll teach you the subsequent internal organs training movements of the shaking armor technique. Stretch out your hand. Xue Jing did as he was told. Li Qi grabbed his wrist, and the power seeped into it, and then he swung it like a noodle. Xue Jing suppressed the instinctive restlessness of the true dragon in his body, released the control of his body, and practiced various complex movements and breathing under the control of Li Qi's power. This set of tendon training movements and the shaking armor technique. As he swung, the fascia wrapped around his muscles began to numb and ache. After practicing dozens of movements that he was already familiar with, his body did not stop, but continued to make new movements. More complicated, more difficult. Not only did it pull the fascia, but even the 5 internal organs had a faint sense of oppression. Xue Jing closed his eyes and entered the internal perspective. In the field of vision, as his body moved outside, the brown-red liver also trembled and beat, secreting some dark-colored turbid substances. The blood circulation accelerated and entered the liver. After taking these substances away, the surface of the liver exuded a more crystal clear luster. Although there was no light from the internal perspective, Xue Jing had this feeling. After all the movements were practiced, Xue Jing opened his eyes. The fascia all over his body was itchy and numb, and his liver was aching, but he felt refreshed. He blinked, not knowing if it was an illusion, but it seemed that his vision had improved a little. "How do you feel?" Li Qi asked. Xue Jing thought for a while and said, "My vision seems to have improved a little." Li Qi hummed and nodded. "A strong liver means clear eyesight. After you start training your organs, your 5 senses will become more and more acute. The Taoist girl I knew when I was young practiced the Huang Piao Kung Fu and had extraordinary attainments in training the spleen, so she had a very strong sense of touch. When she touched the ground with her hand, she could feel the vibration of people's footsteps dozens of kilometers away and even detect the other person's strength from the footsteps." Xue Jing was a little surprised. "Is it so outrageous? What humanoid radar? It's just that outrageous." Li Qi's eyes showed reminiscence. "I don't know how that girl is doing now. Back then, I had some disputes with her master and was hit by the golden bottle palm. That was the second most near-death moment in my life." Xue Jing: "Master, I still want to hear my sister-in-law's story." Li Qi choked and glared at him. "You picked it up, but I won't tell you." Xue Jing smiled, and suddenly his mind moved, thinking of something, and said, "By the way, Master, there is one more thing. I have a friend who mentioned a theory to me." Xue Jing told Li Qi about the theory of spiritual power interfering with self-reality that Wu Yaoqing told him. After listening, Li Qi fell into deep thought. Then his eyes showed enlightenment, joy, all kinds of expressions, quite complicated. "So that's it. Then many things can be explained." He didn't know what he thought of, muttering to himself. His two turbid old eyes lost focus and fell into a trance. After an unknown amount of time, Li Qi came back to his senses with a complicated expression. "A true message is just one sentence. A false message is 10,000 books. I have come a long way." He reached out and patted Xue Jing's shoulder, his face gratified. Good boy. Thank your friend for me. I really owe you a favor." Li Qi sighed. Chapter 107. Too Dangerous Silver Eyes and Charm. Xue Jing vs Xue Jing. In the medicine storage room of Kanglang Dojo. Standing in front of the medicine preparation table, Xue Jing looked at the transparent container in front of him, which contained the liquefied dragon thunder powder that had been boiled and prepared. The golden liquid was incredibly fluorescent, and occasionally there seemed to be lightning like fine lines. After it cooled down a little, Xue Jing put it into the nebulizer inhaler, then put it on, and pressed the start button. Golden fluorescent smoke began to emerge from the oxygen mask. Xue Jing closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and practiced breathing. From the internal perspective, the fine particles of dragon thunder powder were like small lightning bolts, inhaled into the lungs, passed through the alveoli, entered the blood, and drove it to all parts of the body. Most of the particles' final target is the brown-red liver area. Wherever the particles passed, there was a tingling numbness, as if being electrocuted, especially the liver, which was the main target. After entering the liver, the particles attached to and infiltrated the internal flesh and blood, and the medicinal power was gradually absorbed. Xue Jing could feel that his liver was slowly changing its structure amid the numbness and tingling, becoming stronger and more powerful. It was unknown how long it had been until there was no more golden mist seeping out of the nebulizer, and Xue Jing opened his eyes. In the dim medicine storage, his eyes suddenly lit up, like a light bulb. Is my vision getting better? It doesn't seem quite right. Xue Jing felt his vision at the moment. It's not the physical vision that's getting better, but it's as if I can see more things that I can't see normally. He reached out and touched the medicine table in front of him. It seemed that he could vaguely see some tiny cracks and damage on the table through his eyesight, and instinctively thought that, if he hit here and cut there, the table should be easily destroyed. Although it was not very real, he did have this feeling. Martial arts is really idealistic. This should also be one of the manifestations of spiritual power affecting self-reality. How can a simple improvement in vision have such an effect? Xue Jing sighed. He opened the panel and took a look. You practiced the shaking armor skill. Fitness experience plus 352. You practiced the shaking armor skill. Hidden dragon strength experience plus 330. First there were 2 prompts, and after the shaking armor skill added a few more internal organs exercises, the experience points gained were even greater. The next prompt made Xue Jing slightly widen his eyes. You took a medicine to nourish the liver. Health preservation experience plus 218. The importance of the health preservation skill is beyond words. It gave Xue Jing almost endless energy, and he was always enthusiastic about working hard, without any thoughts of laziness or laziness. For this reason alone, health preservation is a cheating skill. Not to mention that it can also provide extremely strong physical and mental recovery capabilities. But all along, apart from the dozens of experience points generated by going to bed early and getting up early every day, there was no other way to gain experience steadily through health preservation. Only activities that can make you feel good, such as fighting, can occasionally get a little extra. But now, he finally got a way to steadily increase the experience points of health preservation. Taking the secret medicine of nourishing the internal organs, Long Lei San, can maintain health. Xue Jing's mouth twitched. No wonder the health supplements I took when I just activated my health regimen were useless. Only medicines of this level can generate experience points. He looked at the notebook on the table, which had the record of drug use he had just written. After comparing the price list and the amount used, the Dragon Thunder powder he prepared was worth more than 330,000 Yuksha coins. A veritable Krypton gold skill. Xue Jing scratched his head. Moreover, the Dragon Thunder powder that nourishes a liver is still cheap. Although the medicines needed for the refining of the 5 internal organs are all called Dragon Thunder powder, the formulas are different, and the dosage, heat, and auxiliary medicines are all particular, but the main medicines used are all plants soaked in Dragon Thunder. The most expensive one is the Dragon Thunder powder that nourishes the heart. Xue Jing calculated it and found that the price is more than 400,000. Thanks for the invitation. I'm in Yuksha. I just got off the plane. I have a net worth of 20 million, and I'm ready to beg for food. The money now can only last for 2 months. I have to find a way to continue making money. Xue Jing thought helplessly. The next day, in the back mountain of North City, silver light flashed on the grass, and the blade light scattered. Xue Jing waved the futu in his hand, and the silver white blade energy plowed the surrounding grass into pieces, making it a mess. After a long time, he stopped his action, threw futu to the side, and poured his strength into the blade, shaking the plant juice on it, and it fell off directly. The blade returned to its pure state, and then he put the blade back into the sheath. Through the floating green debris around him, Xue Jing looked at a tree not far away, squinted slightly, and said, "If you have anything to say, just come out and tell me. Why are you hiding there?" After saying this, a few seconds later, a figure walked out from behind the tree. It was Ning Yuante. Xue Jing smiled, stretched out his hand to brush off the grass debris on his body, and said casually, "Why, are you here to fight me again?" Ning Yuante groaned and said awkwardly, "I don't dare." Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. "I don't dare?" This answer was a little unexpected to him. "So what are you doing here?" Xue Jing asked. He thought, could it be that Beichigan Tao is really useless, and you are here to question the situation? Just as he was thinking about how to pass the buck, Ning Yuante scratched his head and said, "Young master, I just want to ask you if you are interested in joining ZHIJ." Xue Jing smiled and joked, "The 6th agency is too short of people. Why do they want to recruit me?" Then he shook his head. "I'm not interested in joining the agency, and I've already made an agreement with Beiyab that I'll accept the commission as a non-staff member of Beiyab, so I won't have anything to do with ZHIJ." Ning Yuante seemed to have expected his answer, and his expression remained unchanged as he explained, "Xue, brother Xue, our ZHIJ is different from Beiyab. We are a team composed entirely of martial artists, and the resources we have are all for martial artists. For example, in terms of martial arts schools, ZHIJ has the inheritance of most of the domestic schools, both old and new. The nature of the work is not as uncertain as Beiyaz, because we are responsible for martial artists' criminal cases, and the opponents are all martial artists with traces. As long as the arrangements are proper, they can basically be solved smoothly, and fighting with martial artists can also improve oneself, especially for old martial artists like you." Ning Yuante said a lot, but Xue Jing shook his head unmoved. The inheritance of a school must be combined with the corresponding martial arts body to exert its power. His body is already in the shape of Kanglangyo, and the power of martial arts from other schools will definitely be greatly discounted in his hands. It is only of reference value, not a necessity. As for opportunities for actual combat, he had no shortage of them. With the ability of conscious simulation, he could fight against opponents he had met countless times. No need to say so much. I'm really not interested, Xue Jing said. Is that so? Ning Yuante looked as if he had expected it. He had asked Xu Ren for details before coming here. He knew that Xue Jing was very resistant to the idea of being bound by the organization, so he didn't have any expectations and just did his best. So, he opened his mouth and told his real purpose. How about this, Brother Xu? The conditions are exactly the same as those of Beiya. How about you also become a non-staff member of our ZHIJ? Xue Jing didn't say anything, just glanced at him. The task is given to you in the form of a commission. It's up to you whether to accept it or not. As for the rewards, we can also provide divine relics and martial arts resources. Ning Yuante said sincerely, you have only started practicing martial arts for a short time, so you don't understand many things yet. The environment here in the outer ring is not good, which limits your vision a lot. The road of martial arts is very long, much longer than you think. The further you go on this road, the more resources you will need, and the more precious they are. Many resources cannot be bought with money. How many talented martial artists have wasted decades just because of lack of resources and unable to break through? You don't understand it deeply now because you are just starting out and haven't reached the point of lack of resources. Believe me, it will definitely be of great benefit to you to be linked to Xige. Xue Jing's expression did not change. He just smiled and said, why are you so persistent with me? You are willing to give even such conditions. Is it because of that, Mr. Wu? Ning Yuante seemed to hesitate for a moment, then nodded and shook his head. To be honest, there are reasons in this regard. Beiyao's side should be mostly because of this. As for me, it's half and half. Xue Jing asked curiously, what is her identity? Even the people in your agency want to please her. Ning Yuante pondered and said, if you don't know yet, then I can't say much. Only she can tell you in person. Is that so? Xue Jing nodded and then asked, so, you said the reason is half and half of which is because of Mr. Wu. What is the other half? Ning Yuante did not answer this question, but his attitude suddenly became inexplicably respectful, even or inspiring, and he said cautiously, let me see your eyes. Someone has faith and worship for you. Charm experience plus 236. After Ning Yuante left, Xue Jing glanced at the panel and then closed it. The silver white in his pupils gradually faded, and his expression returned to normal from indifference and contempt. He still accepted Ning Yuante's invitation, and after Beiya, he became a non-staff member of ZHIJ. If what Ning Yuante said was all true, then accepting this invitation would have considerable benefits. And Ning Yuante would probably not lie to him. The skill of charm combined with the artistic conception of a heavenly will sword is very dangerous. Xue Jing pondered. He thought of Ning Fengwen's reaction that day and Ning Yuante's reaction just now. If it were in ancient times, I guess I could also play as Jesus, Sakamuni or something like that. Xue Jing shook his head. He didn't like this weird attraction very much and even felt creepy. Try not to let people around you see this form, otherwise, I'm afraid something I don't want to see will happen. Xue Jing exhaled, put aside his distracting thoughts, walked to the lake, and sat down cross-legged. Then his mind sank into the consciousness space and began to construct the scene. Streets, dark alleys, rainy nights. Boom, hua la la. The heavy rain covered the sky, and in the dark rainy night, the only light source was the lightning and thunder in the sky. The pixel blocks rotated and gathered, materializing Xue Jing's body. He clenched his right hand, holding the Futu knife. Then, a figure slowly appeared in front of him. Catch-a-boom. The dark alley was illuminated for a moment by the thunder and lightning, revealing the true face of the figure. The handsome face, the indifferent and contemptuous expression, the Futu knife in his right hand, and the silver pupils that could not be covered even by the dark night. It was Xue Jing himself. Come on, let me see how strong I am. Xue Jing was a little excited and swung the Futu knife in his hand. His eyes were stained with silver white, and there was a black flame burning quietly in the center. The originally dark rainy night was suddenly clear in his eyes. The silver-white blade was stained with a layer of black film, and Xue Jing said to himself, if it were me, how would I take this move? Black sky knife turning wind thunder. Boom. Thunder exploded. The dark spiral tornado blade light shattered the ground, engulfing the rain curtain, crushing everything along the way like a meat grinder, and swept towards the figure on the opposite side. Xue Jing did not move, and did not dodge or evade. The moment the dark tornado approached, the blade in his hand was also coated with a black film. Then he held the blade in his hands with both hands, and the whole person spun rapidly like a gyroscope, turning into a vertical dark tornado. The two tornadoes collided horizontally and vertically, making a hissing sound similar to the friction between metals, and the stalemate lasted for a long time. In the end, Xue Jing's long-range attack was powerless, and it broke into scattered blade lights, splitting the rain curtain, and cutting countless deep grooves on the ground and walls around. Using the golden scale to resolve it, while holding a knife, I'm worthy of it. Xue Jing looked at the figure that stopped spinning and was unharmed, with excitement in his eyes. He stepped on the spot and disappeared at the same time as Xue Jing. The next moment, countless clanging sounds rang out. Two figures appeared and disappeared in the rain curtain from time to time. Every time they met, there was a flash of sword light, and the sharpness was overflowing, leaving sharp gaps on the ground and walls. The majestic rain curtain would be rolled up one gap after another from time to time. The two people kept moving at a very fast speed. They were still on a tall building the last moment, and they were on the ground the next moment. The clanging sound of metal colliding was almost uninterrupted. The two people who used the speed of twins at the same time did not move at a speed that was completely unlike that of humans. It was as outrageous as a super fighting comic. The dark flames shot out, and the surrounding buildings exploded one after another. In just over 10 minutes, the whole street was in ruins and in a mess. The two Xue Jings were at full strength, and there was no consumption limit on the divine skills. They were a few points stronger than in reality. The aftermath of the battle was extremely terrifying. Chapter 108, Sudden Enlightenment, Mental / Killing Enemies with Eyes, at Tsukuyomi / and the Troublemaker Club. Clang. The two knives met again. Xue Jing felt a powerful force coming from the blade in his hand and sighed secretly. It was worthy of him. Boom. The strong force was poured into the blade. The Xue Jing on the opposite side also performed the same action at the same time. The place where the blades met exploded, clearing a vacuum zone with a diameter of nearly 3 meters from the rain curtain. The two figures flew backwards for more than 10 meters. At the same time, thunder and lightning sounded in the sky, bringing light and countless shadows on the ground. These shadows only existed for a moment. Both Xue Jing seized this moment and turned these shadows into black airflow, igniting large pieces of black flames, surging and whistling towards each other. The dark shadow flame is not fire in nature, but only appears in the form of fire. It has the destructive power of simply annihilating matter. The two surging shadow flames collided with each other, constantly annihilating each other, and disappeared silently into the air together. After more than half an hour, the scene that Xue Jing had imagined had been almost completely destroyed, with crisscrossing gaps and huge pits everywhere. He completely let go of his hands and feet, without any consideration for Xue Jing around him, and his destructive power was already inhuman. The battle was still not over, but his spirit was a little bit exhausted. The continuous consciousness simulation and the extremely intense fierce battle had almost exhausted his mental strength. He stopped the battle with a thought, and the Xue Jing who was originally sprinting towards him turned into countless small pixels and dissipated. I finally understand how difficult I am. Xue Jing sighed. After fighting with himself, he really felt how powerful he was. Defense, speed, destructive power, all maximumed out. The comprehensiveness was too exaggerated. A thorough hexagonal warrior. He himself had no way to deal with himself, and there was no way to tell the winner. Unless you crush me with absolute strength. Otherwise, as long as I have the ability to fight back, it will be hard for me to lose. This is the charm of the bucket. Xue Jing thought to himself. He thought and exited the consciousness space. You conducted a simulated actual combat, military strike experience plus 269. Combat experience plus 202. Hidden dragon strength experience plus 196. Visualization true experience plus 251. Military strike increased to LV5. 21/2000. Xue Jing placed the futon knife in his hand on his knees in a cross-legged posture and gently stroked the scabbard. A strong sense of blood connection came from the palm that touched Futu. Indistinctly, it seemed that the emotion of the knife could be felt. Quiet, soft, dark. It was like the bright moon in the sky, quietly watching the earth, and it had not wavered for thousands of years. When the knife was sheathed, the dark moon was setting in the west, and when the knife was unsheathed, the bright moon was in the sky. Xue Jing seemed to understand something and sat still. Gradually, although he was not wearing glasses, his presence slowly faded. Silver white began to permeate his pupils, but unlike the indifference, contempt, and divinity that he had given people before, the silver white at this moment was like the moonlight in the sky, soft and calm, giving people a sense of stability. A squirrel came to Xue Jing's side with an acorn in his hand, trotting, jumped onto his knees without fear, squatted down, and gnawed the acorn in his hand. A breeze blew by, and Xue Jing's gentle eyes looked at a crucian carp in the lake. Like the moonlight shining down gently, soft and silent, the crucian carp quietly broke into two sections, but it seemed not to be aware of its own situation. The body that was split into two halves was still swaying gently, without any struggle. After a few seconds, the crucian carp that was broken into two halves stopped moving, but did not show any signs of pain and struggle from beginning to end, and died peacefully. Xue Jing stretched out his palm, picked up the squirrel on his knee, and looked at it with soft silver eyes. The squirrel looked at him curiously, not aware of any danger. Xue Jing smiled, put it on the grass, then stood up and stretched. During the process of communicating with the blade, you have a deeper understanding of the artistic conception of the heavenly sword, and combined with the power of the spirit, you have suddenly realized a new way of using it. The experience of the military attack plus 1026. During the process of communicating with the blade, you have a deeper understanding of the artistic conception of the heavenly sword, and combined with the power of the spirit, you have suddenly realized a new way of using it. Visualization true experience plus 1582. The soft silver white color faded from his pupils, and Xue Jing was delighted. Another epiphany was triggered. What a great experience gain. Experience is secondary. The most important thing is to learn an interesting new trick. He recalled the scene of cutting off the crucian carp in the lake with one glance. If there is no accident, this trick should be just a simple consciousness slash, which can only act on the mind of others. He speculated with a flash of thought in his mind. After all, what a martial artist can do is mentally interfere with one's own reality, but he can't do something like superpowers, cutting off matter out of thin air. But because of visualization truth, his mental power has the ability to interfere with reality outside of himself, so this mental slash actually has the ability to cut off matter out of thin air. Incredible. Although this move is not very powerful and can only barely cut a fish, it is obviously no problem to use it to cut the neck of an ordinary person. It is invincible for sneak attacks and assassinations, and its real power lies in the attack on others' minds. I don't know the effect yet, and the consciousness simulation cannot simulate scenes that I haven't seen. I'll find a chance to try it later. Xue Jing touched the futu in his hand, with a gentle movement, as if he was caressing a lover, feeling the quiet and soft feeling on the blade. I'm grateful to you for my enlightenment this time, futu. He thought for a moment, and said to himself, since it is a spiritual sword move learned from the scene of the bright moon, let's call it Tsukuyomi slash. The opponent was on his knees with just one glance. It's really quite Tsukuyomi. Xue Jing covered his face with his palm, and one eye appeared from between his fingers, and suddenly he felt a little bit of middle school feeling. A true hero kills the enemy with his eyes. 2 days later, on the track of the small garden, Xue Jing stopped and looked at the panel. Running is upgraded to LV7, 96/4500. Looking inward, looking at his strengthened legs and lungs, Xue Jing nodded. Okay, running has finally been upgraded. This skill, which he had the fastest speed to upgrade at the beginning, gradually fell behind later. This is related to Xue Jing's gradual lack of attention. After all, the improvement of other skills is so obvious, and in comparison, the cost effectiveness of running is not high. It's just running for an hour every day as a warm-up. Xue Jing opened the panel and looked at his current data. Fitness is only 2000 experience points away from LV9, and health is almost LV7 after practicing Dragon Thunder Powder these days. Aiming, although I haven't practiced much recently, it is also about to reach LV7. The two new skills, swimming and riding, have reached LV3 in the past few days, close to LV4. It's a bit luxurious. Xue Jing looked at the panel and felt satisfied. He turned it off and was about to go back to play darts for a while when he broke aiming. His phone vibrated. He opened it and saw that it was a message from Wu Yaoqing. Wu Yaoqing, come to the library if you have time now. The boss invited him, so he had to go. Xue Jing replied okay and immediately went home to take a shower, went out and took the bus to the Kingda campus and went straight to the library. He swiped his card all the way through and came to the 7th floor. What came into view was the same scenery as always, sitting on a wooden chair, holding a book, a quiet and beautiful girl. Xue Jing felt an inexplicable sense of security in his heart, similar to the strange sense of security that comes when meeting a friend whom he hasn't seen for many years, and seeing that the other person is still the same as he remembered. Wu Yaoqing is such a woman who can make people feel at ease. Seeing Xue Jing come in, she closed the book in her hand, blinked, and pointed to the seat opposite her. Sit down. Xue Jing walked forward and sat down on the chair. There were already 2 teacups on the wooden table. The teacup in front of him was filled with black liquid, which crackled slightly, and small bubbles rose from time to time. It was obviously cola. Sister finally understands my taste. I'm touched. Xue Jing said in a flat tone, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. The corners of his mouth moved, and he looked at Wu Yaoqing helplessly. The girl's originally calm face showed a hint of teasing, and she seemed a little proud. I have arranged it for you. The boat will be at noon tomorrow. The ticket is purchased with your ID card. It will go directly to Fengcheng. You should have received a text message. Xue Jing put the cola mixed with sweet water aside, picked up his mobile phone, and took a look. Sure enough, there was a text message. Dear passenger in the first class cabin of the Infinite Nova Cruise, your reservation. It wrote the boarding time, the location of the pier ticket gate, the room number, and also attached a detailed introduction website of the Infinite Nova cruise ship, etc. Thank you, boss. This boat ticket is very expensive, right? Xue Jing asked with a smile. Wu Yaoqing crossed her arms. How expensive can a cruise ship be? It's not like you can charter the entire ship. Going by water is mainly fast. Going from Qingcheng to Fengcheng by land requires a lot of transfers, which is very troublesome. If you take a plane, it's not very safe. It only takes 1 or 2 days to get there by water. She took out a document with many sheets of paper from the small bag on the chair next to her and handed it to Xue Jing. The agent I arranged for you will contact you tomorrow. This is the information about the opponents you will meet in the Fengcheng elimination match. Xue Jing reached out and took it. With your current strength, there is no need to worry. After all, it is just an elimination match. But it is also good to know more about the opponent to avoid a setback. Wu Yaoqing said in a soft tone. Xue Jing opened the file and said casually as he read it, boss, a few days ago, a man named Ning Yuante from ZHIGen invited me to become a non-staff member of ZHIGen. The conditions were the same as those offered by Beiyap, so I agreed. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Wu Yaoqing thought for a while and said, Ning Yuante? I seem to have some impression of this name. He should be from Ning's side. Since you are practicing martial arts, it is generally a good thing to be associated with ZHIGen. There is only one thing you need to pay attention to. Xue Jing took a rough look at the file in his hand and did not find any opponents worthy of attention, so he closed it, looked at Wu Yaoqing curiously and asked, what point? The girl pondered for a moment and said, from ZHIG's side, you should not accept any commission that is even remotely related to the 3 words troublemaker. Xue Jing looked puzzled. Troublemaker? What does that mean? It sounded like a laugh and scolding at a child. Could it be some kind of divine relic? Wu Yaoqing seemed to be a little unsure of how to describe it. She pondered for a while and said uncertainly, it should be considered a terrorist organization, right? Xue Jing, right? The girl sighed. Their official name is the Troublemakers Club. It's a very strange world-class organization. This is an organization whose name sounds like a child's prank, and in fact it is a prank. It's just that this prank is a bit too much. The only purpose of this organization's existence, according to their own words, is to make the world more lively. Xue Jing pinched his chin. It seems very interesting. Wu Yaoqing nodded. It is very interesting. But anything, once it goes to extremes, will become a terrifying thing. Such as kidnapping the children of ruling councillors, just to have a real gunfight with the sheriff, placing Titan-level border creatures in the center of the city, and then pretending to be superheroes to fight them, sneaking into two countries as spies, infiltrating each other and finally provoking a war between the two countries for fun. As long as it can make the world more lively, they can do anything. Sometimes, they will declare war on big countries for some bullied small countries, and sometimes, they can destroy a powerful pagan cult with a history of hundreds of years for the tears of a little girl. To put it simply, they are a group of psychopaths whose logic is hard for normal people to understand. Wu Yaoqing rolled a strand of her long smooth hair with her fingers, and pushed it behind her back. If they were just a group of psychopaths, it would be fine, but this group of people are ridiculously strong. Xue Jing nodded. I heard it. In short, this is a group of terrorists who can do anything, as long as they think it's interesting or lively. And they are like dogskin plasters. Once they target you, they will continue to come to you. Wu Yaoqing pinched her temples, and sighed with a headache. According to Xige, this group of people are a pile of shit, when they are together, and they are scattered all over the sky. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, you'd better not get involved with them, otherwise you will regret it. I understand. Xue Jing nodded in agreement, and remembered the 3 words troublemakers firmly. After staying with Wu Yaoqing for a while longer, and chatting for a few words, Xue Jing left the library, and took the bus back home. Just when he wanted to tell Mao about taking a cruise to Fengcheng tomorrow, he found that she was not at home again. Xue Jing did not pay much attention to it, but picked up the dart in the dart tube, and started to shoot at the dartboard. Now he had to use gentle force, otherwise one dart would pierce the dartboard. Each dart was an extremely accurate bullseye, and it was the most central point of the bullseye, without a millimeter of deviation. After more than 20 minutes, a prompt came from the panel. Aiming improved to LV7, 1/4500. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109. Xue Jing was ambushed. There was a high wall between barehanded and armed. Vision has become stronger again. Xue Jing opened the glass door, walked to the balcony, and looked at the street outside. The focus of his pupils changed slightly, and everything in his vision was imprinted in his eyes. His eyes, which had become clearer due to the practice of the technique, and with the aiming reaching LV7, could clearly see objects within a range of tens of kilometers, as long as there were no obstructions in his line of sight. Xue Jing focused his eyes on a big tree on the roadside more than 10 kilometers away. Through the gaps in the green leaves, he clearly saw a stink bug, lying on the tree trunk, sucking plant juice. Xue Jing's mind moved, and his pupils turned white, like moonlight. Silently, the stink bug split into 2 halves symmetrically from the middle, and even the tiny mouthparts that were sucking juice were split vertically in 2, with extremely exaggerated accuracy. This distance works? Xue Jing was a little surprised. He just thought about it, and instinctively tried whether the Tsukuyomi / could be used at this distance. Unexpectedly, it really worked. At a distance of more than 10 kilometers, the insect was cut into 2 pieces. Xue Jing closed his eyes, and felt the consumption of his spirit. It is the same as when I cut a crucian carp. The consumption is not increased, because of the distance. He had a guess in his mind. Let's experiment again. Xue Jing looked around, and then walked to the corner of the balcony. This angle can bypass a large building, and the field of vision is wider. Then he adjusted the focus of his eyes, and aimed his sight at the rooftop of an apartment building nearly 30 kilometers away. There was a row of plastic railings on it for drying. One of the plastic railings suddenly cracked a sharp gap and almost broke in half from the middle. Only a layer of plastic skin was left, and it was shaky. Xue Jing retracted his gaze, and the white in his eyes faded. Sure enough, the consumption is exactly the same. Xue Jing said to himself. Tsukuyomi slash is much more awesome than he thought before. The range of this move is equal to his field of vision. As long as his eyes can see clearly, he can use this move. This is a mechanical skill. The range ignores the spirit value and is only linked to the mechanism. Assassination from dozens of kilometers away. Who the hell would have thought of this? This is not the limit. As his eyesight gets stronger and stronger, he can see farther and farther. Even if he can find a way to get a perspective ability that can overcome the visual obstacles. Maybe one day, he can kill someone on the other side of the planet with a single shot across half the earth. What intercontinental sniper rifle? It feels like a kind of mechanical beauty. Xue Jing pinched his chin. Just as he was thinking about the bright prospects of Tsukuyomi, there was a click of a key turning at the door. Xue Jing walked into the living room from the balcony and saw the door opened. Ning Fengwen, in the form of a cat-eared girl, walked in wearing glasses. She was holding a few large translucent white plastic bags in her hands. It can be roughly seen that they were filled with vegetables, meat and other ingredients, as well as some other household items. Teacher 1, are you going to buy groceries? Xue Jing walked forward and said softly. As he spoke, he reached out to take the things in her hand. Ning Fengwen reached out to adjust the glasses on her delicate nose, and the lenses flashed with reflections. She was wearing a light yellow cotton and linen dress with a black bow at the neckline and a drawstring around her waist, which bound up her slender waist and highlighted her plump and rounded figure. The overall fresh and sweet outfit, coupled with a pair of jade-like long legs that were neither fat nor thin under the skirt, that did not reach the knees, and the eye-catching cat ears on her head, simply had no sense of existence. Just like a stone on the roadside, it was not noticeable at all. These glasses are really useful. Ning Fengwen nodded with satisfaction. She has been using the GOT 1280 that Wu Yaoqing gave to Xue Jing recently. With these glasses, that can suppress her sense of existence. She can also walk around outside in human form without worrying about being discovered. Xue Jing opened the refrigerator and began to put the ingredients Ning Fengwen bought. He smiled when he heard this. It's quite useful, but it's a pity that I can't use it on you, he said with a little regret. A few days ago, he used this pair of glasses to play a cosplay, using the sense of existence that burst out after suppression, to squeeze out a wave of Ning Fengwen's divinity, causing her to activate the second bastard's ability of the alien god. Its name is Unbeatable Lionheart. I don't know if it's a coincidence or something else. One of the effects of this ability is that it can be immune to abnormal mental interference. Although I don't know how far this immunity can go, Xue Jing tried to suppress the sense of existence burst temptation on her the next day, but Ning Fengwen was indifferent. The idea of using GOT 1280 to squeeze out a lot of divinity every day can only be abandoned. The same trick can't be used on Saint Cia for the second time. Ning Fengwen sat on the sofa, her hands folded across her chest, the corners of her pretty face raised, and she was inexplicably proud. The cattail behind her was shaking uncontrollably. Xue Jing smiled and shook his head when he heard this. He washed his hands and said casually, we will take a boat to Fengcheng tomorrow. Do you need anything to prepare? The next day, South City, the dock. Xue Jing dragged a black trolley suitcase and walked towards the ticket gate. The futa knife was hung on the trolley with a rope, and a black cat with 4 white gloves sat on the suitcase. Pets are not allowed on the cruise ship. We will go through security later. You can find a way to get on by yourself. Is that okay? Xue Jing said to the cat. Don't worry, it's okay. The cat replied in a young girl's voice, with a flat tone, but full of confidence. After this period of time, she has merged with the power of Bastard on the cattail ring. Needless to say, the 2 alien god abilities she obtained have also been greatly enhanced. She has the sensitivity and strength of the cat goddess. It is easy for her to find a gap that the staff can't detect and climb onto the cruise ship. Woo, a whistle sounded from the sea. Xue Jing turned his head and saw a huge black and white cruise ship, which was pushing away a huge amount of seawater and heading towards the dock. Okay, let's meet up on the ship. Mayo Mayo said, and her small figure disappeared directly, at a very fast speed, and no one knew where she went. Xue Jing didn't care, but picked up his mobile phone to confirm the ticket inspection time, then turned on the camera, took a photo of the approaching huge cruise ship, and sent it to his sister Xue Wan. What Xue Jing didn't notice was that in the dock warehouse area not far from him, there were several figures hiding in the dark corners of the wall, secretly peeping at him. Are you sure that person is Xue Jing from Kanglang Dojo? One of them, a tall, bald middle-aged man, spoke in a low voice. It's definitely him. This pretty boy looks like he will never be mistaken. The thin young man with long hair quickly replied. What should we do, big brother? The bald middle-aged man pondered for a while and said, go to Jinfeng Dojo and notify senior brother Zhao. Also, go to the basement and take out those things. The thin young man was surprised. We have to use guns? That's not good. The bald middle-aged man glanced at him and said lightly, Xue Jing is a dangerous person who can beat junior brother in a one-on-one fight. Senior brother Zhao may not be able to take him down, so we must use a gun to ensure that there is no risk. The thin young man looked worried, but using a gun will break the rules and the Public Security Bureau. I can't care about that. The bald middle-aged man looked calm. These past few days, people from Kanglang Dojo have been causing trouble every day. Senior brother and master are seriously injured. Senior brother Zhang and senior sister Chen are in the inner ring. Senior brother Su is nowhere to be found. I don't know how he is now. Our Jinfeng Dojo has only been in this state for a few days. This Xue Jing is Li Qi's most valued disciple. As long as we can catch him, there is no need to worry about Kanglang Dojo not compromising. Go, take out all the guys. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's kill them all in one fell swoop. There was still some time before the ticket check. Xue Jing had nothing to do, so he bought a bowl of oden and a serving of french fries at the convenience store at the entrance of the pier. He walked to the railing facing the sea, eating while enjoying the sea breeze and looking at the sea view. Ga, the seagulls were circling and screaming in the sky. They seemed to notice the food in the hands of the young man below, and they all looked over with malicious eyes. Swoosh, a seagull swooped down from the blind spot of Xue Jing's side and headed for the fries in his hand. It was a habitual offender, very skilled at snatching fries and rarely missed. However, the young man seemed to have eyes on his back and moved the fries away at the moment when the seagull's claws were about to touch the fries. As the first seagull launched a charge, but failed to succeed, the other seagulls immediately surrounded him and tried to snatch them by force. The flapping sound of wings was endless, and Xue Jing was surrounded by dozens of seagulls. Get out. A silver-white color flashed in Xue Jing's pupils. The tone was not harsh, and the voice was not loud enough, just a faint word, get out. All the seagulls froze, and the cackles stopped abruptly. Then, as if they had encountered some kind of flood and beast, they flapped their wings desperately in panic, and flew away from Xue Jing. Some passers-by were hit in the face and body by the panicked seagulls, and they couldn't help but scream in fear. Black and white feathers were scattered all over the ground. Xue Jing calmly picked up a fishbowl with a wooden stick and put it into his mouth to chew, as if nothing had happened. After he finished eating, he clapped his hands and held the futa knife on the handle of the suitcase next to him. He slowly began to untie the rope of the futa knife. Originally, the knife could not pass the security check, but he was a contestant in the U19 elimination match, so he had some privileges. As long as you hand the knife to the staff for safekeeping after boarding the ship, you are allowed to carry it on board and you can take it back after the ship docks. Speaking of which, Nancheng district is the territory of Jinfeng Dojo. I almost forgot. Xue Jing held the futa knife, turned around, and looked at the warehouse area opposite. Countless containers of different colors were lined up. Xue Jing narrowed his eyes and looked at the empty opposite side. There seemed to be nothing unusual, but the vague sense of danger in his heart never dissipated. Bang, a gunshot sounded, and Xue Jing's pupils shrank. In his field of vision, a steel bullet was approaching him at a high speed. Even with his dynamic vision at this time, he could not see it clearly, and could only observe a vague line. Clang. Xue Jing instinctively drew his sword at a very fast speed, and held the blade horizontally in front of him. The bullet brushed past the blade and split in two. Xue Jing did not hesitate and immediately opened the panel and added the twin active effects that had not yet been selected to instinct intuition. Currently activated. Physical strength, action speed, physical defense, instinct intuition. The speed of the bullet above the speed of sound was not something he could react to at the moment. He could only rely on instinct and intuition to make a prediction. The next moment, dozens of figures leaned out from behind the containers in the warehouse area. Everyone held a gun in their hands. Most of them were pistols of different models, but there were also a few holding long-barreled guns that needed to be held with both hands. Xue Jing couldn't recognize what kind of gun it was, and he heard the sound of bang 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 gunshots. Dozens or even hundreds of bullets were fired at him at the same time. The passers-by around him screamed in fear and fled in all directions. Xue Jing stepped on the ground and disappeared at a very fast speed. The steel bullets hit the ground, the railings, and the benches. Some hit them, and some bounced back to form ricochets, making a mess of the place where Xue Jing was standing, and stones flew everywhere. Using firearms in the city, so brave. Xue Jing narrowed his eyes slightly and was about to make a detour to attack, but at this moment, a figure sprinted towards him at a very fast speed. It was a very tall man, about 28 or 29 years old, with a goatee, wearing a black suit and leather shoes, and dressed meticulously. He stared at Xue Jing, and anger appeared on his resolute face. Die. With a loud shout, the man stretched out his palm and pierced Xue Jing in a piercing hand posture. The fingertips rubbed against the air, making a hissing sound of a sharp object cutting through the air, and the tips of his fingers faintly formed a sharp white cone. Xue Jing recognized it at a glance. This was the technique of the golden wind and white rainbow sword. You are aiming at my abdomen. Are you not going to kill me? I see. In a flash, Xue Jing had understood what the other party wanted to do. I'm really underestimated. You dare to get close to me when you see me holding a knife. Xue Jing held the handle of the futon knife in his hand, his pupils stained with silver. Spiral indentations appeared on both hands, rotating and extending to the fist. The spiral compressed force was poured into the futa blade, causing it to tremble slightly and emit a vibration. Heavenly sword tornado thunder, boom. Thunder roared out of nowhere, and the silver-white spiral tornado blade light whistled towards the man in the suit. The sharp white rainbow-piercing hand and the spiral knife light were in a stalemate in the air for a while, and then clang. Ah! With a scream, the man flew back, and the spiral knife light penetrated his palm. Starting from the fingers, a deep spiral scar spread upward, directly cutting off the flesh of his entire arm, hanging on the bones. At the same time, Xue Jing appeared beside him without knowing when, and with a puff, a knife penetrated his abdomen, and the silver-white blade passed through his body. There is a high wall between bare hands and armed weapons. Xue Jing looked at the man's wide eyes and spoke in a flat tone. Chapter 110. Chopping melons and vegetables, killing, dancing in the rain. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Brothers AO. The gunmen in the warehouse area cried out in surprise when they saw the man in the suit being pierced through the abdomen by a long knife. At this time, Xue Jing was too close to the man in the suit. For fear of accidental injury, they did not dare to shoot and could only stand there. Cough. The knife that pierced through the abdomen seemed to have injured the lungs. The man in the suit could not help but cough up blood. He held the blade of the long knife tightly with his uninjured hand and stared at Xue Jing. How can you be so strong? According to junior brother Li Chengsun, this man should be about the same strength as junior brother Kang Langliu's martial arts is not a sword technique, so why can this man swing such an exaggerated and terrifying sword? Sword key. Even those masters who have been immersed in the sword for decades may not be able to master it. How can this kid who is still wet behind the ears do it? Damn it, if he had known that this man's swordsmanship was so strong, he would never have fought him head on with his bare hands. One careless move would have led to a complete loss. Xue Jing did not reply. The figure of the man in the suit was clearly reflected in his silver divine eyes, and he looked at him with contempt, as if he was looking at an ant. Catcher. The power was poured into the blade, and the wrist holding the handle turned, directly turning the hand of the man in the suit holding the blade away. Then the long knife slashed to the side. Sure, the sharp blade with power attached cut the flesh and bones, and cut from the center of the abdomen to the right. A wound similar to seppuku appeared on the abdomen of the man in the suit, and the whole person was almost broken into 2 pieces, almost cut in half. Ah! The man in the suit screamed and knelt on the ground with a face full of pain, covering his abdomen, but the wound was too large, and the intestines and internal organs piled inside the human body still flowed out of the wound, and it could not be stopped at all. Senior brothers AO. The people holding guns in the distance were terrified when they saw this. Senior brothers AO were so easily. One of them couldn't help but subconsciously shot at Xue Jing. Bang! With the first gunshot, several people subconsciously followed and pulled the trigger. When the gunshots continued, the herd effect broke out completely, and everyone raised their guns. Bang 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 bang. Seeing countless steel bullets shooting at him, Xue Jing's mind was combined, and he activated his twin instincts. He didn't use his eyes to see anymore, but completely handed over the control of his body to his instincts, letting his intuition guide him, and letting his body move on its own. Back off, jump left, move right. At the same time, he kept waving the futu in his hand to block, and from time to time, bullets that were cut in half fell to the ground, and the sound of clang, clang 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 was heard. He was actually safe and sound in the hail of bullets, and the dense bullets were either avoided or cut off, and he walked leisurely in the garden, as if dancing. How is it possible? Everyone was stunned. Interesting, is this the double instinct? Xue Jing actually closed his eyes in the hail of bullets. Just like when a sharp blade approaches the neck of an ordinary person, even if he doesn't notice it, his body will instinctively make his hair stand up and his scalp numb. This is the instinct to avoid danger buried deep in the genes. In daily practice and combat, martial artists train and develop their bodies, making this avoidance instinct much stronger than ordinary people. It's not a big problem to dodge 1 or 2 bullets. At this time, Xue Jing activated the twin life, making this instinct twice as strong, so that he can even clearly feel the direction of the danger. It is a feeling that cannot be described without relying on the 5 senses, and can only be described as in the dark. Each bullet is a thin line that exudes a sense of danger. His body will instinctively avoid this line, and then the next moment, a bullet will really shoot along that line. Sometimes because there are too many lines at the same time, he avoids some of them, and blocks or cuts off some with a knife. Bang 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 bang. Stones on the floor exploded and splattered. Iron railings bent and dented. Hundreds of bullets rained down like a torrential rain, but not a single one could touch his body. While dodging the cutting bullets, Xue Jing began to move towards the people with guns in the warehouse area. He kicked his foot and jumped off the ground, landing on a wall, then jumped against the wall and landed on another wall. The rain of bullets followed his figure closely, but could never really touch him. In this way, Xue Jing moved back and forth in the surrounding buildings and quickly approached the warehouse area. Seeing that the terrifying figure that did not resemble a human was about to arrive, the people with guns suddenly panicked. You, don't come over here. What should I do? Shoot, shoot quickly, don't stop. The closer he is, the harder it is to hide. Swish, a silver white knife light flashed across, and the young man standing in the front holding a pistol stopped pulling the trigger. A slanted gap appeared from the left shoulder to the right waist of the whole person, and the upper part slowly slid down. Blood and internal organs spilled all over the ground, and the whole person was cut in half. As the first dead person appeared, several more silver white knife lights slashed. Swish, swish, swish. Several more people were dismembered, and the broken limbs and arms were all over the ground. Blood kept flowing from the bodies, and soon, it dyed the ground red. The knife light did not stop, and the number of broken bodies continued to increase. Strange monster. Run. Seeing the miserable state of their companions, many people who were already frightened by Xue Jing were completely overwhelmed by fear and collapsed directly. They dropped their guns and turned to run away from Xue Jing desperately, wishing their parents had given them 2 less legs. Damn it. The bald man in the lead cursed. He suppressed the fear in his heart and pulled the trigger frantically, pouring firepower on the boy holding the long knife. Those who can't run away can't kill him, and everyone will die. But seeing that, no matter how many bullets they fired, they could never really touch that person, the bald man couldn't help but despair in his heart. How could he be so strong? How could he not even be able to deal with the firepower coverage of so many guns? Why was Brother Zao defeated by him in one encounter? Why should I deal with such a monster? Ah. He saw a pair of silver eyes without any emotion, so contemptuous that it seemed as if they had never taken them seriously from beginning to end. The narrow silver white long knife was swung towards him. Time seemed to slow down. The black long-barreled rifle in his hand was split by the blade from the muzzle like tofu, followed by the barrel, the shell of the gun body, the grip, and touched his palm. The blade cut into the gap between the index finger and the middle finger, cutting the flesh and bones, splitting the palm vertically in half, cutting into his arm and chest, and finally cutting him off. Regret, despair, anger, annoyance, all emotions disappeared. The bald man looked at the pair of contemptuous eyes, and there was only one weird thought in his heart. Ah, I dared to be his enemy, and this end is completely deserved. Xue Jing did not notice that the bald man was even a little serene. Brother. Someone exclaimed in panic. Big brother is dead, big brother is dead. As the man who seemed to be the leader was killed by him, all the remaining people also collapsed completely. The sound of gunfire stopped completely, and everyone began to run away. Xue Jing looked at their backs, exhaled his strength, shook off the blood on the pewter knife, and sheathed the knife. Then he rushed towards the fleeing people, and with a crackling sound, he punched everyone one by one, knocking them out. Then he threw all the unconscious people into a pile. After doing these things, he walked to a stone bench not far away that was pitted by bullets and sat down. Woo! The sirens sounded one after another, and more than a dozen police cars drove into the dock. The car doors opened, and countless fully armed and armed sheriffs walked out. As soon as they got off the car, they all took out their guns and aimed at the scene. After seeing the scene, a young sheriff couldn't help but cover his mouth and retched. The ground was littered with broken limbs, half heads, internal organs, hands, and feet, and all kinds of yellow, green, and black organs that were recognizable and unrecognizable, making the scene smell foul. What was incongruous was that in such a hellish scene, there was actually a teenager sitting on a bench not far away. He was spotless, and his face was so beautiful that it was calm and gentle, as if the scene in front of him was not a purgatory of flesh and blood, but a magnificent sea of flowers. Don't move. A middle-aged sheriff raised his pistol and pointed it at the boy with a serious face. His words immediately awakened several female sheriffs who had lost their souls, and all of them raised their guns and pointed them at the boy. Xue Jing smiled softly and said, "Don't worry, officers, I'm a law-abiding citizen." As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted countless distrustful looks. This is true. I was just forced to defend myself. I was just facing a group of dangerous opponents who were attacking me with guns. I had no choice but to fight back a little harder. The middle-aged sheriff said seriously, "In any case, please don't act rashly. Come back with us for investigation. If the truth is really as you said." Before he finished speaking, Xue Jing reached out and took out a black ID card from his pocket. This action immediately touched the sensitive nerves of the sheriffs, and the sound of gun safety opening was endless. Facing this moment, when he might be fired at by countless guns at any time, Xue Jing seemed to be unaware of it. He was as calm as before and indifferent. He first took the black card and showed the pattern on the front to the middle-aged sheriff. After seeing the card, the middle-aged sheriff's expression moved and raised his hand upwards. "Don't shoot," Xue Jing said. "Captain, I got it." After speaking, he threw the black card and was caught by the middle-aged sheriff. Wu's Divine Relics Conservation and Research Co. Limited, specially appointed C-level Divine Relic Conservator Xue Jing, Conservation Certificate. The middle-aged sheriff murmured, "Sir, you can ask them what happened specifically." Xue Jing smiled and pointed to the more than 20 fainted people piled up next to him. After Xue Jing left, a female sheriff looked at his back as he left. After he disappeared from her sight, she blinked and came back to her senses. She asked the middle-aged sheriff who was thinking about something, "Captain Zhao, is it okay to let that person go like this?" Captain Zhao replied casually, "According to the rules and regulations, there is no problem at all." "Where are there such rules and regulations?" "I haven't seen them," the female sheriff asked in confusion. "You will see them when you get promoted to levels." Captain Zhao glanced at her. "However, the system is dead and people are alive. The system is like this, but we don't have to follow it. In a situation like this with so many deaths and such cruel deaths, even if he has a custody warrant, we can detain him. The female sheriff asked puzzledly. Then why don't you detain him? Captain Zhao looked at her strangely. Are you stupid? We are detaining a master who can chop dozens of gunmen with a knife without getting dirty? What if he has a bad temper and gets angry? I guess we will all die. If there is an excuse to let him go, of course we will let him go. The female sheriff was dumbfounded. Is that so? Only then did she realize that it seemed to be true. The boy's appearance was too deceptive. He was so handsome that she temporarily ignored his terrifying and dangerous nature. Captain Zhao looked at the dozens of armed criminals being escorted onto the bus and said, this group of lawless people in Nancheng district actually dared to use guns in the city. But this is a good opportunity. Director Shang should be happy. Because of the shooting, the dock was blocked for a period of time, and the ticket inspection time was delayed. After wandering outside for a while, Xue Jing dragged his suitcase to the waiting hall, walked to the service window, went through some formalities with his ID card, and got a card. According to the receptionist, this card is both a ticket and a room card, and you have to carry it with you when getting on and off the ship. After completing the formalities, Xue Jing put the ticket card in his pocket, found a chair and sat down, opened the panel, and took a look. You have experienced a fierce death fight, and your physical potential has been stimulated. Fitness experience plus 933. You have tasted the taste of victory, and feel very comfortable. Health experience plus 799. Running experience plus 322. Aiming experience plus 518. Fighting experience plus 299. Hidden dragon power experience plus 635. Strike experience plus 896. Visualization true experience plus 428. Health is upgraded to LV7. 21 over 4500. Strike is upgraded to LV6. 56 over 3000. Xue Jing felt the improvement brought by the two newly upgraded skills and nodded. Sure enough, fighting is still the biggest improvement. This kind of death fight is equivalent to many days of hard work. He exhaled lightly. But, killing so many people in reality is still a bit creepy. Xue Jing calmed down his slightly fluctuating mood. This was the second time he killed someone after the shadow flame was activated, and he killed a bunch of people brutally. It was inevitable that he would be touched. Xue Jing was adjusting his mind with his powerful mind control when a greeting came from the side. Hello. Is this Mr. Xue? Xue Jing opened his eyes and turned to look. It was a tall and thin middle-aged man who was well-groomed. Chapter 111. The innate events forced the holy body and the CB swarm. They were all just coincidences. My name is Chen Liang. I'm the security director of the Infinite Star and the person in charge of the security of this cruise ship. The middle-aged man Chen Liang said in a somewhat cautious tone. Seeing his attitude, Xue Jing understood that the other party should have communicated with the police and knew what had just happened. So it's Director Chen. What do you want to talk to me about? Xue Jing asked with a smile. Chen Liang breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed the gentle kindness in Xue Jing's tone. He pondered for a moment and said, it's like this, Mr. Xue, it's our honor that you can choose to board our Infinite Star. Chen Liang secretly complained in his heart. Originally, after being notified by the Public Security Bureau of what happened at the dock, and knowing that the murderous teenager who killed more than a dozen people in front of him was actually a cruise passenger, the captain decided to refund the ticket and refused to let this person board the ship for safety reasons. But when the ticket refund process was in progress, the captain suddenly received a call. After nodding and bowing to the person on the other end of the phone, he told him that the ticket could not be refunded and the teenager must be allowed to board the ship. Therefore, the important task of appeasing this murderous maniac and preventing him from causing safety problems on the ship was forcibly handed over to him, the security director. This was a terrifying strong man who could kill his opponents without any injury in the face of dozens of gunmen. As a retired soldier, Chen Liang understood what this meant better than most people. In the environment on the cruise ship, if the other party wanted to, it would not be difficult to kill all the thousands of people on the ship. It was actually necessary to let such an extremely dangerous person on board. I really don't know what the captain received that phone call was about. After Chen Liang had said a lot of nice things, he continued, if we have not treated you well enough, or if you have encountered any unsatisfactory situation on the ship, please tell me directly, and I will try my best to meet all your requirements. Xue Jing blinked, looked at Chen Liang's upright standing posture since he appeared, as if he was receiving a lecture from his leader, reached out and patted the seat next to him, and smiled. Don't stand for now, sit down and talk, Director Chen. Chen Liang was stunned, hesitated for a while, and then slowly walked to Xue Jing's side and sat down. He still sat very cautiously, only half of his buttocks sat, his body was upright, and his hands were placed on his thighs. Don't worry, Director Chen, after all, I'm not a demon. On the contrary, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Xue Jing patted Chen Liang's shoulder. I won't do anything that will make it difficult for you, don't worry. Chen Liang smiled awkwardly. Although he didn't quite believe Xue Jing's words, he was still a little relieved after hearing this promise. Realizing that Xue Jing was at least a very normal person with a good temper from his verbal performance, Chen Liang also relaxed a lot and started to chat with him. Mr. Xue, let me introduce you to the Infinite Nova, which is one of the largest and most luxurious cruise ships in our 5th metropolitan circle. Xue Jing was undoubtedly a good listener. When listening to Chen Liang's introduction of the cruise ship, he did not lose his focus or perfunctorily ask some questions that tickled his itch from time to time, which greatly satisfied Chen Liang's desire to express himself. Chen Liang also gradually felt that the boy in front of him seemed to be a really good kid from the initial fear and defiance, and his attitude was much more relaxed. It was not until the ticket inspection time that Chen Liang stopped talking to Xue Jing with a sense of unsatisfied desire and personally took him through the ticket gate to board the ship and pass the security check. During the process, Xue Jing honestly entrusted the future knife to the staff for safekeeping. Chen Liang knew that this action had no practical significance. Even without the knife, Xue Jing was still an extremely dangerous existence. But this action meant that Xue Jing was a person who was willing to abide by the rules, which invisibly made many people on the ship, including Chen Liang, feel relieved. This was a huge cruise ship. As soon as Xue Jing boarded the deck, if it weren't for the slight shaking, he would not have felt that he was on a ship, but mistakenly thought he was in a small city. The first thing that caught his eye was an amusement park similar to a water park, with a large swimming pool and entertainment facilities such as water slides. At this time, many people were playing in swimsuits. Chen Liang led Xue Jing to the inner corridor and said, King Cheng is one of the voyages of the Infinite Nova. It will stop here for half a day for passengers to go ashore and play. You can move freely after putting your luggage in the guest room. Just board the ship before 6 p.m. There are a total of 15 restaurants on the ship, and almost all the specialties from all over the world are available. You are a first-class passenger and can dine in all restaurants at will. In addition, the captain has specially instructed that all special dishes and additional services are fully open to you without additional charges. After a while, Xue Jing followed Chen Liang to the interior of the ship. It was like a super large shopping mall center. Looking up, it was dozens of floors high and almost invisible at a glance. There are a total of 26 decks on the ship, 20 elevators scattered everywhere, and maps are hung on the walls of many places. Don't worry about getting lost. Your suite is on the 22nd floor. Xue Jing listened to the introduction while walking, and suddenly his expression changed. Director Chen, just send it here. I can find the room myself, he said. Hearing this, Chen Liang took 2 steps forward to help Xue Jing press the elevator button. In that case, I'll take my leave, Mr. Xue. If you need anything, please call me at any time or send me a message on WeChat and I will arrange it for you immediately, he said respectfully. Xue Jing nodded and smiled. Well, thank you. After watching Xue Jing get on the elevator, Chen Liang exhaled, turned around and left, and took out his mobile phone to make a call. Hello, Captain. It should be okay. The intermittent voice drifted away, but what Chen Liang didn't see was that a black cat was squatting in the shadow of the corner, with a pair of beautiful vertical pupils like emeralds staring at the elevator going up. Swoosh, the black cat disappeared from the spot, turned into a black lightning, and jumped around at a very fast speed. After a few climbs, it climbed up the 2nd, third, and fourth floors very smoothly. When it reached the fifth floor, the elevator door opened, and the black lightning rushed in, and then the door slowly closed again. Xue Jing felt his shoulders sink slightly, and when he turned around, he saw that Mao was already sitting upright, licking his right front paw. Teacher 1, what did you do just now? Xue Jing asked casually. Mao licked his right paw, washed the oil off his cheeks with his paw, and hummed, the food on this ship is not bad. Although it's not as good as what you cook, there are many varieties. I only eat a little bit of each dish in that restaurant, and I haven't finished half of it yet. Xue Jing smiled. Then have you been discovered? Discovered or not? Mao looked up at the surveillance camera in the corner of the elevator ceiling. Hasn't this been discovered? Xue Jing also looked at the camera and stretched out his hand to pinch his chin. Well, it shouldn't matter. They probably won't say anything. I just encountered some things outside. Xue Jing casually talked about being ambushed by dozens of people, and the elevator soon reached the 22nd floor. Xue Jing walked out of the elevator door, looked at the information on the ticket card, and began to look for the corresponding room. You live a wonderful life. Mao said thoughtfully. She originally thought that she had lived a miserable life being hunted by a large security company before she even reached adulthood, and her fate was rare in the world. But after getting along with Xue Jing for more than a month, she listened to what he had encountered, and even she herself was one of Xue Jing's encounters. Now she finally realized that his physique was somewhat problematic, like a primary school student of the god of death. TSK, I'm beginning to think that this ship might have an accident. Xue Jing laughed. How is it possible? You are too sensitive. It was just a coincidence before. While chatting, he found the room, clicked the induction door lock, and opened the door. This is one of the best suites on the Infinite Nova. The decoration is quite luxurious. There are 2 floors in total. There is a marble spiral staircase in the corner that leads to the 2nd floor. There are 4 round portholes in the room, and there is also a balcony that is neither too big nor too small. You can see the magnificent sea view when you walk out. It is quite comfortable. Xue Jing opened the luggage and took out the things inside. Got 1280 ordinary glasses, clothes, shampoo, shower gel, toothpaste, toothbrush, towel and the like. There is also an atomizer inhaler and many bottles of prepared, colorful liquid medicines placed in glass jars. These are the secret medicines used for daily martial arts practice on the road and in Fengcheng. Xue Jing put the things in order and put a women's dress and glasses in front of Mao. Come with me to eat, teacher 1. Mao lay on the soft bed, turned over lazily, 4 paws facing the sky, head almost sunk into the bed, and said lazily, I just ate. Xue Jing smiled and said gently, you eat buffet, right? Many dishes on this ship can only be made by chefs, and those are really delicious. Mao's ears trembled immediately. Then she turned over, stood up, and reluctantly said, then, I'll eat another pinch. Seeing Xue Jing staring at her, Mao pouted in an anthropomorphic way. What are you looking at? Why don't you turn around? Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. It's been so long. I've seen every place. What's there to be shy about? Mao opened her mouth, revealing her sharp fangs, picked up the clothes, and walked towards the bathroom. As she walked, she said vaguely, different. When she came out again, she was already in the form of a pretty cat-eared girl. Picking up the glasses on the bed and putting them on, covering up the presence of the gorgeous and narrow phoenix eyes, Ning Fengwen put her hands on her hips. Walk. At the tail propeller of the Infinite Nova, 2 figures, a man and a woman, were floating in the air. The woman held a fist-sized, white, clay-like solid object in her hand and stared at the man with some doubt. Are you sure we can encounter the CB swarm this way? This is the last ball of deep sea honey. There will be no more if we fail again. The man was confident. Don't worry, this information came from the mouth of that Mr. Fox. It's 100% correct. The woman curled her lips. What Mr. Fox said is correct, but this person always says half and keeps half, and the process and results are always different from what others think. The man chuckled and said, then, let's gamble on the probability of finding a needle in a haystack in the sea again. It's better to listen to Mr. Fox. There is a 100% chance of encountering a CB swarm. Which of the 2 choices do you choose? The woman sighed and said nothing more. Instead, she flashed into the water, took out a strange electric drill-like device from her body, drilled a small hole in the huge propeller with a diameter of nearly 8 meters, and then stuffed the white solid object in her hand into it. She surfaced again, shook her hair, moved her fingers, and countless steam emanated from her body, which quickly evaporated the seawater on her body. Alas, why do we have to do this? The woman sighed. There is no other way. If we don't want to get lost in that border area, we must be led by the Sea Bee Queen. Our boss has a bad relationship with the United Breeding, and the trade has been completely blocked. Even the middlemen dare not sell to us, so we can only catch them ourselves. The man scratched his head. Speaking of which, what reward did you give Mr. Fox? It's a divine relic, God 1590 extremely colorful bouquet. The boss gave it to me before I left, saying that I should take it to Mr. Fox when there's really no other way. This is too wasteful, using a divine relic as a reward. The boss said it doesn't matter. Although this thing has good capabilities, the side effects are too great, and it can't be used at all. It's just a waste in our hands. I don't know what Mr. Fox is going to do with collecting divine relics. It's said that he occasionally sells and gives away the divine relics he has to others, and there are a lot of confusing behaviors. Western food is mostly a gimmick. It sounds great, but it's not that delicious at all. In the restaurant, Ning Fengwen, wearing glasses, muttered while eating a fancy steak with a knife and fork. Xue Jing didn't reply, shook the coke in the goblet, and looked at the sea view outside the window. This restaurant is said to be only for passengers with special tickets, focusing on high-end, no ordering, only what the chef cooks. The only cups were high-heeled glasses. Xue Jing took a sip of coke, sighed, and smiled at Chen Liang who was standing next to him. Why did you personally deliver it? I'm so embarrassed. Director Chen, have you eaten? He asked after entering the restaurant, and the waiter said that there was no coke, and the dishes arranged today had to be paired with a specific red wine flavor. So Xue Jing sent a WeChat message to Chen Liang, and the other party personally came over with a large bottle of iced coke. I've already eaten, Mr. Xu. Chen Liang replied with a smile. Xue Jing thought for a while and said, Director Chen, sit down and chat for a while. I also have some questions to ask. Chen Liang replied yes, looked at Ning Fengwen who was eating with some doubts, and then sat down properly. Chapter 112. The real dragon is activated. The dragon-shaped energy is separated from the body, and the most handsome guy in the casino. The cruise ship has been sailing on the sea. Don't they usually encounter any danger? Xue Jing thought for a moment and asked. I don't know if it's intuition or something else. He was a little concerned about Ning Fengwen's words. I feel that this ship will have an accident, so he asked. After all, this is not a relatively peaceful and normal world like the Earth in the previous life. The phenomenon of the overlap of the two worlds does not only appear on land. On this planet where more than 70% of the surface is sea, there are no fewer places at the junction of the sea than on land. Upon hearing this, Security Director Chen Liang smiled and said, it's normal for you to have such doubts, but please rest assured. Although the ocean is too vast and too deep, we can't build an edge city defense line like on land to keep out all the creatures in the border areas, but we can still block most of them. The navy of ours Yuksha is very powerful. As a retired navy, I can assure you of this. Sea Persian creatures basically have one characteristic, that is, the bigger the stronger, and the stronger the bigger. Sea Persian species that are large enough cannot bypass the navy's defense line, so even if there are Sea Persian species that invade the interior, they are basically very weak, with few exceptions, and they cannot pose a threat to the cruise ship. Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. Few exceptions? Does that mean there are exceptions? Chen Liang laughed. That kind of situation rarely happens. It's even smaller than the probability of winning a multi-million jackpot. We won't be so unlucky. Ahahaha. At dusk, the sound of the whistle shook the dock, and the Infinite Nova slowly left the port and headed towards the predetermined route. In the suite on the 22nd floor, Xue Jing stood on the balcony, feeling the salty sea breeze, and slowly practiced the shaking armor technique. The shaking hull and uneven ground had no effect on him. He performed one complex and difficult movement after another, and combined with the advanced breathing method, he shook and tempered his muscles. Today, he practiced the shaking armor technique, which is a muscle training and also a spleen training. The spleen is combined with the flesh, and a strong spleen means a strong flesh. At the same time, in the concepts of ancient medicine and Taoism, the 5 senses corresponding to the spleen and flesh are mouth, that is, lips, which belong to touch. As the practice progressed, Xue Jing could feel that the skin all over his body seemed to be more sensitive. He detected a lot of information from the sea breeze blowing on him. Temperature, wind direction, humidity. Although it was not as accurate as the weather forecast to a few tenths, it was indeed vaguely felt. After a set of shaking armor technique, Xue Jing slowly finished his work, calming his breathing and trembling and numb muscles. Training the spleen can make one's sense of touch more acute. According to the master, the spleen is the most critical huangpio among the 5 internal organs, responsible for regulating the relationship and balance between all the 5 internal organs. As long as the spleen is strong enough, the other 5 internal organs will basically have no problems. It would be great if I could practice the Taoist Huangpio Gong. I don't know what the effect will be after practicing the world's best method of nourishing the internal organs. Xue Jing thought to himself. He took out the nebulizer, poured long lacin into it, put on the oxygen mask, pressed the start button, operated the breathing method, and began to take the medicine mist. I don't know how long it took. When he opened his eyes again, the nebulizer was empty. Left square bracket. Fitness experience plus 377. Hidden dragon strength experience plus 343. Health experience plus 225. Hidden dragon strength increased to LV6. 121 over 7000. Xue Jing's whole body trembled, and subtle dragon roars came from all over his body, as if he was happy and excited, and the surface of his skin trembled like waves. Hidden dragon strength. This special skill with the same level of experience requirement as visualization true, has finally been upgraded to the next level. Xue Jing closed his eyes and looked inward. In his body, a real dragon created purely by strength was swimming freely and happily in his body. Whenever he was having fun, a dragon roar came out, and his body was like a stirred river, making a surging and muffled sound. It's getting bigger. Xue Jing looked at the real dragon, that was becoming more and more lively and agile, and thought to himself. After LV6, its body has grown a lot, which also symbolizes that its strength is becoming more and more powerful. Not only that, the details of its body and appearance have become clearer and clearer, and the movements it shows are more and more like a living creature, rather than an abstract consciousness created by strength. Xue Jing's mind moved, and the real dragon immediately responded, swimming in the river in his body, and rushing to his arm. He threw a punch. The tip of his fist cut through the air, forming white waves, and then there was a dragon roar, and the white waves actually changed shape, turning into a rough real dragon, with the tip of his fist being the head of a dragon. It was as if he had punched out the real dragon in his body. No, it should be said that it was indeed punched out. At the end of this punch, the real dragon formed by the white waves actually broke away from his fist and flew forward with a roar. Clang, the balcony railing several meters away was directly hit by the dragon-shaped key force to create a dragon head-shaped gap. Xue Jing was stunned for a moment, his eyes showing deep thought. According to the physics and reality, he obviously did not reach the level of being able to punch the air with a lethal vacuum fist. Therefore, it is obvious that this should also be one of the manifestations of mental interference with self-reality. The hidden dragon power was upgraded, and the real dragon in the body gradually became active, turning the power that has no entity into the key power with entity. Interesting. Xue Jing was excited to see the prey, and directly started the consciousness simulation. Countless pixel blocks formed a virtual infinite nova. On the opposite side of the balcony, another Xue Jing also appeared. So, the two Xue Jings started to shoot dragon-shaped ki at each other, as if they were playing a gunfight. Countless white waves turned into real dragons, and blasted towards each other, and the sound of dragon roars was endless. Puff puff puff, unable to dodge, being hit by the dragon-shaped ki. It was almost the same as being hit by a real punch. Xue Jing touched the dragon head mark on his cheek and shook his dizzy head. There were dragon head-shaped holes everywhere on the deck, walls, and glass. After having a good time, Xue Jing exited the consciousness simulation. left square bracket. Combat experience plus 89. Hidden dragon power experience plus 233. Aiming experience plus 127. Visualization true experience plus 175. Walking back to the room from the balcony, Xue Jing went to the bathroom to take a shower and walked out of the bathroom. Ning Fengwen was lying on the bed, her chin resting on the pillow, her hands in front of her, flipping through a magazine. She was wearing a pink and white summer silk pajamas, shorts and a short t-shirt. Her pair of slender thighs, which were so white that they could dazzle the eyes, were kicking up and down. Her toes, which were not painted with nail polish, were as white as jade, and her black cat tail with a tail ring was swaying in the air, as if she was in a good mood. Teacher 1, I'm ready. Let's go out and play for a while, Xue Jing suggested. There are many entertainment facilities on this cruise ship. It's a rare trip here, so it seems a bit of a waste not to play for a while. Ning Fengwen yawned, revealing her sharp and cute little tiger teeth, and some tears oozed from her tired eyes. No, I want to sleep. Xue Jing glanced at the sky outside, which had completely darkened. It's only 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock is already very late for a kitten. Ning Fengwen closed the magazine in her hand and threw it on the bedside table next to her. She buried her little face in the soft pillow, looking like she had fallen asleep. You're just a jerk. Xue Jing shrugged and took out a wine red suit from the closet. This was a gift from his senior sister, Takia Marang, when he received the first commission from Kanglang Dojo and was going to Rusu Hotel. Takia Marang recommended this suit. He didn't know what brand it was. There was no brand name on it. He only knew that the material felt expensive. Xue Jing put on the suit, tied a tie, and looked in the mirror. Suit is a kind of clothing that looks weird on people with insufficient shoulder width, but Xue Jing obviously doesn't need to worry about this. The body shape shaped by Arban's many skills has been certified by Master Li Qi at the professional level. It can be said to be the most balanced and perfect body shape among the human species. The power is running, and the state of power reaching all four ends makes the medium length hair automatically slick back without wind. Put on a handsome suit and comb your hair into an adult look. The overly young face has become more mature under the background of clothes and hairstyle. The boyish feeling has faded a lot, replaced by a sexy charm. Ning Fengwen, who was lying on the bed, turned her head and secretly glanced at Xue Jing. 2 blushes immediately appeared on both sides of her cheeks, and her thighs rubbed against each other involuntarily. After buttoning up the cuffs of his wrists, Xue Jing walked out of the room. The reason why he dressed like this was because the place he was going to was a little special. Casino. It was not that the casino here stipulated that he had to wear a suit. He just wore it simply because of his admiration for God of Gamblers and the pursuit of that kind of atmosphere. Ordinary people must not touch drugs and gambling. One directly changes the structure of the human body, and the other directly changes the structure of the spirit. Xue Jing thought to himself as he walked towards the casino. There is no essential difference between gambling addiction and drug addiction. People who are addicted to gambling are no longer pursuing winning money, but the pleasure of winning gambling. This addiction will completely destroy a person. Any emotion and will are vulnerable in the face of this absolute spiritual pleasure. However, it doesn't matter to Xue Jing. The premise of being addicted to gambling is the importance of something, such as money. Only when money is valued enough can it affect the spirit and mood, and winning money will become a pleasure. And Xue Jing's pursuit is no longer money itself. This time he went to the casino, just to see it, expand his knowledge, and experience things he has never experienced. The gorgeous double doors were opened by 2 waiters in suits, and Xue Jing stepped into the casino. This is an extremely wide and huge 3-story casino. After entering it, there was a noisy sound, and countless men and women were already wandering inside. To Xue Jing's surprise, there were much fewer people wearing formal suits than he thought, probably only half, which made him a little disappointed, and felt that there was a lack of atmosphere. Stepping on the red carpeted stairs, Xue Jing walked into the casino. Before he could figure out what to do, a hurried figure walked towards him. Mr. Xue, you are here. Security Director Chen Liang greeted. Director Chen, you are really everywhere. Xue Jing smiled. Chen Liang said respectfully. Coincidence, coincidence. I just heard from the people below that they saw Mr. Zhu coming, and I happened to be here, so I came to say hello to you. Xue Jing walked in front, and Chen Liang followed him half a body behind. His outstanding appearance attracted the attention of people around him, and some even forgot that they were playing cards, which made the originally noisy casino quieter for a while. There is no doubt that the moment he came in, he became the most handsome guy in the whole casino. Xue Jing was already used to being watched, and he didn't react much. He just casually said to Chen Liang, speaking of which, the ship hasn't reached the high seas yet. Is it okay to open the casino now? Xuexia prohibits gambling, and the casino on the cruise ship must first go to the high seas and leave the territory of Xuexia before it can be opened. It hasn't reached the high seas yet, but the passengers present are not gambling now, they are just playing cards. Chen Liang smiled. Currently, all the chips in the casino are not bought with money. This is equivalent to the chips in Monopoly, which are simply used to play games. ZHUZI does not prohibit people from playing Monopoly. Chen Liang looked at the passengers at various card tables, who were either excited, nervous or frustrated. He said meaningfully, when the ship officially sails to the high seas, there will naturally be a way. He didn't say it all, but Xue Jing already understood. There are so many ways to take advantage of loopholes in all walks of life. Xue Jing smiled. Seeing that Xue Jing seemed to have no opinion on this, Chen Liang breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, yes. Our cruise company does not make money from tickets or the like. The main part of our income comes from the casino, so we naturally have to find ways. The two chatted all the way. Mr. Zhu, do you want to play a few rounds? Then I'll have someone bring you some chips. Chen Liang said. Before Xue Jing could answer, he suddenly felt a soft touch on his right arm. Little brother, you are so good looking. Would you like to play with me? Xue Jing turned his head to look when he heard a charming mature female voice. A short-haired woman, about 25 or 26 years old, with a pretty face and skin that was almost abnormally white, was looking at him with a smile. The woman was wearing a dark blue low-cut dress, and her roundness, that could be called a European Cup champion, was half exposed. She was hugging his arm and wrapping it in it. Xue Jing looked deep at the few indentations on the woman's face that were not obvious because of the makeup. He had seen such indentations before. What level of protective membrane is this? How could there be such a person with a foreign plant on the cruise ship in the outer ring? Come on, let's play together. If you lose, it will be my sister's, and if you win, it will all be yours, okay? The woman hugged Xue Jing's arm and rubbed it for a while, touching the soft part constantly, and said coquettishly. Xue Jing thought about it and smiled as bright as the warm sun. Sure, let's play together, dear sister. The woman's eyes were dazed for a moment, and she was almost stunned by his handsomeness. Then she couldn't help licking her lips and clamping her legs together to avoid leaking. This is your first time in the casino. Come, sister will teach you. There are many other things. Sister will teach you everything. A tall man who was playing cards not far away saw this scene and tutted in dissatisfaction. Chapter 113. The Giant God Brigade, the Unbeaten Lionheart's Warning. Russian Roulette. Xue looked at the handsome boy in front of her with great joy. Yes, a boy. Although his clothes and hairstyle were very mature, she, who was experienced, recognized him at a glance. He was a young boy who was not yet an adult, and was so young that he looked like a baby. His young face was full of mature calmness. It was obviously his first time in a casino. He was curious about everything, but he had no confidence at all. His body was straight and upright, and every step was neither fast nor slow. Every move was graceful and casual, as if he was walking in his own backyard. The muscles on his arms were soft and firm. You could tell at a touch that this was a beautiful body that had been trained for a long time. I have found a treasure, Xue thought to herself as she looked up at the boy's profile. As a member of the famous border hunter group Giant God Brigade, she accumulated unimaginable pressure in her daily work. In this kind of work environment, where you can lose your life if you are not careful, and you have to be prepared to live until tomorrow, you must vent from time to time, otherwise you will soon go crazy. Although she is currently on a mission, it is not appropriate for her to go hunting for beauties at this time. Her professionalism is very high, and she has never made mistakes during a mission. But this young man in front of her is really too tempting. Since the boss offended the supergiant company United Breeding some time ago, the situation of the brigade has become increasingly bad, and her pressure is also increasing, and her mind is getting more and more tense. She was sent out to capture the Sea Bee Queen, but she couldn't even see the bee colony after searching for a long time. Now she can only hope for the information from the charlatan Mr. Fox, but the other party is a well-known fun person, and the information he gave is half-hearted and deliberately misleading. She doesn't know what will happen next, so she can only wait anxiously. The pressure has accumulated too much, and it is almost reaching the critical point. In this situation, how can she resist meeting such a beautiful boy? If she misses the opportunity to have sex with this person, she will definitely regret it for the rest of her life. After Xue Jing had this thought in her mind, she couldn't hold it anymore, and she didn't care that she was still on a mission, and stepped forward to hug the boy's arm. Then, Mr. Xue, I'll take my leave first. I wish you a good time. Seeing this, Chen Liang, who was standing next to him, showed an expression that said I understand everything and smiled. See you later, Director Chen. Xue Jing nodded. Chen Liang turned and left, shaking his head with a smile. After all, Mr. Xue is also a teenager in adolescence, who is interested in that kind of thing. After he left, Xue Jing leaned her head on Xue Jing's shoulder, and said with a smile, brother, what's your name? Xue Jing glanced at her as his arms were hugged tighter and tighter. The woman's face was getting more and more rosy, and her eyes were covered with a layer of mist, almost dripping with water, as if she was drugged. Xue Jing thought for a moment, lowered his head to her ear, and whispered, before asking someone's name, you should introduce yourself first. What a bad sister who doesn't know manners. The warm and slightly hot breath sprinkled on her ears, and Xue Jing's whole body stiffened. The numbness started from her scalp and gradually spread to her whole body. The pores on her body opened, as if she was electrocuted, but she didn't feel any pain. Instead, she felt like she was falling into the clouds. Unspeakable throbbing spread from her mind. An unimaginable extreme pleasure almost broke her mental will. Xue Jing trembled all over, clenched her teeth tightly, and reached out to cover her mouth. Xue Jing looked at the little water stains that suddenly appeared on the carpet, moved the corners of his mouth, and was a little speechless. This is a bit. Xue Jing's eyes were hazy, and she was hanging on Xue Jing, looking at this boy who defeated her with just one sentence, barely keeping her last bit of sobriety. My sister's name is a secret. No, I can't tell you. Xue Jing said coquettishly. She wanted to give a fake name casually, but at the moment of speaking, she was inexplicably unwilling to deceive this boy, and finally said such a witty remark. Xue Jing nodded and smiled. Okay. Meeting each other by chance without knowing each other's names is also interesting. So, what are we going to play? In the suite on the 22nd floor, Ning Fengwen was lying on the bed, about to fall asleep in a daze, and suddenly she felt irritated and opened her eyes. She frowned, put her hand on her heart, and asked in confusion, what's going on? An inexplicable anger emerged in her heart. It was a very strange feeling of being violated. It was as if she saw that someone was gradually getting hold of a treasure that she absolutely did not allow anyone to touch. She was very impatient and angry, but she didn't know where this feeling came from. Ning Fengwen covered her head with the quilt, trying to suppress the feeling and sleep. But she soon opened the quilt again, sat up, and scratched her hair with both hands in annoyance. The admiration and infatuation that almost overflowed from his eyes were enough to make any adolescent dizzy. Xue Jing just smiled and said nothing. Xue Jing gritted her teeth, thinking that this person was too difficult to deal with, and she was indifferent to him. But the fire in her heart was uncontrollably burning more and more fiercely under Xue Jing's pull, almost going crazy. I must get him. If it doesn't work, even if I have to use force. Xue Jing thought viciously. Although that would destroy most of the fun, she really couldn't bear it. If she couldn't get this person, she would suffocate to death. Not knowing that the strange woman next to him was already thinking about something even stranger, Xue Jing pinched his chin and thought to himself, it seems that I can really be a gambling god. Unfortunately, he has an absolute cheat in almost all card table gambling games. Perspective. The existence of Visualization true allows him to directly visualize what each covered card is when he sees the cards with his eyes and gets enough information. Just like playing blackjack now, being able to see through the dealer's hidden cards guarantees his chance of winning, and being able to see every card that will be dealt next allows him to understand the direction of the entire game right from the start. It's like a god mode that requires following rules and has some restrictions. Can't lose at all. Just as he was thinking about things, a loud voice suddenly came from the side. "Hey, you look awesome." Xue Jing tapped the table with his fingers and turned his head to look. A tall and strong man, whose suit was bulging, stood beside him at some point and looked down at him expressionlessly. Xue Jing's gaze lingered on the few dimples on his face. "Are you interested in gambling with me?" the man said in a flat tone. Before Xue Jing could reply, Xue beside him stood up, with a cold look on her pretty face. "Wei, what do you want to do?" The man seemed to have not heard her and ignored her directly, staring at Xue Jing. The passengers watching around also noticed that the atmosphere seemed a little off and the noisy scene gradually quieted down. Xue Jing looked back and forth between the two people with xenomorphs for a while, thought for a while, and smiled. "Okay, what do you want to bet on?" Upon hearing this, the man reached into the lining of his suit and took out a silver revolver, which he slapped on the table. The appearance of the dangerous firearm immediately caused a burst of exclamations from the people around. "Gun? Is it a real gun? What do you mean, betting on a gun? Russian roulette?" A smart staff member saw the man pull out a gun and immediately left the scene to call security personnel. Perhaps it was the nature of human curiosity, or perhaps it was because they didn't believe that this was a real gun. Most people didn't leave when they saw such a dangerous thing, but continued to watch with great interest. Xue face changed, and she slapped the table fiercely, gritting her teeth and said, "Wei, don't go too far." Her strength was extremely strong, which was completely inconsistent with her appearance. The huge card table was tilted and tilted up by her slap, and almost turned over. It stayed in the air for a long time, before falling back under the action of gravity. The chips and cards on the table were scattered all over the floor, making a clattering sound, and the revolver also fell to the ground. The tall man finally turned his eyes to her and said expressionlessly, "Too much? You are the one who is too much. Don't you know what you are doing now?" Xue was stagnant, but she was speechless. The man continued to look at Xue Jing. "As you can see, Russian roulette. Do you want to play?" At this time, countless footsteps sounded. The crowd of onlookers was separated, and the security director Chen Liang walked in with a group of people. He looked at the field and saw Xue Jing's figure. He was stunned for a moment and said hesitantly, "Mr. Xue?" Xue Jing did not look at him, but waved his hand sideways to him. Chen Liang understood that this meant that he should not interfere. He nodded silently, restrained his men, and joined the crowd of onlookers. Xue Jing picked up the revolver from the ground. The silver gun body had extremely beautiful lines. The overall size was much larger than that of an ordinary pistol. The barrel was very long, and it looked like a large caliber revolver. Xue Jing was not a military fan, and had basically never paid attention to the models of firearms in this world. He could not recognize what this revolver was, but just by looking at the appearance, he knew that the firepower was definitely fierce, and it was not an ordinary pistol. It's like shooting a Hong Kong gambling movie. Things are getting interesting. Xue Jing became interested, put the revolver on the table, stood up, looked directly into the man's eyes, and said with interest, "Okay, let's play it. What's the bet?" Xue, who was next to him, heard this and immediately became anxious. "Brother, this is not a joke. Someone will die. This guy is a lunatic. Don't pay attention to him. Let's go play something else, okay?" Xue pulled Xue Jing's sleeve and looked at him pleadingly. How could he die before he had a chance to have sex with this man? Xue had a strong premonition that if she couldn't get this man, she would definitely be left with a lifetime of regret. Did he want her to have sex with him? The tall man looked at Xue Jing deeply and said, "It's rare. You have guts." He picked up the revolver on the table, took out the cylinder, and then took out a brass bullet from his pocket and stuffed it into one of the bullet holes. The cylinder closed, and he moved it with his hand, and it started to rotate in the gun body, and then stopped. The rules are simple. The first move is decided by rock paper scissors. The winner can designate himself or the other person to shoot first. The designated person points the gun at his own head and can fire as many shots as he wants, but he must fire at least one shot. There is only one bullet in the gun, and the other 5 are empty. In other words, one of the 6 shots must be a real bullet. The man paused when he said this. As for the bet, if you can survive, I will give you 10 million Yuksha coins. If you die, there is no other price. The man said indifferently. His goal was to stop Xue from messing around and delaying the business. Killing the boy would be enough, and no other bets were needed. He knew very well that the bullet in the revolver would be fired after which shot. Next, as long as he won the rock paper scissors game and designated himself as the first mover, the boy would be dead. And the rock paper scissors game, you are talking as if you are sure to win. But it's very interesting. I agree. Xue Jing smiled and said. Xue grabbed Xue Jing's sleeve and shook her head frantically. No, don't agree. You will lose. You will definitely lose. You will really die. The people around were very excited and talked about it. We are really going to play Russian roulette, and that revolver is a real gun. I didn't expect to see such a scene on a cruise ship. The money was really well spent. I'm a little scared to watch, but I really want to watch it. Ignoring Xue dissuasion and the noise around him, Xue Jing chuckled and said, shall we start? The man looked at him deeply. Interesting boy. I will remember you. He stretched out his arm, and Xue Jing did the same. Scissors, rock, paper. The two raised their arms at the same time and swung them down. The tall man's eyes condensed, and a blue light emerged from his left eye, and countless invisible data kept jumping and flowing in it. From the tendency of Xue Jing's eyes, to the wriggling of his arm muscles, to the possibility of his palm extending. All the data was continuously analyzed by him, and finally a conclusion was drawn. Rock. 12% scissors. 57% paper. 31% is it most likely to be scissors. It doesn't matter, no matter what you choose. At the last moment, I will change my hand gesture at a speed you can't see, and you will lose no matter what. The man thought so, and at the moment when the palms of the two stopped, he saw Xue Jing's hand gesture. It was actually paper. The data analysis is not accurate. The man quickly changed his palm into the scissors gesture at a speed that the human eye cannot detect. The result came out. The man chose scissors. Xue Jing chose rock. It seems that I'm lucky. I won. Xue Jing raised his clenched fist and chuckled. The man's pupils suddenly contracted. How is it possible? Chapter 114. I'm a true feminist. This guy is practicing traditional martial arts. Question mark? That good looking boy won. That's great. I don't want to see him die. What a waste. He just won the rock paper scissors game. I don't know what will happen next. He can choose to go first or second. He should choose to go first. The chance of the first shot being a real bullet is only 1 in 6. Going first is definitely in his favor. This boy is really lucky. Going first has a big advantage. The discussion around him reached the ears of the tall man, and his expression was uncertain. Luck. How the hell could this be luck? At the last moment of the rock paper scissors game, he changed his gesture at a speed that ordinary people could never react to or see clearly, and played scissors. However, the final result was that he lost. Self-inspection completed, running in good condition, no abnormalities found. A message in green font appeared in Yi's eyes. There was no mistake, which means that he did see that the other party played paper at the last moment. In this case, there is only one possibility. This kid, his reaction speed and action speed are better than mine. The tall man's heart sank. At the last moment, the boy first made a paper gesture, and then when he saw the paper, he made a scissors gesture, but the other party quickly replaced the paper with rock. The reaction time and action time added together are estimated to be less than 0.01 seconds. But this boy did it. How could it be possible? Xue finally realized that something was wrong. This handsome boy who made people salivate was not simple. She looked at Xue Jing with complicated eyes and said nothing. Then let's start from my side. Xue Jing smiled and reached out to pick up the revolver on the table. The man didn't say anything, just watched Xue Jing's actions. Logically speaking, this boy should not know which shot the real bullet will be fired. He was the one who loaded the bullet and turned the cylinder, and only he knew which shot it was. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel lucky. Based on the cautious mind of adding an extra layer of insurance, he moved the real bullet to a very back position in the 5th shot. As long as this guy is a little less timid and shoots him less than 4 times, he can still win. Speaking of which, this guy, what's your name? Xue Jing casually opened the safety on his revolver, as if he was taking snacks in his own living room, and asked casually. My last name is Wei. The tall man surnamed Wei spoke lightly. Xue Jing raised the revolver, and shot himself in the head. Catcher, the cylinder turned and made a sound, but no bullet was fired, but the crowd around him let out a low cry, and some people covered their eyes, not daring to look. Oh. It turned out to be Mr. Wei. Xue Jing smiled. Although he didn't know which way it was, it didn't matter. As he spoke, Xue Jing turned the safety on the revolver off and on again, and continued to pick it up, and shot himself in the head. Catcher, there was a low cry around, and the security director Chen Liang who was watching also began to get nervous, and swallowed his saliva. Mr. Xue is indeed a master who can escape unscathed from dozens of gunmen. Those who don't know him would think that he is holding a toy gun and is playing with it casually. His movements are too casual and too relaxed. I have a question for Mr. Wei. Xue Jing said without any change in his expression, not like someone who is experiencing a life and death crisis. The man surnamed Wei narrowed his eyes and said lightly, speak. Catcher, Xue Jing fired the 3rd shot at his head. The 3rd shot. Someone around exclaimed. That's enough, don't shoot anymore. 3 shots didn't fire real bullets. There is a 1/3 chance that you will die with each shot that follows. No, the probability is not calculated like this. I forgot how it was calculated specifically. Anyway, the probability of the next shot firing a real bullet is very high. One more bet. I suggest one more bet. The 3 shots that have been fired are all past probabilities, which have little to do with the one that is about to be fired now. We should take advantage of our good luck to continue to increase the opponent's hit rate. TSK, gamblers are really scary. The noise around did not affect the scene. Xue Jing turned the safety of his revolver on and off, looking like he was considering whether to continue shooting. He pinched his chin and said, well, I just want to ask, Mr. Wei, you are going to die soon. How are you going to give me the 10 million yuan you promised me? Can you transfer it in advance? The man surnamed Wei looked at him deeply and said, I will not go back on my word. Xue Jing smiled and said nothing more. He raised the revolver and fired the 4th shot at his head. Click, the cylinder turned again, and there was still a blank bullet. The people around were boiling. 4th shot. Missed 4 shots in a row. Unbeatable such luck. I suggest you just bet on the 5th shot. 1 in 2 chances? That's not how it's calculated. Although there is indeed 1 blank and 1 real bullet left, you can't use the calculation of 1 shot and 1 missed. You have to use the 5th shot out of 6 shots to calculate the probability. This probability is much greater than 1 in 2. I forgot the exact number. It's very simple. The first shot missed 5/6, the second shot 4/5, the third shot and so on. Multiply the probabilities of each shot together to get the final probability. Let me calculate. Pulling out a cell phone. The probability that the 5th shot is still a blank is 1 in 6. Hiss. Then the probability that the next shot is a real bullet is more than 80%. Change people, brother. Give the gun to the other party. You have basically won. Someone outside the field began to shout suggestions to Xue Jing. Xue Jing didn't say anything. The man surnamed Wei had a blank expression on his face and seemed indifferent. In silence, Xue Jing slowly raised his pistol and pointed it at his head, as if he was about to fire the 5th shot. The man surnamed Wei's heart skipped a beat, but he suppressed his emotions and didn't show them on his face. The 5th shot was a real bullet. This kid is too arrogant. He actually wants to bet that all 5 shots will go empty. He's courting death. He stared at Xue Jing's finger on the trigger. Press it. Shoot. Shoot. The man surnamed Wei wanted to step forward and help press it himself. He seemed to have seen the scene where the upper part of the boy's head in front of him was completely blown up and brains and blood were splattered all over the place. In the 5th shot. Xue Jing felt the numbness and coldness coming from his temple where the muzzle of the gun was pressed, and the instinctive warnings that his whole body was faintly resisting, and thought to himself, twin instincts. The strong instinctive intuition, after the first 4 shots were completely indifferent, finally reacted when he was about to press the trigger of the 5th shot. This bet, I have already won, since the end of the rock paper scissors game. Xue Jing smiled, and put down the revolver in his hand as the man surnamed Wen's eyes twitched. Well, as expected, Mr. Wen should be given some sense of participation. The 5th shot will be handed over to you. He smiled and handed the revolver in his hand to the man surnamed Wen. The man surnamed Wen looked at the revolver handed over in silence. This gun was specially modified by him. It is very powerful. It can shoot through an elephant from head to tail with 1 shot. Although he has B3 protective membrane and R2 gold muscle, and even has giant blood implanted in his bone marrow, it has basically been alienated now, and the bone hardness and blood forming ability are far superior to ordinary people. Taking a bullet from this revolver is not fatal to him. But if it is aimed at the head, it will at least be a serious injury. Even if the bullet itself cannot penetrate his body, the kinetic energy shock generated is enough to make his brain drink a pot. It doesn't matter if it is seriously injured, but the problem is that he still has an important task to complete. The man surnamed Wen's face is uncertain. Xue Jing, who has been silent next to him, also changed his expression. She had worked with the man surnamed Wen for a long time, and knew his style of doing things. She already knew what was going to happen next. Wen, are you sure you want to do this? Xue Jing said loudly, with deep reluctance in her tone. The man surnamed Wen reached out to take the revolver handed over by Xue Jing, but instead of aiming at his own head, he aimed it at Xue Jing's forehead. The people around were shocked and puzzled. Xue Jing was pointed at by a gun, but his expression did not change, but he sighed softly. It seems that Mr. Wen is going to break his promise. The man surnamed Wen said calmly, 10 million, I will call your family. As for breaking your promise, do you still remember the bet I mentioned at the beginning? As soon as these words came out, people with good memories in the crowd immediately recalled and said, it seems to be, if you can survive, I will give you 10 million Xuexia coins, and if you die, no other price is required. Everyone immediately understood what the man surnamed Wen meant. Xue Jing shook his head and said calmly, Mr. Wen, this is sophistry. It is indeed sophistry. The man surnamed Wen nodded in approval. But, I'm sorry. Bang, the trigger was pulled, and the cylinder rotated. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the violent gunshot shook the entire casino. The brass-colored bullet came out of the gun and shot towards the forehead of the boy who was always calm and composed. The next moment, bang, a figure flew backwards at a very fast speed, smashing countless card tables and chairs along the way, passing through several walls, leaving several human-shaped holes, and no one knew where it flew to. In the field, only the boy in a burgundy suit was left, slowly retracting his kicked right leg. White smoke was wrapped around his black leather shoes, and Xue Jing frowned slightly. At the moment, when the revolver was ejected from the gun, he activated the speed of the twins, dodging the bullet, while kicking out a straight kick with the force of shaking the sparks. This move is a defense-breaking skill that uses force to infuse the enemy's body and explode. After seeing that the opponent has a protective membrane that is extremely effective in protecting against force, Xue Jing chose to use this move, wanting to bypass the membrane to attack. But in theory, this move belongs to the use of soft force, and it should not have the momentum to kick the opponent far away, unless the soft force is blocked outside and cannot be infused into the opponent's body and can only explode outside in the end. Even the shaking starfire can be defended to this extent. The restraint of the protective membrane on martial artists is too exaggerated. Xue Jing shook his head. Bang, a gunshot sounded, and Xue Jing, who was using his twin instincts, tilted his head slightly. The bullet just passed through his ear, bringing a strong wind and blowing his hair on the left side. At this time, the crowd around realized what happened and began to flee the casino in panic, with screams from time to time. It's okay to watch Russian roulette, but if you stay any longer in this kind of fight between gods, mortals will surely suffer. Xue Jing was looking for the position of the man surnamed Wei, and suddenly his expression moved, and his skin felt a slight airflow fluctuation. He instinctively reached out and grabbed a slender wrist holding a black dagger that was stabbing at him. "Oh, good sister, you really hurt my heart this time." Xue Jing looked at Qiao Wang in front of him with a bit of surprise. The latter's eyes were extremely complicated, and there were even tears rolling down the corners of her eyes, but her hands were not slow. She turned the black dagger in her backhand, forcing Xue Jing to let go of her wrist, and then stabbed him at a very fast speed. While attacking very ruthlessly and with deadly moves, she choked with grief and said, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Xue Jing's palms were densely covered with dragon scale marks. He took the next stab and held the dagger, restricting Qiao Wang's movements. Then he grabbed her neck with his other hand and lifted her up, 1 foot off the ground. Spiral indentations appeared on Xue Jing's arm, and his arm muscles tightened. He suddenly clenched the hand holding the slender neck. Yin, catcher, accompanied by the dragon's roar and the creepy sound of bone cracking. Qiao Wang's neck was directly squeezed into the thickness of a sugar cane by Xue Jing. Ah. Her pretty face rolled up her eyes, her mouth opened wide, and her tongue was squeezed out in an exaggerated way. A lot of blood and pieces of meat flowed out of her mouth and nostrils. Qiao Wang's head tilted, her limbs stretched out, and she stopped struggling. Throwing her body aside, Xue Jing said in a flat tone, "You may think that an apology will help, but unfortunately, I'm a true feminist." After adjusting his slightly wrinkled burgundy suit, Xue Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. The crowd had basically fled the casino, and at this moment, the venue was in a strange silence. Xue Jing began to walk around the field slowly. His leather shoes made a creaking sound as they stepped on the floor covered with sawdust, chips, cards, etc. Xue Jing suddenly had some strange thoughts. Why do I feel like I'm a boss, and someone is trying to conquer me? The man surnamed Wei, who was hiding in the dark, took a look at Xue Jing who was walking leisurely, lifted his clothes, and touched the obvious red shoe print on his chest. What a monster. The artificial eye in his eyes kept popping up data analysis of the boy in the distance. Physical level estimation. 3.64.2. Physical alienation rate, less than 1%. Comprehensive risk level assessment. 4.14.5. The man surnamed Wen's eyes paused on physical alienation rate, less than 1%, and he was shocked. No implants, no banned drugs. He's actually a fucking martial artist? Looking at the young man's face, that was clearly not yet an adult, the corners of Wen's mouth twitched. Chapter 115. Useful Shadow Flame. Cutting with a hand knife. CB swarm attacks. This damned stinky woman. The man surnamed Wei glanced at Qiao Wang's body lying on the ground. His eyes narrowed slightly. If she hadn't had evil thoughts in the middle of the mission and had to have sex with the boy, things wouldn't have come to this. Fortunately, she still knows that the mission is more important. The nail has been planted, and it depends on what effect it can have in the future. The man surnamed Wei shifted his gaze from Qiao Wang's body to the spotless boy not far away. He unscrewed the cylinder of the revolver in his hand with a very steady movement, took out the brass bullet, and loaded it into it. The process was silent. When he loaded the last bullet, he took out a bullet that was completely red and had a sharper bullet. After loading, he returned the cylinder to its original position, turned it a little, and adjusted the red bullet to the 6th round. It's a pity that before leaving, for the convenience of movement, I left ice at the base and didn't bring it here. Otherwise, I could have played close combat with him. The man surnamed Wei looked thoughtful. Now there is only one gun. Without a lot of firepower coverage, it is difficult to pose any threat to a martial artist of this level. Should we go back to the room to get equipment first? Just as he was thinking, Xue Jing, who was walking around in the field, suddenly stopped. Then he leaned over and picked up something from the ground. Is that dice? The man surnamed Wei looked carefully at what Xue Jing picked up. It was two 16-sided dice used in some unknown game. Each side was engraved with Arabic numerals. It was much larger than ordinary dice, almost 1/3 the size of a fist, and judging from the color, it should be made of metal. Just as he was wondering what Xue Jing was going to do, the man surnamed Wei saw that the other party closed his eyes. Then he put one of the dice on his right hand and threw it up casually, as if feeling the weight. While holding the other dice with his other hand, he stretched out his index finger and pointed in the air around him. Until he pointed to the direction of the man surnamed Wei, Xue Jing's finger stopped. The man surnamed Wei inexplicably had a bad premonition in his heart. He believed in his feelings and dodged to the side very quickly. The next moment, boom. The place where he was originally located was like being pierced by a cannonball. Tables, chairs, screens, glass, walls, everything in a straight line, all had a circular spiral hole. What the hell is this? The man surnamed Wei looked at the scene and exclaimed. Before he could make any more moves, a slender figure in a burgundy suit suddenly appeared in front of him. It was just like being jump scare in a horror game. In addition to being terrified, the man surnamed Wei reacted quickly, raised the revolver in his hand very quickly, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The rotating brass bullet flew towards the boy's forehead, and of course he dodged it by turning his head in advance. The man surnamed Wei did not think that this shot would achieve anything, but just used it to slightly block the opponent's movements. After firing a shot, he quickly reached into the lining of his coat and took out a lighter with a metal shell and countless small holes. He turned his finger on the ignition device. There was no spark, but the entire lighter exploded with a bang. Incredibly strong flashes and noises came from the exploded lighter. But the man surnamed Wei turned around, and a transparent film suddenly grew out of the ear wall, blocking most of the damage from the noise of more than 180 decibels. But even so, he still felt his brain trembling, and his ears were buzzing. He could hardly keep his balance, staggered twice, and almost fell to the ground. He did not move around, but quietly waited for his unbalanced brain to recover. The stun bomb exploded right in front of him. He was prepared in advance, and turned his back, to avoid the strong light. The reflected light did not cause much damage to his artificial eye, and the protective film in the ear also blocked most of the sound waves. For ordinary people, the blast bomb would blind them and make them faint. For him, it would only take a few seconds for him to regain his vision and balance. Xue Jing was in a much worse situation than him. This was a weapon targeting the senses. The senses of martial artists were more sensitive than those of ordinary people. Overly sharp vision and hearing would cause them to suffer greater damage. Now both of them were controlled. As long as he waited for Xue Jing to recover first, Xue Jing would naturally be at his mercy. You are still too young to approach me without any protective measures. It's over. The man surnamed Wei thought to himself. At this time, he felt an extremely violent impact on his back. He instantly left the ground and shot forward like a javelin. Bang! He plunged into a huge load-bearing column in the casino and pierced the column. What's going on? Feeling a burning pain in his back, the man surnamed Wei reached out and touched his back and found that the skin there had been twisted together as if it was being pinched by an invisible hand. Turning his head, he saw the slender figure with his recovered vision. The young man stood straight and was retracting his fist without losing his vision or balance. The man surnamed Wei shook his head as if his vision had not yet fully recovered and he had some blurry visions. He seemed to see that the black flames in the young man's eyes and ear holes were jumping and burning. The young man's mouth moved as if he was saying something, but because his ears had not fully recovered, he could not hear it clearly. You have so many tricks, but it's a pity that they are useless to me. Xue Jing looked at the man surnamed Wei, and the shadow flames burned quietly in his pupils and ears. Just as the other party took out the stun bomb disguised as a lighter, he instinctively used the shadow flames, turning the shadows around him into black flames, blocking his ears and eyes. The intense light and sound waves, after invading his eyes and ears, were directly burned clean by the black flames that annihilated everything. He only felt as if a breeze was blowing through his body. This skill is so useful. Xue Jing couldn't help but sigh. He stepped on the ground and came in front of the man surnamed Wei, just about to continue attacking. Boy, don't underestimate me, the man surnamed Wei said in a low voice, and at the same time, his left hand suddenly swelled up a lot. It was not just the expansion of muscles, but all parts of the right hand were enlarged more than 10 times in the same proportion. It was like a giant's arm was installed on a human body. The fist, which was several times larger than a casserole, was swung towards Xue Jing with a violent sound and might. stirring the airflow, and it was obvious that it was powerful. But Xue Jing's eyes lit up. Interesting. He didn't even dodge, but stood in place, as if he wanted to take the punch with his torso. The man surnamed Wei originally wanted to just force him back, but seeing that Xue Jing didn't seem to have the intention of dodging, he immediately concentrated and gritted his teeth, making the swollen arm grow a circle larger. This move is his use of the giant blood in his body. He is not very proficient at it yet. Using it will increase the alienation rate of his body. If the situation is not urgent, he would not have planned to use it. Unexpectedly, this kid actually planned not to dodge and take it directly. Then let you die. A fist much larger than his body was approaching, and Xue Jing felt like he was standing in front of a railroad track. The huge fist hit him like a locomotive. Bang! With a loud bang, the giant fist connected with his body, and a circle of circular airwaves burst out. But Xue Jing stood firmly in place and was not directly knocked away by a punch. He activated the twin defenses, and his bones trembled and made a rumbling sound of thunder. The huge and unimaginable impact force poured into his body, but was slowly born, absorbed, and transformed by his bones. The force was agitated, and the dragon roared. All the kinetic energy was completely born and absorbed by the bones. Even with Xue Jing's strong body at this time, his bones could not help but start to make unbearable wails. With his whole body full of strength, Xue Jing turned around and threw a backhand swing punch, carrying the kinetic energy in his bones. Hidden Dragon Style, Fengyuan Wei. The Hidden Dragon Style counterattack technique, which had not been used for a long time, erupted again. This punch not only contained his own strength, but also all the kinetic energy of the giant fist swung by the man surnamed Wei. Puff, snap without any obstruction. The huge arm in front of him, starting from the fist bone at the middle finger, was cut open, as if by a knife. The crack kept tearing inwards, just like a piece of paper being torn, from the fist bone to the forearm, upper arm, shoulder. Xue Jing felt his still trembling bones, looked at the man surnamed Wei and praised, "Amazing. How did you do this? Is it a kind of alien plant?" The huge left arm of the man surnamed Wei gradually shrank back to its original size, still maintaining the appearance of being split in half from the middle of the fist bone, hanging weakly on the ground, like two noodles hanging on the body. He covered his shoulder, panting, and stared at Xue Jing. This monster. He actually took the giant's fist with human flesh. At this age, it is simply horrifying. Alien plant? I guess so. I have implanted giant blood in my bone marrow. This is one of the strongest races in the terrestrial species, the blood of the giant species, so my body can change into the appearance of a giant, the man surnamed Wei said. Seeing that he seemed willing to cooperate, Xue Jing did not attack again, but asked, "I'm very curious, who are you two, and what is your purpose in coming to this ship?" The man surnamed Wei seemed to have admitted defeat, and no longer took any other action, but answered honestly, "We are members of the Giant God Brigade, a hunter group in the border area. The purpose of coming here is to capture a sea-dwelling creature called Sea Queen." Xue Jing was about to ask more questions, but suddenly his body tensed up, and his hair stood on end. Subconsciously, the marks of dragon scales appeared all over his body, and he wanted to use the absolute defense of the golden scales. At this time, a sound came from the side. "Jing, I told you, with you on this ship, something will definitely happen." Ning Fengwen, who appeared behind him at some point, wearing a beautiful black lace dress and glasses, said speechlessly. She was stretching out her slender jade-like palm to grab the wrist of Xue Jing, who also came behind him at some point. "Teacher 1. And, her?" Xue Jing looked at the woman who should have been killed by him with some surprise. At this time, her neck had returned to normal, but the red finger marks on it still told what had just happened. In her hand, she was holding a black dagger, the front end of which was emitting green light and trembling silently. "High frequency weapon. Damn it." The man surnamed Wei cursed when he saw Xue Jing's sneak attack failed. This nail that was buried from the beginning, which should have been the one to decide the outcome, was actually messed up by a girl who came in from nowhere. Bang 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 bang. The man surnamed Wei quickly raised his revolver and fired 4 shots at Xue Jing and Ning Fengwen. Xue Jing and Ning Fengwen dodged. Go. The man surnamed Wendy shouted loudly, and the whole person flew into the air, and Kaiowang did the same. These two people actually have the ability to fly similar to the dragon wing device. Teacher 1, I'll leave the woman to you. Xue Jing looked at Ning Fengwen and spoke softly. Don't worry. Ning Fengwen adjusted her glasses. In the reflection, her narrow eyes looked at Kaiowang in the air. Her eyes narrowed slightly. For some reason, although it was just their first meeting, she felt inexplicably angry when she saw this woman. Silver white sharp claws popped out from the tips of her 10 fingers. Snake killing vanguard. Then the whole person disappeared on the spot, like a cat, running on the wall in a full-legged form at an extremely fast speed. The claws scratched 10 small holes on the wall, and approached Kaiowang quickly, as if walking on flat ground. The casino is a closed space, and the 3 floors are only more than 10 meters high. For her and Xue Jing, it doesn't matter whether the enemy can fly or not. It makes no difference. Xue Jing raised his foot and stepped on several stair handrails to gain leverage, and then rushed straight towards the man surnamed Wendy. After what happened just now, he was too lazy to play around anymore. The man surnamed Wendy was trying to dodge in the air and suddenly saw a pair of soft silver white eyes. They were like the bright moon in the sky, quiet and gentle eyes. Silently, the moonlight sprinkled on his eyes, and the man surnamed Wendy froze and stopped moving. Xue Jing stretched out his right hand and made his palm into a hand knife. Countless black air currents floated out from the shadows around him, condensed on the edge of the hand knife, and coated with a sharp black film. Spiral indentations emerged from his arm, condensed and extended to the hand knife, and gathered together. Swish, a black spiral line flashed in the air. The man surnamed Wendy was split into 2 in the air, and cut in half on the spot. The 2 halves of the body fell to the ground, and internal organs, intestines, blood and other things poured out of it. The upper half of the man surnamed Wendy's face looked unconscious, but his fingers subconsciously pulled the trigger. Bang, the revolver fired the last bullet. I don't know if it was deliberately aimed or coincidental. The red bullet flew towards the ceiling, and the special bullet produced an explosion effect, blowing a big hole in the ceiling. At this moment, the entire ship suddenly tilted and shook, and a shrill alarm sounded throughout the ship. Some panicked voices came from the speakers installed in various places. CB swarm. There is a swarm of CBs attacking. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116. Take the enemy's leader in a million-strong army. Even Jesus can't stop you. Black Sky's eyes are piercing. Kaiowang bit her lip when she heard the words on the radio. The CB swarm actually came. Mr. Fox is indeed Mr. Fox. But the process and the result were completely different from what they had imagined. Mr. Fox is indeed Mr. Fox. We can only retreat first. She looked at the man surnamed Wendy who was cut in half, and the strange woman with cat ears who was approaching at a very fast speed. She turned in the air and flew out of the ceiling where a big hole was shot by the revolver. At the moment she flew out of the hole, she couldn't help but look back at the field. From this angle, she couldn't see the whole face of the boy. She could only see the part below his fair and slender neck. Out of her instinctive avoidance of responsibility, she wanted to put all the blame on this boy. It was all because he was too charming. He was simply a beauty, but her love from the bottom of her heart didn't allow her to do so. Just seeing his figure again, Kaiowang's inner thoughts changed from regret for the mission failure to deep regret for not being able to have a shot with him. It's all the fault of that idiot Wendy. He just wanted to have some fun and vent his anger. Why did he use such drastic means to stop it and let things evolve to this point? Kaiowang sighed and came out of the cave, trying to fly away from the shaking huge cruise ship. At this time, a black shadow flashed in the void. When she came to her senses, Kaiowang found that her limbs had been broken. The cuts were very smooth, and blood was scattered in the air. Her torso, which had become a human stick, was being grasped by a slender hand. The 5 silver white claws pierced into her scalp and skull easily, like inserting into tofu, holding her firmly in the hand. The next moment, Kaiowang found herself back in the casino. In front of her was a good-looking boy whose pupils had turned silver white for some reason. He was sitting on a card table, with his legs crossed, his palms supporting his chin, his elbows resting on his knees, and he seemed to be completely unaffected by the shaking hull, sitting very steadily. Under his feet was Weichu, who was cut in half, and was completely motionless. "You're quite capable, Teacher 1. Xue Jing praised. He looked at Ning Fengwen, who was wearing a black lace dress, and had her long hair tied up, looking particularly elegant and noble. Under her slender legs, she wore a pair of black pointed high-heeled shoes with red soles. Very sexy, but she just ran on the wall in these shoes, and took down the enemy. It was outrageous. Ahem. Ning Fengwen was praised and coughed a little proudly, straightening her slender waist a little more. What should we do now? The situation seems a little critical. The girl asked, feeling the violent shaking of the hull. This boat has been out for several hours. If it capsizes, we don't know if we can swim back. Before Xue Jing could speak, Xue, the human stick held by Ning Fengwen, curled her lips. The sea is full of sea bees now. Once you enter the water, you will be stung to death. How can you swim back? Huh? Ning Fengwen used her 5 fingers to force, and her sharp claws continued to dig into the woman's skull. Hiss, it hurts. Little girl, it's almost inserted into my brain. Can you stop using force? Xue took a breath, and said with a distorted face. Cold knowledge, the brain has no pain nerves. It won't hurt if it's inserted into the brain. Ning Fengwen said lightly. You are hurting my scalp and skull now. Xue said helplessly. Xue Jing asked curiously, Sister, didn't I kill you just now? Why are you still alive? Xue said as a matter of course, it's just that the neck was twisted. How could it be dead? Generally speaking, everyone will die. Ning Fengwen was a little speechless. Creaky, as the cruise ship swayed, the sound of steel being twisted came from somewhere, reminding the ship that it was in a bad situation. Screams of the crowd could be heard faintly outside, and the loudspeaker was directing the crowd to take shelter at a very fast speed. Xue Jing thought for a moment and asked, you boarded the ship to capture the sea bee queen, so you attracted the swarm of sea bees? Xue nodded. That's right. Xue Jing's eyes lit up, and he snapped his fingers, and looked at Ning Fengwen. Teacher 1, look, I said that the accident on the cruise ship had nothing to do with me, and the swarm of sea bees was caused by these 2 people. No, this matter is 100% related to you. It was because you were on this ship that these 2 people appeared on the ship and attracted the swarm of sea bees. Ning Fengwen said in a very affirmative tone. Xue Jing looked incredulous. You are quibbling. If the earth is destroyed in the next moment, can't you also say that it's because I live on the earth? Bang bang. The hull shook with a loud noise, as if some huge object on the ship fell to the ground. Xue Jing turned his head and looked at Xue. Sister, since you are here to capture the sea bee queen, there must be a way to deal with the sea bee swarm. Xue seemed to want to nod, but she couldn't do it because her head was grabbed. She looked at the charming face of the boy in front of her and said gently, originally there was. Once the sea bee swarm appears, the number is very terrifying, at least 100,000, or even up to 1,000,000. As the only brain of the bee swarm, the sea bee queen is responsible for commanding the swarm to fight. It will hide in the swarm of hundreds of thousands of bees, and its appearance is almost the same as that of ordinary sea bees, so it is very difficult to find it. Only by capturing or killing the sea bee queen, and isolating the pheromones it emits, will the sea bee swarm be in chaos and scatter, because of the loss of its commander. She moved her eyeballs, and glanced at Weichu, who was broken into 2 pieces on the ground and motionless. If you want to find the hidden sea bee queen, you have to rely on Weichu's artificial eyes that have been input with specific data. Xue said Weichu's real name. At this point, there was nothing to hide. Xue Jing got down from the card table, leaned over, stretched out his fingers, and tapped Weichu's eyes. With a sticky sound, he forcibly tapped his eyeballs out. The tail of the white of the eye was connected to some slender flesh-colored nerves and some dense things like cables. After being pulled out, blowups flashed. Xue Jing brought the eyeballs covered with unknown mucus and some blood to Xue. Replace them for you? Xue looked at him speechlessly. Do you think it's a Sharingan? Hot swappable? Xue Jing also knew that this was unrealistic. He threw the eyeballs on the ground and thought, then there is only one way left. Ning Fengwen asked, what do you mean? Kill all the CB colonies. Xue Jing picked up the tablecloth and wiped his fingers. Qiao Wang seemed to want to shake her head, but could only shake her torso. What a fantasy, 3 CBs are enough to kill an adult. The pain index of being stung by the poisonous needle on the tail ranks in the top 10 of the most painful things in the world. If you want to kill all the CBs in the sea with a number of more than 100,000, you must send a person at least level 6 with means of mass destruction. If the sky falls, a tall person will hold it up. I guess I'm the tallest person on this ship, so I have to give it a try. Xue Jing patted the dust off his body, then smiled at Qiao Wang. Sister, what should I pay attention to when fighting a swarm of CBs? Qiao Wang was directly dizzy by the smile. She shuddered all over and blurted out involuntarily, soldier bees. There is a small number of large ones in the CB swarm. Those are soldier bees, and they are much more dangerous than ordinary CBs. Xue Jing nodded and turned to walk out of the casino gate. Seeing this, Ning Fengwen asked, Jing, what should we do with this woman? Xue Jing did not turn around, but just said, kill her. His tone was flat, just like the answer to someone asking what to eat for lunch. Qiao Wang sighed, her face showing fascination. Even the ruthless and ungrateful look is so charming. Ning Fengwen looked at her with disgust, threw her up, and her 5 fingers opened slightly and flashed by. Qiao Wang was cut vertically into 6 long pieces of meat and scattered on the ground. Xue Jing opened the door of the casino and just walked out. He ran into the security director Chen Liang head on. Mr. Xue. When he saw Xue Jing, he seemed to have found his backbone, and his originally anxious expression suddenly eased a lot. Director Chen, you did a good job. Xue Jing was a little surprised to see the futa knife in his hand. Handing the knife to Xue Jing, Chen Liang said very quickly, Mr. Xue, what should we do now? The rescue signal has been sent, but it may be too late to wait for rescue. Seeing the hull shaking more and more violently, Chen Liang couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking of the previous conversation with Mr. Xue. That kind of situation rarely happens. It's even less likely than winning a jackpot of tens of millions. We won't be so unlucky, ahahaha. I didn't expect to really win a jackpot of tens of millions. Xue Jing took the futa knife, stroked the scabbard, and asked, have the passengers been arranged? Chen Liang nodded. All passengers should have gathered inside the cabin. Xue Jing walked to the railing of the deck and looked down at the sea below. In the dark night, only the lights on the hull provided some light, shining on the sea. The sea was rough and splashing. Through the illumination of the lights, it was vaguely seen that there seemed to be countless black shadows shuttling back and forth under the water. The dull sound of bang 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 kept ringing under the boat, and each sound was terrifying. CB swarms are a very rare group of highly threatening marine species that can bypass the Navy's defenses and invade the interior. Chen Liang whispered, as long as the queen bee is fertilized once, she will have the ability to lay eggs for life. The target of a CB queen is too small. As long as the fertilized CB queen crosses the defense line, she can directly start laying eggs inside and form a huge CB swarm. However, although the CB swarm is carnivorous, its general range of activities is in the deep sea area and rarely comes to the surface. Why did they suddenly appear and attack the cruise ship? Chen Liang was very confused. After dealing with Qiao Wang, Ning Fengwen, who had left the casino, came to Xue Jing in high heels, crossed her chest, and looked at the sea, and asked, what should I do? Xue Jing thought about it, jumped lightly, jumped onto the railing, and stood on it. Although the hull kept shaking, he stood on the railing, as if he had taken root under his feet, and did not move. His eyes turned into a divine silver white, and the futa knife was unsheathed. The black film coated the blade, and spiral indentations appeared on his arms. Black sky blade tornado thunder, or thunderous sound suddenly sounded out of nowhere, and a huge black tornado of sword light was cut out from the blade, spinning and attacking the countless black shadows on the sea surface. Once it touched the sea surface, the black tornado immediately engulfed the sea water, spinning and turning into a huge dragon sucking water. Hoo-la la, a water tornado that stretched from the sky to the ground appeared in front of several people, with countless black shadows being sucked into it, spinning continuously with the water flow. Then, Countless objects the size of human children fell down like rain. Xue Jing stared at these objects. They were creatures about 40 to 50 centimeters long, with 3 bodies, yellow and black stripes, and were like bees. However, compared with bees, they have 6 gill-like organs on their abdomens, and the places on their backs, where wings should be, have become for long fins of different sizes and directions. The structure of the 6 insect legs is different from that of bees, which is more suitable for underwater environments. There is a black hammer similar to the exoskeleton of a rhinoceros beetle at the mouthparts of their faces. Bang 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 bang, countless sea bees fell on the deck, making a crashing sound. All the sea bees that fell on the deck had several knife wounds on their bodies, and amber blood flowed from the wounds. Some sea bees were still alive, their 6 legs kept shaking and struggling, and the stinger on their tails stretched and retracted in the void. Chen Liang, who was standing next to him, widened his eyes, looking unbelievable. What is this? The legendary sword energy. Why can a water tornado be cut out with one knife? Although I know that Mr. Xue is very strong, but this is too outrageous. Teacher 1, how many did you kill with this knife? Xue Jing asked indifferently. After entering the realm of the heavenly sword, not only the pupils and expressions, but also the voice seemed to be stained with divinity. Ning Fengwen was a little absent-minded and whispered, less than 300. For some reason, her tone was actually a little respectful, that she didn't even notice. Xue Jing pondered for a moment. Although he had excellent physical strength and energy due to health preservation, it was impossible to cause much damage to a swarm of at least 100,000 sea bees according to the efficiency of killing 300 with one sword. It was hard to say whether he could swing 30 swords with this level of sword skills. We have to think of another way, Xue Jing pondered. At this time, the splashes on the sea surface suddenly became much more intense. Puff puff puff. Countless sea bees actually jumped out of the water and attacked Xue Jing's position at a very fast speed. They either stretched out the exoskeleton hammer on their heads or raised their buttocks to reveal their stingers. The compound eyes that could not see through emotions made people shudder. Xue Jing waved the future sword in his hand and cut all the attacking sea bees in half. The sound of the blade entering the flesh continued, and countless sea bee corpses scattered like rain. Ning Fengwen next to him also showed the snake-killing spearheads on her 10 fingers and cut the sea bees. Countless sea bees that continued to jump out like dumplings in reverse did not mean to stop at all and launched an endless charge without fear of death. Director Chen, please go to the cabin to take shelter, Xue Jing said to Chen Liang, whose face was covered with blood from the dead sea bees, while waving the blade at high speed. Chen Liang nodded quickly, crawled on the ground, and ran to the cabin. Ka. The hull suddenly tilted violently, almost causing the entire ship to capsize, followed by a huge alarm. The bottom plate of the ship is broken, and water is coming in. Chen Liang staggered, and fell to the ground, horrified. Xue Jing was focused, and kept moving on the deck. The sea bees, that kept shooting at him like bullets were not confused at all. Wherever he walked, the sea bees shot in that direction. Xue Jing saw this, and his heart moved. While he was slashing at the endless sea bees, he glanced around with the corner of his eye. I need the highest view. This cruise ship is too high. Looking up at the observation deck on the 20th deck, Xue Jing curled his lips. Teacher 1, be careful. Xue Jing warned Ning Fengwen beside him, and then his figure flashed, speeding up, and began to fly over the eaves and walls of the cruise ship, heading to the top floor. The sea bees followed him like a shadow, still continuously shooting at his position. Xue Jing jumped against the wall, reached out and grabbed the railing on a balcony, and swung himself up with force. Many sea bees rushed towards him, but they all hit the glass. The hard exoskeleton hammer broke the glass, causing several hiding passengers inside to scream in fear. Black sky sword tornado thunder, landing on the first deck. Xue Jing swung out the black tornado sword energy, rolling up a straight line of sea bees into pieces, getting a brief respite, and continued to move upward. After a few minutes, he finally jumped up to the top deck, and then rushed to the top cover of the observation deck with a few steps. Xue Jing stood on it and looked around. His vision was no longer blocked. In the dark night, under the illumination of the cruise ship lights, black air currents emerged among countless shadows. Black flames ignited in Xue Jing's silver-white pupils. With the shadow flame attached, darkness could no longer block his sight. The sea bees can accurately and continuously attack me. It is obvious that they know where I am. The only one who can command the swarm is the sea bee king. It saw my position. Xue Jing killed the sea bees and looked around the sea. It's on the sea. The pupils burning with black flames seemed to swallow all the light. LV7 level aiming. The vision beyond the limit of human beings was fully activated, and the focus in the eyes kept adjusting, covering the countless black shadows covering hundreds of meters around. Each one is almost exactly the same and difficult to distinguish. It's like looking for a grain of glutinous rice in a jar of rice, looking for it one by one. Xue Jing was extremely calm, and he was not impatient at all. Not this one. Not this one. Not this one. Remembering every detail of the sea bee's appearance, Xue Jing kept looking for figures on the sea that were different from other sea bees. One after another, his speed became faster and faster, from one every few seconds, to one every second, to one every less than 1 second. Later, in an area, he could see through the appearance of all the sea bees with just a glance. The extremely high-intensity graphic analysis consumed his brain power at a very fast rate, and his eyes gradually became hot. No here. No here. Xue Jing's eyes became hotter and hotter. He didn't care at all, but continued to use his eyesight, and kept scanning the surroundings. After an unknown amount of time, his pupils suddenly trembled, and there seemed to be a buzzing sound in his ears. Without even noticing it, his pupils unconsciously turned into the vertical pupils of animals. The next moment, as if he had received a revelation from the sky, he turned his head. The vertical pupils burning with black flames swept across an inconspicuous area. At this moment, Xue Jing had a vision. He felt like he had turned into a real dragon galloping among the clouds, winding and swimming in the sky. In front of him were layers of clouds and seas. As if dissatisfied with the clouds blocking his sight, the real dragon glanced casually. The divine light penetrated, and the clouds and seas scattered, like Moses parting the sea, and a clear road appeared. Xue Jing's vertical pupils were bright, and he looked at the inconspicuous area. An individual that looked almost exactly like other sea bees was crawling on the sea. The difference was that the yellow and black stripes on the sea bee were completely opposite to those of ordinary sea bees. If you looked closely, the yellow turned black, and the black turned yellow. The hair on its body was also longer than that of ordinary sea bees. The most important thing is, Xue Jing can clearly feel it with his eyes. The other party is also looking at him. Although the compound eyes can't see any direction of sight, Xue Jing just has this feeling. Found you. Xue Jing stepped on the spot without hesitation. With a bang, the observation tower was directly crushed by his foot, and the whole person was launched towards the sea bee queen like a cannonball. The pewter knife was held in his hand, with a black film already coated, and the silver-white vertical pupil was indifferent and contemptuous. Countless sea bees jumped out, trying to stop the man who approached the king. However, squeak, 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 the sound of countless knives cutting into meat rang out, and any sea bee that approached Xue Jing was like hitting a meat grinder, turning into countless pieces. The sea bee queen also realized that she had been discovered, and immediately dived into the water, trying to escape. Xue Jing, who should have lost sight of the sea bee queen, seemed to have turned on the perspective lock, and his sight was always firmly following the sea bee queen diving into the seabed. Plop. He also entered the water. There was a gurgling sound in his ears, and nothing else could be heard. But his eyes were still open. Level 3 swimming, coupled with the speed of the twins, made him like an aquatic creature, and he kept approaching the diving sea bee queen at a very fast speed. Dozens of huge figures that were much larger than ordinary sea bees swam towards him quickly. Soldier bees. Xue Jing activated the twin power and twin defense, and the spiral dents covered his chest and neck. Black sky sword turning thunder, the strongest sword swung at the bottom of the sea, formed a huge underwater tornado, and it actually formed a spiral underwater passage for a short time, blocking all the soldier bees outside. Looking at the sea bee queen at the end of the passage, Xue Jing whispered, "You are dead. Not even Jesus can stop you. I said so." He kicked the water with his feet. Holding the black knife, his body burning with black flames, Xue Jing rushed towards the sea bee queen at a high speed. Sure, a flash of black light. Black sky knife eye penetration flow. The CB Queen's body froze, and from the mouthparts on the head to the stinger on the tail, it was split in half from the middle with great precision. 6k, 6k. I actually wrote 6k, I'm so strong. Chapter 117. The Vision of the Extraordinary Realm, a new way to obtain divinity. They saw God. The CB Queen died, and the swarm lost the command of the brain, and began to run around on the seabed. The irregular tumbling of more than 100,000 CBs caused waves on the sea surface. Bang, crack. Xue Jing looked up, and the shadow flame burned in his pupils. Even though he was underwater, his vision was still unobstructed. He clearly saw that there were countless dents and several holes in the bottom plate of the infinite nova. At this moment, the hull was shaking violently under the irregular impact of the CB swarm, and new holes appeared from time to time. Seawater poured in from the holes, and the hull was sinking at an extremely slow speed. However, compared with the previous continuous impact, the CBs at this moment, after hitting the hull, without the command and restraint of the Queen Bee, most of them instinctively moved away from the hull. This level of damage should be salvageable. Xue Jing confirmed the damage to the bottom plate of the lower ship, and planned to float to the surface and board the ship. However, there were hundreds of huge figures around him, swimming towards his position at a high speed. These soldier bees. Xue Jing's eyes moved. The CB King was dead, but the soldier bees did not become headless flies like ordinary CBs, but took him as their target. Revenge instinct. Xue Jing clenched the futon knife in his hand. Compared with ordinary CBs, soldier bees look different. Not only are they huge, they are a circle larger than adult human males, and the 2 front feet among the 6 legs are also sharp blade shaped, not the webbed shape of ordinary CBs. The exoskeleton hammer at the head is even bigger and more hideous in shape. There are countless barbs on the stinger at the tail. If you get stung, it is obvious that even the skin and flesh will be torn off. Phew. Only the sound of water fluctuations can be heard on the seabed. A soldier bee charged towards Xue Jing, and the speed was so fast that it didn't seem to be swimming, but flying. The high-speed movement reduced the pressure around it, and countless white bubbles emerged, forming a fluctuating white line. Xue Jing maintained the speed of the twins, kicked his feet, dodged the stab of the soldier bee, and swung a knife to cut the weak connection between the head and chest of the soldier bee. Goo goo. I don't know if it was due to the underwater resistance or the body of the soldier bee was too hard, but this knife failed to kill the soldier bee, and only made it fly more than 10 meters away like being hit by a stick. Xue Jing saw this and thought, we can't fight underwater. Let's go up first. In order to kill the CB Queen, he had dived about 60 meters underwater. At this time, he wanted to surface, but the soldier bees didn't let him. Countless huge figures rolled up white bubbles and charged at him one after another. Xue Jing had to dodge and block. I don't know whether the soldier bees did it intentionally or unintentionally. Every time they attacked, Xue Jing could only dodge left and right, front and back, causing his body to get farther and farther away from the water surface. This won't work. When martial artists use their strength, they need to cooperate with breathing methods. Although Xue Jing has swimming skills and is very comfortable underwater, his body structure is still that of a human. He does not have the gills of a fish and cannot absorb oxygen in the water. Therefore, he can hardly use his strength and kill in the water. The reason why he was able to use the black sky blade turning wind thunder just now was because he inhaled a large amount of oxygen with a lung capacity that exceeded the limit of human beings before entering the water. With the swing of the knife, the oxygen storage in the lungs was not much at this time, and at most it could only support the consumption of one more killing move. Only being able to use a killing move is obviously not enough to kill hundreds of soldier bees, and he will fall into the dilemma of suffocation without oxygen. Gudang gudang. Xue Jing raised his knife to block the impact of the horn hammer of a soldier bee. As he flew backwards, a light flashed in his mind. I can try. He identified the direction, adjusted his position, and confirmed that his head was facing the sea. Then he bent his legs, and all the remaining oxygen in his lungs was used up, entering the blood along the alveoli, rushing to the whole body, mobilizing all his strength. The spiral dents started to appear at the base of the thighs, and extended to the soles of the feet in a spiral. Just like twisting a towel, all the dents converged at the Yanquan point on the soles of the feet, resembling a drill. Xue Jing stomped his legs hard. Bang! The water burst, making a loud noise that could be heard even underwater. Xue Jing's whole body seemed to have stepped onto extremely elastic springs, and he shot towards the water surface at a high speed like an arrow. The violent force pushed the water under his feet away, forming two vacuum spirals, like the tail flame of a rocket. The speed of this foot stepping on the wind thunder was so fast that the soldier bees had no time to stop it. They could only watch him rush to the water surface and chase after him to eat his exhaust. Puff! Xue Jing jumped out of the sea and continued to rise several meters. When he fell, he stepped on an ordinary sea bee that was running around on the sea surface. He used the force to kick and jumped onto the deck of the cruise ship. At this time, his wine red suit was soaked and tattered, so he simply tore it off with a tearing sound. The perfect upper body, as if carefully carved by a god, appeared in the air. Puff puff puff. There were countless sounds of water splashing on the sea surface, and huge soldier bees jumped out of the sea and continued to attack Xue Jing on the deck. On their backs, transparent thin wings nearly 4 meters long were spread out, vibrating with a huge buzzing sound. These sea soldier bees can actually fly. Xue Jing took a deep breath of oxygen, and the violent airflow fluctuations even caused light distortion around him. To fill the lack of oxygen in his own body, Xue Jing's whole body shook, and his strength surged, shaking the water droplets on his body into mist. He pointed the futon knife in his hand at the ground, and his silver white pupils changed their shape to the vertical pupils of dragon eyes. I Guan Liu, using the newly realized killing move, Xue Jing stared at the attacking soldier bees. The vision that surpassed that of humans, almost reaching the supernatural realm, saw everything about the monster in front of him. Every buzzing and flapping of the thin wings on its back, the movement restrictions of its forelimbs, and everything on its body were seen clearly by Xue Jing, as if they were put on the dissection table. From Xue Jing's perspective, many lines and dots appeared on the body of the soldier bee. Some of these lines and dots were thick, some were thin, some were long, some were short, some were dark, and some were bright. As the soldier bee moved, the lines and dots were constantly changing. Xue Jing raised his knife and swung it at a line on the body of the first soldier bee that attacked. The blade accurately cut into the body of the soldier bee along that line, so smoothly that it was like cutting a cake, and the soldier bee was split in two along the line. Mucan Liu, did you find the weak spot on its body? Another soldier bee attacked, and Xue Jing thrust out his long knife, accurately hitting a spot on its body. Squeak. The long knife penetrated directly into its body, as if it had pierced something, and the soldier bee's body froze and stopped moving. Throwing the corpse hanging on the knife to the side, Xue Jing began to chop and kill the huge soldier bees that attacked. Each knife was not too strong, just a very regular force attached to the knife. But as long as the center line was accurately cut, and the point was pierced, a soldier bee would die. Hundreds of fearless soldier bees died one by one, and soon, the bodies filled the deck. At this time, because of the death of the queen bee, the sea bee swarm, like headless flies, had almost dispersed. The shaking cruise ship gradually calmed down, but because the bottom plate of the ship was damaged and water entered, the sound of something creaking and breaking could be heard from time to time. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After killing the last few soldier bees that attacked him, Xue Jing relaxed and suddenly felt dizzy. His eyes were burning and painful, and the silver white vertical pupils faded and turned into normal dark brown pupils. A deep sense of fatigue swept over his body. After a hesitation, Xue Jing used the futon knife to stand on the ground and maintain his balance. In this battle, the physical consumption was secondary, and the main thing was the mental consumption. Especially when scanning the sea surface for the sea bee queen on the observation tower, the brain was running at an overspeed to analyze the graphics. If it were a computer, the fan speed of the graphics card would blow the chassis away. It's over. Xue Jing exhaled, holding the futon knife with both hands, standing in place to rest, easing the dizziness. Next, it's harvest time. He was willing to work so hard, largely for the harvest of the panel. This time it must be a huge harvest. Xue Jing couldn't wait to open the panel to take a look. You have experienced a life and death fight. Your physical potential has been stimulated. Fitness experience plus 881. health experience plus 431, running experience plus 267, aiming experience plus 338, fighting experience plus 915, hidden dragon power experience plus 813, charm experience plus 325, charm experience plus 526. Charm upgraded to LV9, 218 over 8000. The first thing that caught his eye was the gains from the previous life and death fight with the man and woman of the Giant God Brigade, mixed with countless hints of charm experience gained, which directly made this skill the first LV9 skill of Xue Jing. He sighed, shook his head, and looked down. You have experienced a fierce fight to the death, and your physical potential has been stimulated. Fitness experience plus 2187. Feeling good after surviving the disaster. Health experience plus 1687. Running experience plus 668. Aiming experience plus 1069. Fighting experience plus 502. Hidden dragon power experience plus 1960. Strike experience plus 2388. Visualization true experience plus 1726. Swimming experience plus 825. Fitness increased to LV9. 525 over 8000. Visualization true increased to LV5. 782 over 5500. Swimming increased to LV4. 533 over 1200. Lots of experience. Experiencing the physical and mental enhancement brought about by the improvement of skills, Xue Jing couldn't help but immerse himself in the real feeling of becoming stronger again, and an unparalleled sense of satisfaction emerged. Fighting is cool. Reaching LV5 of visualization, it really made his spirit feel cool and refreshed, nourishing his exhausted consciousness. Before he had time to observe how much stronger he had become, Xue Jing suddenly noticed that at the end of the panel, there was a small and inconspicuous reminder. Kill a special creature with divinity. Divinity plus 82 HMM. His eyes widened slightly. Divinity? Divinity? Question mark? Following the divine relics and the phoenix silk, a new way to obtain divinity has appeared. Kill a special creature with divinity. Which one is it? The Sea Queen Bee. There is only one reminder. It should be the Sea Queen Bee. Xue Jing suppressed his excitement and fell into deep thought. Is the Sea Queen Bee special? Or is the borderland creature itself special? If it is the former, it is just better than nothing. If it is the latter, Xue Jing's eyes flickered. According to the prompt on the panel, ordinary sea bees and soldier bees are not considered divine creatures. Only the Sea Bee Queen is considered. According to this, it seems that only the Sea Bee Queen is special. But it is also possible that all sea bees are born from the queen bee, so they do not contain divinity. If all native borderland creatures are considered divine creatures, Xue Jing became more and more excited as he thought about it. Suddenly, he was looking forward to the borderland mission that would be carried out later. A sea bee queen can provide more than 80 points of divinity. If we can kill 100 or even 10 or 8 of them in the borderland, it will be a great harvest. In the cabin area, thousands of passengers and crew hid in it, trembling, waiting for the judgment of fate. This is not an ordinary accident such as encountering a storm at sea or hitting a reef or iceberg, but an attack by terrifying borderland creatures. When encountering a swarm of sea bees, even escape is impossible. Either stay on the ship until the entire cruise ship is smashed and overturned by the swarm of sea bees, or wait for the rescue ship. If you are extremely lucky. Mom, are we going to die? A little girl in the arms looked up at her mother. No, God will bless us. The mother hugged her daughter tighter and comforted her absent-mindedly. The little girl was a little confused. She seemed to have heard her mother say before that God was dead. Can God bless us even if he is dead? After an unknown amount of time, the violent shaking of the cruise ship gradually stopped, and the desperate people gradually came to their senses one by one. It's over? Are we dead? The sea bees are gone. This cruise ship is so big. Can't the sea bees do anything to us? It's so quiet outside. The noise gradually sounded, and the voices of the passengers and crew gradually became louder. Some people even cheered uncontrollably. Let's go outside. Someone suggested. A few brave people responded. Soon, a team of about dozens of people walked out of the cabin room with trepidation, came to the corridor, and looked out of the deck carefully. As the first group of people walked outside, many people could not sit still one after another. In order to get an answer that would reassure them, a larger group of people walked outside the cabin. At this time, the outside of the cruise ship was littered with broken CB corpses, and amber blood stained the hull everywhere. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock, not knowing what had happened. Until they came to the big deck, and saw countless huge soldier bee corpses scattered around, and the figure in the center, holding a knife in both hands, with a naked upper body, as tough as a pine tree. At that moment, everyone understood that it was this person who saved them. "Mom, is he the god who blesses us?" The little girl's innocent voice sounded. "God." Looking at the back that seemed to be shining in the dim light, everyone's eyes were dazed for a moment. They seemed to see God. Chapter 118 Charm Sublimation. Purity is too low, the realm of mystery. Bang bang bang. Next to the large swimming pool on the deck, Xue Jing was wearing only a pair of beach shorts. His body was absolutely perfect for the human species, and there was no flaw in it. He was lying on a lounge chair, wearing sunglasses and basking in the sun. The sound of the crew repairing the cruise ship came to his ears. At this time, half a day had passed since the attack of the CB swarm, and the time came to 10 o'clock the next morning. After solving the CB swarm last night, because it was too late, the crew also consumed too much energy and fear, so they just roughly blocked the holes in the bottom of the ship to prevent further water inflow, and then they all rested. The real repair work started the next morning. During this period, several rescue ships approached cautiously, and after a conversation with the management of the Infinite Nova, they took away many psychologically traumatized and seriously injured passengers during the refuge. Xue Jing originally planned to board the rescue ship, but no rescue ship was bound for Fengcheng. All of them were to send passengers back to Qingcheng or other places nearby. The Infinite Star was originally going to return, but after the captain learned that Xue Jing, the benefactor who saved the entire ship, was heading for Fengcheng, he decided to send Xue Jing on his way and let the Infinite Star go to Fengcheng for repairs. So it's now. Picking up a glass of freshly squeezed juice on the small table next to him, and taking a sip, Xue Jing stretched his waist, sat up, and took off his big sunglasses. Splash! Water splashed out of the swimming pool in front of him, and Ning Fengwen's slender figure appeared on the water. She reached out and touched the escalator beside the swimming pool and climbed ashore. The cat-eared girl didn't wear glasses. At this time, she was wearing a black and white backless sexy one-piece swimsuit, which showed her curvy figure to the fullest. As soon as she got ashore, she tilted her head and reached out to pat her head. The cat ears on her head shook, as if to pat out the water inside. Then the whole person was exactly like a cat shaking off water, and began to shake wildly, turning her black hair into a black shadow. Countless water droplets and mist burst out from her body, soaking Xue Jing in front of her. Xue Jing wiped his face, and looked at her speechlessly. Ning Fengwen raised her chin proudly, took a sip of the juice in Xue Jing's hand. Then she looked around. There really is no one except us. The huge water park on the deck is now empty with only the two of them. If it weren't for the knocking sound of the ship repair, the whole cruise ship would be like a ghost ship. Xue Jing waved his hand and sighed softly. I don't understand what these passengers want to do. Although the rescue ship took away many passengers, there are still at least 2,000 passengers left on this ship. Even if the CB swarm attacked yesterday, most people didn't have the heart to play, but it's not to say that there was no one. In fact, when Xue Jing first came to the water park, there were still dozens of passengers playing here. However, after seeing him coming, all the passengers fell silent and bowed respectfully to him. Some even made a prayer gesture to him, like worshipping Buddha. Then everyone left the water park area one after another, leaving only Xue Jing and Ning Fengwen. This strange skill of charm. Xue Jing opened the panel and took a look. Charm LV10. 3221/ Sublimation conditions. First. Already satisfied. Second. The level reaches LV10. Already satisfied. Third. The required divinity. 1000. Last night, he killed the queen soldier bee and was standing on the deck pretending to be a master. Suddenly, countless panel prompts popped up. Someone has faith and worship in you. Charm experience value plus 89. Charm experience value plus 102. Charm experience value plus 133. Charm. Countless prompts directly raised his charm, which had just been upgraded to LV9, to LV10. Then the skill upgrade prompt was triggered, just like fitness. Unlike fitness, where the specific condition 1 is still unknown, the condition 1 of charm is also a question mark, but it directly shows satisfied. Now, the only condition left is 1000 divinities, which can upgrade this skill. But, it's a bit annoying. Xue Jing shook his head. He has always been a bit annoyed with the skill of charm, and doesn't like it very much. But this is the skill that is easiest for him to gain experience. Just like yesterday, when he was pretending to be an expert, and was seen by so many passengers, he directly got it to level 10. It would be great if so many experience points could be used for other skills besides cooking. To be fair, charm is indeed useful, Xue Jing thought. From the time he got the panel, after crossing over to now, he has actually benefited a lot from charm. Many people's kindness and goodwill towards him are because of charm. Although he has not thought about it specifically, he also understands that this skill has brought him many benefits. However, he just doesn't like this skill. How to say it? It doesn't fit his aesthetics. There is no beauty of pure strength. This skill is very strong, but it is a kind of impure strength. In short, it is a crooked way, just very disgusting. The purity is too low. Even though he knows that once this skill is sublimated, it will definitely be more exaggerated and will bring more benefits, he does not want to use his divinity on this skill. It's like when playing a game, there is a skill that is very useful, but it is not cool enough, you don't like it, and you don't want to use it. Just leave it like this, and I will sublimate it for you when you have too much divinity to use it up one day. Xue Jing looked at the experience bar behind the charm level on the panel. 3221/. The experience points required for upgrading have become question marks. However, experience points can still be obtained, and I don't know what's going on. Is it that the current level has reached the upper limit and can only be further upgraded after sublimation? Or has it simply become invisible? Just thinking about it, Ning Fengwen next to him yawned. The two people from the Giant God Brigade we met yesterday, the girl said. These two people are probably not dead yet. Xue Jing interrupted his thoughts when he heard this, a little surprised. Oh. How come? Aren't their bodies still on the boat? One was cut in half, and the other was cut into 6 pieces by you. Ning Fengwen sat on the armrest of Xue Jing's recliner. Her plump buttocks were slightly squeezed by the swimsuit, leaving a mark of flesh. As she sat down, her posture became more upturned, and her slender waist gave off an amazing sexy charm. It's said that they are not dead. I don't know if it counts as not dead. The girl reached out and tucked her wet black hair behind her ears. This action had a very strange feminine touch. From Xue Jing's angle, he could clearly see her exposed white neck. You know the consciousness uploading in science fiction novels, right? Xue Jing raised his eyebrows. This is very sober. Has our technology advanced to this level? Ning Fengwen shook her head. With our own technology alone, there are still many unresolved problems, so we can't do this for the time being. However, there is a company called Deep Blue Network that has successfully mastered the technology of consciousness uploading using some method. Xue Jing asked curiously, what method? Ning Fengwen combed her long hair with her fingers and said casually, I don't know. This is the most fundamental core secret of their company, and it is impossible to reveal it to the outside world. However, many people speculate that Deep Blue Company may have a borderland creature that exists in the form of a conscious life form, so it has mastered consciousness uploading. In short, since Deep Blue Company acquired this technology decades ago, many people have chosen to upload their consciousness to the Deep Blue Network for backup. Of course, it's very expensive. She curled her long hair with her fingers and looked at Xue Jing. Border hunter groups like the Giant God Brigade do things that ordinary people can't do. Although they are in danger of losing their lives, everyone is very rich, so the cost of uploading consciousness is not unaffordable for them. I checked the bodies of these two people yesterday and found that their thalamus was stuffed with a small dark blue ball connected to countless nerves. Then I went to the Inner World Forum to check, and found that this small ball is used to upload one's consciousness memory data to the Deep Blue network at any time. Xue Jing pinched his chin. No wonder these two people don't seem to be afraid of death. Especially the woman, who stared at him with love before she died. Originally thought it was because they had been wandering between life and death for many years, but now it seems that this is also the reason. But in the final analysis, it's hard to say whether the digitized self after consciousness is uploaded is still the original self. Ning Fengwen crossed her arms and held up the European cup. This is one of the difficult problems that humans have always been thinking about. The ship of Theseus. Xue Jing took a sip of juice and asked casually, is Deep Blue Network the only one that masters consciousness uploading? Wouldn't they be able to master countless secrets? Ning Fengwen said, of course, they will sign a very strict agreement that does not allow infringement of customer privacy, but it is hard to say whether they will abide by it. Aren't the real secrets known only by big shots? At present, it seems that no one who can be called a big shot has uploaded consciousness to Deep Blue Network. After all, this technology has only been around for a few decades. Many concepts, ethics, and considerations based on many aspects have made consciousness uploading not so popular. Therefore, Deep Blue Network's market value ranks very low among giant companies. She paused and continued, besides, there are more ways to extend life than just uploading consciousness. Only people like the Giant God Brigade, who often encounter life and death crises at the physical level, have the need to extend life, and have no access to other methods of extending life, will choose to upload consciousness. After chatting with Ning Fengwen for a long time, and gaining a lot of knowledge, Xue Jing went to have a meal at noon. Then he returned to his suite. Ning Fengwen changed back to cat form, curled up on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Opening the glass door of the balcony and walking outside, Xue Jing smelled the salty sea breeze, listened to the endless sound of waves, closed his eyes, and sank into it. In the consciousness space, countless pixel blocks rotated and emerged, constructing the infinite nova that was exactly the same as in reality. Then Xue Jing's own body appeared on the ship. Because he was too tired yesterday, he went to sleep directly, and didn't have time to test how much stronger he had become. With a thought, countless pixels gathered in front of him and turned into an exaggerated barbell. The two sides were filled with huge black barbell plates, and it was obvious that they were extremely heavy. Xue Jing walked forward, stretched out his hand to hold the barbell, and with a tense of muscles, he lifted it up. A 1-ton weight, not bad. Xue Jing lifted the barbell above his head. The alloy bar could hardly bear the weight of the barbell plates on both sides, and it bent like a bow, making a sound of metal twisting under the heavy load. He didn't know how long it had been since he had tested the specific physical strength value. Xue Jing turned the barbell in his hand and threw it upward with force. Crack! The alloy barbell bar bent directly to an extreme state, and then it broke with a bang. The specific strength value is actually meaningless. It is completely inconsistent with the actual combat power that can be exerted. Xue Jing pinched his chin. A martial artist with a strong spirit can interfere with his own reality with his spirit and exert combat power beyond the limits of his own body. Just like him, in terms of pure physical strength, he can only lift 1 or 2 tons, and at most, it should not exceed 5 tons. This level of strength sounds quite powerful, but in fact, it can't even lift a steamroller. If you add strength, you may be able to exert 7 or 8 tons of strength, but it's still nothing, and the combat power is just so-so. However, what is his actual combat performance? A knife can cut out a knife that stretches more than 10 meters away, and even with the shadow flame, it can swing out a black tornado and form a dragon sucking water on the sea surface. Let's not talk about how powerful it is. The range is outrageous, and it is not something that a few tons of strength can do. Xue Jing's mind moved, and the pixels in front of him gathered and turned into a majestic figure. Come on, big brother, it has to be you. Xue Jing clenched his hands into fists, and the fists collided with each other twice. After the figure of the big brother Meng Bosheng appeared, he glanced at Xue Jing and nodded calmly, as if to say hello. Xue Jing was stunned when he saw this. It seems that after the upgrade of visualization true, the person simulated by the consciousness has become much more agile. Turning wind thunder extreme, boom. Meng Bosheng put his hands behind his back and took the punch with his chest. The front of his shirt suddenly burst open, revealing his majestic chest muscles. It was covered with dense dragon scale marks, which were much more delicate and detailed than the dragon scale skin used by Xue Jing. Even his personality seems to have reappeared apart. He clearly used his arm to block this move before. Xue Jing was a little speechless. He felt that he was being pretended by his senior brother. He thought about it and recovered his injuries. Speaking of which, I have also comprehended the last Iguan flow, and I have learned all the 5 killer moves of the hidden dragon flow. The next thing to come into contact with is the mystery of the 5 killers in one. Mystery pointing the eye. How to do it specifically? Xue Jing's eyes were thoughtful. Transition chapter. Card writer. Update a little late. Chapter 119. Killing move combination. Shadow flame upgrade. Activated shadow beast. The combination of the 5 killing moves is the finishing touch, but the way to use the strength of each killing move is completely different. Xue Jing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Can this really be done? To use each killing move of the hidden dragon flow, you need to coordinate the whole body precisely and mobilize special strength. For example, although the main part of the scroll thunder is the muscles, in order to force the muscles to form that spiral compression, the coordination of blood, bones, tendons, and even skin is also indispensable. Among the 5 killing moves, only the eye flow is a little special, which only requires the mobilization of tendons. But even so, when the tendons are mobilized to use the eye flow, other killing moves that also require the coordination of tendons cannot be used. Unless you can make all parts of the body move completely on their own. The scroll thunder only uses muscles, the shaking starfire only uses blood, the sealing cloud tail only uses bones, the turning gold scale only uses skin, and the eye flow only uses tendons. Now it seems that only the eye flow can do it. Xue Jing clenched his palms. If he just wanted to move a single part of his body, he could actually do it now. Hidden dragon strength made his strength become a real dragon, almost self-aware, and after visualization true, sublimated his spirit. His control of strength reached the realm of strength, reaching the foretips. The so-called foretips refer to fingers, tongue, teeth, and hair. These are actually 4 small realms, the first of which is strength penetrates fingertips, kills with a flick of the finger. But Xue Jing has now learned the most difficult strength, reaching the hair tips, and can control the nerveless hair with strength like controlling hands and feet. With his level of strength control, it is possible to control a single part of the body and let it move without interfering with other parts. However, that's all. Just like a newborn baby, the ability to move its feet does not mean it can walk. Making muscles form a spiral compression shape like the tornado thunder. For Xue Jing now, the difficulty is the same as asking a person who has just learned addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division to do function problems. Don't even think about combining the 5 kills for now, it's simply impossible to do it. Xue Jing pondered. However, we can try to combine 2 moves first. For example, let the explosive power of the whirlwind thunder and the penetration of the shaking starfire combine and explode directly in the enemy's body. But this is too difficult. One move is the ultimate of hard power, and the other is the ultimate of soft power. How to combine them? Xue Jing felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. But Feng Yunwu's power does not conflict much with the whirlwind thunder and shaking starfire, so we can try it. But let's start with the simplest one first. Xue Jing's mind moved, and his pupils turned into dragon eyes with vertical pupils. Without using the heavenly sword realm, the color of his pupils at this time was not silver white, but changed from dark brown to dark gold. After activating the eye stream, Xue Jing looked at the senior brother in front of him. Unlike the previous time, when he looked at the CB and saw many lines and points, he looked at Meng Boshan with the eye stream and saw nothing on his body. The so-called lines and points are the embodiment of things like flaws and weaknesses. At this moment, the eldest brother Meng Boshan stood there with his hands behind his back and a calm expression. In his eyes, he could not see even a trace of flaws and weaknesses. As expected of the eldest brother, Xue Jing shifted his gaze and looked down at the deck under his feet. He focused on one of the rectangular wooden boards, and several lines suddenly appeared on it. Xue Jing gathered some sharp strength with his right big toe and drew it across one of the lines. The wooden board was easily cut open. From the place where it was cut, it can be seen that the scratch was completely made along the grain of the wooden board, which is the easiest place to cut the whole board. The eldest brother is not available for the time being. Let someone else come. Meng Bo's hand's figure turned into a pixel block and disappeared, and was replaced by the man named Wei Chu from the Giant God Brigade. A sturdy figure appeared. Xue Jing looked at it intently. Although there were few, he could see a few lines from various parts of his body. There were very few dots, only a few dim dots on the chest, neck, and head. This kind of cyborg with alien plants all over his body has very few weaknesses. Maintain the state of eye flow. You saw the killer moves. Xue Jing exhaled lightly and calmed down. The real dragon in his body appeared. The power was agitated, the blood boiled, and thousands of sparks burst out. The soft power was generated with the operation of the power in his body, and it was about to condense to the front of the fist. Xue Jing controlled it with difficulty, trying not to involve the tendons, but to keep the eye flow running. But soon, the operation of the shaking starfire still instinctively involved, and affected some tendons, causing problems with the operation of the eye flow, and the pupils suddenly returned to normal from vertical pupils. Xue Jing felt a sharp pain in his forearm, and a small piece of it protruded from the skin, as if there was a small ball buried inside. This was because there was an error in the operation of the strength, which caused problems with the tendons in this area, tangling together and forming a nodule. It's difficult, but not the kind of difficulty that is absolutely impossible. Xue Jing nodded and operated the strength to dissolve the tendon nodules. Then he continued to try. The second time, Xue Jing's strength was more radical, and a ball of blood burst out directly from his right shoulder. The boiling blood and the tangled tendons were pressed together and exploded. It was a serious injury, but this was a consciousness simulation, and Xue Jing didn't care. He recovered his body with a thought, and continued to try. The third time, he was too focused on maintaining the eye flow, causing the shaking starfire to run out of control, and the boiling blood invaded his body with soft strength, causing severe internal bleeding. The fourth time, when he had already made a mistake, he forced the true dragon to control his internal strength to continue to operate the two-killing moves, causing the tendons to pour into his eyeballs, rupturing his optic nerves and blinding him. The fifth time. In this way, Xue Jing relied on this as a simulation of consciousness, and conducted various bold experiments without scruples. While destroying his body, his control of the two killings in one also improved rapidly. More than half an hour later, Xue Jing opened his dragon eyes and pupils, and the skin on his right arm was like boiling water, with countless small bags constantly bulging out and shrinking back. The blood in his body was boiling and burning. Although there were signs of being out of control, he still kept a firm grasp on it. After more than 10 seconds, he finally used the power of shaking starfire completely. The powerful soft power condensed on the front of his right fist. In his vision, Xue Jing locked onto a dim dot on Wei Chu's chest in front of him. Shaking starfire. He swung his right fist, and the front of his fist seemed to carry some sparks, cutting through the air and blasting forward. The fist made contact with Wei Chu's chest, and all the strength was accurately poured into that spot. Wei Chu, who had a protective membrane that was extremely effective in protecting the strength of martial artists, was supposed to block the invasion of soft strength, but this time it failed to block it. Although nearly half of the strength was still blocked by the protective membrane, the other half successfully entered Wei Chu's body along that spot. Goopoo. After a strange sound, Wei Chu's chest suddenly swelled like a balloon, and all kinds of strange rustling sounds came from inside. Then it deflated again. Blood flowed out of his ears, eyes, nose, and mouth at the same time, and then he vomited with a wow. Countless pieces of broken flesh were vomited out by him, and the whole person fell forward in a pool of blood on the ground, dying. Xue Jing nodded. Not bad. Although he was still very unskilled and could not use it in actual combat, at least he used it successfully. I Guan Liu plus shaking starfire. Xue Jing stretched himself and felt a little tired. He calculated the time and realized that the consciousness simulation had been going on for more than half an hour. There's still some room left. I've been running at high intensity for more than half an hour. At LV4, visualization true would make him feel mentally drained and dizzy after about half an hour. After the upgrade, not only was the simulation more realistic, but it also lasted longer. Xue Jing continued to practice for a while. After about 10 minutes, he felt the symptoms of mental dryness and exited the consciousness simulation. After opening his eyes, he pressed his temples, relaxed for a while, and then opened the panel. Left square bracket. Hidden Dragon Strength Experience Value plus 339. Visualization True Experience Value plus 267. After closing the panel and taking a rest, Xue Jing began today's daily practice of shaking armor and sleeping dragon. During the practice, time passed slowly. The next day, near noon. No, I will go see my family first, and I will contact you after I get together with my family. Okay, thank you for your help. In the suite, Xue Jing was lying on the bed, talking on the phone with one hand, and stroking the back of the cat lying on his chest with the other hand. As he practiced martial arts for a long time, his ability to control his body became stronger, which made his skills in stroking the cat's fur also improved. At this time, his slender 5 fingers brushed across the cat's back, and the soft force suddenly made her fur explode, and she meowed with pleasure. That's it, I'll contact you later. After a round of social etiquette, Xue Jing hung up the phone. Is it the agent of the Galaxy Club? The cat enjoyed the stroking of its fur and spoke lazily. Xue Jing nodded and hummed. The person on the other end of the phone was the exclusive agent arranged by Wu Yaoqing for him, who was responsible for all matters related to his next competition in Fengcheng. Director Chen said we will be in Fengcheng before dark today. We will go to my sister for a meal and visit Fengcheng to see if there are any places to play. Xue Jing said the next arrangements. The cat yawned, and her emerald pupils became hazy, as if she was about to fall asleep. For some reason, she has become more and more sleepy recently. Xue Jing smiled, and his hand stroked her fur more lightly, while his other hand picked up his phone to check the news. U19 Unlimited Elite Fighting Tournament Fengcheng Knockout Tournament is about to begin. The list of knockout tournament will be announced tomorrow, and the draw ceremony will be held at the same time. Dark Horse player Li Chengxuan said that there is no one who can fight. At 9 o'clock in the evening the day before yesterday, the Infinite Nova cruise ship was attacked by a swarm of sea bees, a creature from the borderland. Miraculously, no one died. The reason was because of a mysterious boy. The sky pirates are becoming more and more rampant. Shang Mingyang, Director of the Qingcheng Public Security Bureau, Xing Qingyan, Director of the Fengcheng Public Security Bureau, Guan Yingxi, the head of CAD Security Company, and Yu Xian, the head of the Black Tide Security Company jointly declared that they would definitely wipe out the sky pirates and return a blue and clean sky to the 5th metropolitan area. After casually browsing the news and watching some funny videos, Xue Jing put his phone aside. Then he opened the panel and looked at the divine skill column. Possessing divinity. 506. The last time he came into contact with a 100-foot pole, he got more than 600 divinity points and used 300 points on Shadow Flame, leaving 368 points. In the following days, he spent time every night, diligently pulling divinity from Ning Fengwen, pulling a few to 10 points every day, plus the 82 points of divinity he accidentally gained from killing the CB Queen. Finally, the balance of divinity reached 500 points again. Xue Jing was a little hesitant. Should he save these 500 points and use them to upgrade the twins, or? He looked at Shadow Flame. Shadow Flame LV3, divinity required for upgrade. 506 over 500. At present, the priority of using divinity is definitely that twins are ranked first. The cooldown time of passive resurrection is reduced, and an active effect of twins is added, which is a very good improvement at each level. But Shadow Flame is not bad either. As he came into contact with this skill, he found that it really felt better and better the more he used it. Concentrate your eyes to gain dark vision, wrap your sword energy to increase the attack range and damage, and also protect against strange magic damage such as sound waves and strong light. He has a feeling that, if the skill continues to be upgraded, there will be many surprises. Well, it takes 800 points of divinity to upgrade the twins to LV5, and there are still nearly 300 points left. I don't know when I can get it. Xue Jing felt a little itchy. It's uncomfortable to have money, but not spend it. Forget it. Upgrade Shadow Flame first. There is no urgent active effect for the twins at present. Xue Jing clicked to upgrade. Shadow Flame. Shadow Flame LV4. Divinity required for upgrade. 6/800. Raging, a ball of black flame ignited in his hand. As soon as he used it, Xue Jing felt a clear difference. It was similar to the feeling when he just got the hidden dragon power and turned the power into a real dragon. The black flame in his hand, compared with the previous lifeless feeling, has a more lively feeling. It's like coming alive. Xue Jing seemed to understand something and threw the black flame to the floor in front of him. Then he had a thought. The black flame that fell to the ground did not explode and annihilate matter, but after a period of change, it turned into a cat that looked exactly like Ning Fengwen's cat, composed purely of shadow flames. The 4 feet of the shadow cat were stepping on the shaking black flames, and the eyes were white holes. It opened its mouth and licked its right paw and used its paw to wash its face. Its posture and movements were extremely agile, no different from a living cat. And Xue Jing did not control it to make this move. It did it all automatically. Xue Jing looked at it curiously. Interesting. The shadow flame is activated and turned into a shadow beast. Chapter 120. The creation level shadow flame is activated. The first one to come ashore. Have you had enough of the trouble? The shadow cat, which was made of black shadows and stepped on black flames on all fours, opened its mouth, revealing its pitch black fangs, and seemed to meow, but no sound came out. It opened its white empty eyes, jumped lightly, jumped onto the bed, came to the side of Xue Jing who was lying, and rubbed Xue Jing's chin with its head, just like a very ordinary kitten who was attached to its owner. Scratching the shadow cat's chin with his fingers, Xue Jing was surprised to find that his fingers actually touched a solid object. This is a bit interesting. Although the skill of shadow flame is essentially different from ordinary flames, its external manifestation is the same plasma as flames. It is neither energy nor matter, but a state between the two. It is a semi-solid that is difficult to touch, and it feels like air when touched. But now that it has risen to LV4, the shadow beast formed by the activation structure of shadow flame has a real entity that can be touched. In this case, Xue Jing's mind moved, and the shadow cat suddenly disintegrated and turned into a ball of black flames again. He let the black flame stay in the air, beating quietly. Then he gently picked up the cat from his chest and put it on the bed. He stood up from the bed and stood on the ground. The black flame jumping in the air began to change shape. According to Xue Jing's idea, it turned into a large black cloak. Xue Jing reached out and grabbed this black shadow cloak with a physical body and put it on himself. Interesting, Xue Jing said with interest. When it turns into a cat, it feels like the soft fur of a cat. When it turns into a cloak, the physical properties are the same as real clothes. He thought again, and a black airflow suddenly rushed to his palm in the shadows of countless lights in the room. Finally, it turned into a gorgeous black western-style two-handed sword. Xue Jing grabbed the black shadow sword in his hand and felt his palm sink slightly. Can even weight be materialized? He was surprised. This already involves the realm of creation. Xue Jing picked up a small white porcelain teacup on the wooden table and threw it into the air. Then he held the black shadow sword and swung it horizontally and vertically at the teacup in a cross shape. The teacup broke into 4 balanced petals in the air, which Xue Jing caught with one hand at a very fast speed and put back on the wooden table. The cuts of the 4 petals of the teacup were very smooth. Obviously, the sharpness of the black shadow sword was quite good. Outrageous. This is simply a skill that violates the realm of God. It can be created with only shadows around, almost creating something out of thin air. Xue Jing walked to the corner, took out the futa knife, and pulled it out of the scabbard with a clang. Try the strength. He placed the black shadow sword diagonally against the wall. Then he raised the futa knife, exerted his strength, and slashed at the blade of the sword. Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and the black shadow sword was directly cut into 2 pieces by the sword, and then disintegrated, and turned into 2 balls of black flames. Feeling the resistance when he slashed the big sword just now, Xue Jing nodded. The strength is not high. It's probably about the same as steel of the same volume, which is a pity. But in the future, as the level of shadow flame continues to increase, the strength of shadow creation should also increase accordingly. Xue Jing's mind suddenly moved. Wait, this big sword can produce physical properties close to steel. Can it involve the field of chemistry? For example, make a bomb or something? Xue Jing's heart was pounding. If it can, it would be awesome. Rubbing a nuclear bomb with your hands is not a dream. He thought for a while and condensed all the black flames into his hands. As he imagined, the black flames began to change shape and strands of it turned into a pitch black liquid, condensing into a large black water ball in the air. Xue Jing reached out to grab the water ball, and the touch was like real water, and it would stick to his hands. He put his hand with the liquid to the tip of his nose and smelled it. There was no smell. Is it not possible? Xue Jing frowned. He didn't want the shadow flame to be activated into water, but imagined it to be turned into ethanol, that is, alcohol. He even imagined the molecular model of alcohol. But the finished black liquid did not emit the pungent smell of alcohol. Xue Jing searched the bedside table and took out a lighter. After lighting it, he shook it over the black liquid. As a result, not only was there no movement, but even the fire of the lighter did not go out when it touched the liquid. It's not even water, Xue Jing said helplessly. It doesn't have any chemical properties. Although the activation of the shadow flame seems to be able to change into many things, its physical properties are only one from beginning to end, and its essence isn't changed. This shadow flame substance can only physically collide with real substances, and cannot interact at the chemical level. Xue Jing pinched his chin, and fell into deep thought. Turned into a cat, it feels like fur to touch. Turned into a cloak, it is soft like clothes. Turned into a sword, it is hard and sharp like steel. However, this is only a superficial change. Shadow flame is the same thing from beginning to end. I can't play tricks. Never mind, it's already pretty good. Although a little disappointed, Xue Jing also understood that being able to condense into a physical object is already very powerful. The dark liquid turned into a black shadow hand in the air, floating forward, reaching out to open the refrigerator a few meters away, taking out a can of iced cola from it, and floating back to Xue Jing with the cola. He took the cola, and a thin tentacle stretched out from the back of the black hand, hooked the pull ring on the cola can, and pulled it open with a snap, and gas came out. Xue Jing gulped down a mouthful of happy water and sighed comfortably. Woo! The huge whistle of the cruise ship shook the sea surface, and the Infinite Nova had already approached the port of Fengcheng. Xue Jing was wearing casual clothes, holding the railing with both hands, looking at the strange city in the distance. Seagulls were circling in the sky, squawking, and the gentle sea breeze blew his hair, bringing a little salty smell. It seems to be quite lively over there at the dock. Xue Jing suddenly spoke. Chen Liang, the security director standing half a body behind him, was stunned for a moment, and also looked in the direction of Fengcheng port. But with his eyesight, he could only barely see the more conspicuous buildings at Fengcheng port at this distance, but he didn't know the specific situation over there. Fengcheng is a city in the middle of the coastal area, with developed water transportation, so there will be more people. Chen Liang smiled casually. Then he seemed to remember something and added, by the way, the U19 elimination match is about to start. I almost forgot that you, Mr. Xue, are also here to participate. Some famous players come to Fengcheng by boat at this time. Many reporters will be blocking the dock at this time to interview the contestants. Oh, and us. Chen Liang scratched his cheek. The day before yesterday, the Infinite Nova was attacked by a swarm of sea bees. It has been reported in the news. Many reporters got the news and knew that the ship would stop in Fengcheng for maintenance. They will definitely come to interview the passengers on the ship. Xue Jing's pupils slightly adjusted their focus, looking at the two imposing figures approaching each other on the dock, and the expressions on their faces full of fighting spirit. After thinking for a while, he took out his mobile phone and called his sister Xue. After 2 beeps, the phone was picked up. Wei, have you arrived? A cheerful and pleasant voice came from the receiver. Sister, where are you? Xue Jing looked at the situation at the dock and asked. I'm in the waiting hall of the port. What's going on? Xue was a little confused. Waiting hall. Xue Jing walked back and forth on the deck, adjusted his vision, and found the building with the words waiting hall written on it. The distance between him and the 2 people who were about to fight was a bit close. Just in case, Xue Jing thought. Then he said to the phone, "Just stay in the hall. Don't go to the dock. It might be a little dangerous outside." "What danger?" Without waiting for Zhu Wan to ask clearly, Xue Jing hung up the phone. Then he turned to Chen Liang beside him and said, "Director Chen, I will go ashore first. Please help me look after my luggage. I will come to pick it up after the ship docks." Ah. Chen Liang was puzzled. Go ashore first? How first? It's at least 1 nautical mile, 1.85 kilometers, from here to the dock. Could it be that Mr. Zhu wants to swim over? What's so urgent? Before Chen Liang could figure it out, he saw the boy in front of him jump over the railing with a hurdle, and a few steps on the deck below, rushed out of the bow, and ran towards the sea. Just when Chen Liang thought Xue Jing was really going to swim over, the scene in front of him made his eyes widen instantly. Because the ship was about to dock, many passengers were enjoying the scenery and chatting near the bow. At this time, a passenger suddenly pointed at the sea in front and exclaimed, "Look. Damn. Floating on the water? Wait, that's Mr. Zhu. It's Mr. Zhu." That's not surprising. After all, it's Mr. Zhu. This kind of operation is normal for him. After recognizing that it was Xue Jing, most passengers immediately put away their surprise and showed a natural expression. Above the sea, a figure like a dragonfly was seen, stepping on the water gracefully. It was not the kind of treading water that was done by crazy stepping and great force. It was really like the legendary King Dang, lifting his feet and lightly touching the water surface, and the whole person floated forward for several meters, and there was not even a splash of water, but a circle of ripples gradually spread. Xue Jing stepped on the water so lightly and quickly towards Fengcheng Pier. Of course, this was not a King Dang, nor was it the use of strength. He just used the shadow flame to transform into a solid body when he stepped on the sea surface, and instantly formed a black thin plate the size of his foot under his feet, and stepped on the thin plate to gain leverage. He was not really walking on the water. What a convenient skill. He couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, on the dock, Du Mingluan, a short guy, like you can also be selected as a seeded player? Has the Zhuangjiao club declined to this extent? A young man with long grey hair, wearing a black tights, thick joints in his hands, and a childish face mocked. The other boy he mocked, named Du Mingluan, had a childish and handsome face, wearing a casual t-shirt and shorts, and was short in height, looking only a little over 1.6 meters. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Cao Chengjian." Looking at Cao Chengjian, who walked in front of him, and was a head taller than him, Du Mingluan raised his head slightly, and looked at him. Although he was much shorter, his momentum was not weak at all. "You got away with it last time in the Southern Exchange competition, but you won't be so lucky this time." Du Mingluan's tone was full of undisguised malice. "I will break your dog legs in the ring." Cao Chengjian sneered, as if he was amused. "You short guy, you are so small, but you talk so big." Cao Chengjian crossed his arms and looked down at the other party. "In the ring, I'm afraid you won't be able to hit me and will be killed by others halfway. Why don't you come now, kid? Do you dare?" Du Mingluan had a puzzled expression on his face, as if he was mentally ill. "Are you mentally ill? If you do it here, there are so many ordinary people around, and you will be disqualified if something goes wrong." Cao Chengjian chuckled. "Why, you don't dare." Signed a 1-year contract of 80 million, known as the most expensive young talent in the outer ring last year, and that's it. That's it? A good marketing hand. How come you are so short in height and courage? Du Mingluan took a deep breath. "I know, you are just jealous of my salary and want me to commit a breach of contract." As he spoke, Du Mingluan's hair began to move without wind. "It's a very low-level provocation, but I accepted it. Right here, at this moment, I will cripple you." Boom. A violent vibration was heard at Fengcheng Wharf, and two figures intersected with each other. A circle of rippled airflow spread from the center of the two people, blowing the passers-by around so hard that they couldn't open their eyes. Then everyone around realized that two martial artists who looked very fierce actually started fighting in public. They immediately left here in a panic. In the waiting hall, a beautiful figure was sitting upright on a lounge chair, with her legs folded together, sitting like a queen, one hand swiping her phone, and the other hand hugging her chest. She was wearing a beige dress, revealing her slender legs like jade, and a pair of white shoes on her feet. Her long black hair with a little curl at the end felt like a black waterfall. Just by looking at it, you can tell that it is extremely soft. There is no need for special effects in shampoo commercials. The pretty face was filled with gentle eyes, and the milky white and delicate skin seemed to be gleaming. Boom. Hearing the loud noise and vibration coming from outside the hall, Xue turned her head to look at the source of the sound and tilted her head curiously. Bang! The wall of the hall suddenly exploded. Ah! The people in the hall screamed. Countless pieces of rubble flew all around, and Xue was also within the coverage. She blinked, and the marble floor under her feet suddenly cracked without anyone noticing. A green sprout stubbornly drilled out of the crack, pushed the floor tiles away, stretched rapidly, turned into a whip, and knocked away all the small pieces of rubble. At the exploded wall, two figures were entangled, punching and kicking non-stop, making frightening explosions and visible airflow. As they fought, the two gradually approached Xue's position. However, she seemed to be unaware of this dangerous situation, sitting there, motionless. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the two fighting people were getting closer to Xue, in the distance, a figure rushed over on the sea, rolling up the airflow at a very fast speed, pushing the seawater on the way to both sides, and bursting into water. In the waiting hall, two teenagers were fighting fiercely, completely ignoring the surrounding environment, and hit Xue in front of them. The strong wind generated by the exchange of fists and feet made her long hair float back. Xue stretched out her hand and leisurely lifted a strand of long hair that was blocking her eyes behind her ears. At this time, a figure with an incredibly fast speed jumped in from the hole in the wall. Before the two fighting teenagers could react, the back of their heads were pressed by a slender palm. Then an irresistible force came over them, and the two of them watched helplessly as each other's faces got closer and closer. Have you had enough of the trouble? With a shout, their heads touched each other mouth to mouth. Private Marcel fell asleep while coding. The update is late again. Chapter 121. One slap, the door to a new world, and a weird sister. The collision of lips was too intense, making a sound like clapping. Doomingluan and Xue Jing stared at each other in front of them, unable to accept the reality for a moment, their eyes full of disbelief. So, the kiss lasted for more than a second. Catcher, the shutter of a camera sounded next to them, and the flash suddenly flashed, finally bringing the two back to their senses. The two immediately pushed each other with the strongest explosive power in their lives, broke free from Xue Jing's palm on the back of their heads, and moved away from each other. Ugh. Then they began to retch exaggeratedly, wiping their lips desperately, wishing to tear off the skin on them. Ha 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 ha. Xue held her phone and looked at the photo she had just taken, covering her mouth with one hand, laughing so hard that her body was shaking with joy. Sister, you don't know how to hide, standing there like a piece of wood. Xue Jing looked at her speechlessly and said. Xue waved her hands and said with a smile, I was so scared that my legs were weak and I couldn't move. Frightened? Xue Jing looked at her happily looking at the photos on her phone, and he couldn't find any trace of her being scared. My stupid Oyu Dao Dao, I haven't seen you for a few months. How come you have grown taller again? Xue stood up and reached out to touch Xue Jing's head. She had a good figure and was very tall, at least 1.7 meters tall, so it was no pressure for her to touch Xue Jing's head. Although she was saying witty words, Xue's eyes were quite gentle, and she was obviously very happy to see her brother whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Huh? What's wrong with your face? Did you have plastic surgery? She reached out and patted Xue Jing's face, puzzled. It seems that it hasn't changed, but why do I feel that I look much better? Hey, these muscles. Xue Jing's mouth moved, and he reached out to grab Xue's hand that was beginning to touch him randomly. At this time, an irritated and angry voice came from the side. Hey, woman. Did you take a photo just now? Give me your phone. The shorter Doomingluan stretched out his hand to Xue with a gloomy face. Xue tilted his head, looking relieved that I understand everything, and said in a friendly manner, don't worry, add a contact method later, and I will send the photos to you. Doomingluan was stunned. That's not what I meant. On the other side, Xue Jing said irritably, why waste your words with her? Just snatch the phone and smash it. This photo must not be passed out. After saying that, he couldn't help but spit again. It's fucking disgusting. Zhu heard this and immediately hid behind Xue Jing, poked his head over his shoulder, and said unhappily, "This is the witness of your opening the door to the new world. It is so commemorative and cannot be deleted." Du Mingluan and Cao Chengjian twitched their mouths and looked at Xue Jing, who was blocking Zhu. "Let's not talk about the woman who is pretty but obviously mentally ill. This man is a real culprit. However, this man is not simple." Du Mingluan and Cao Chengjian looked at each other. Although they were both paying attention to each other just now, even so, he was able to approach at a speed that they couldn't react and accurately grabbed the heads of the two people. It can be seen that he is extraordinary in martial arts. Judging from his appearance, he should be about the same age as them, and he should also come to participate in the competition. This is an opponent at the same level as them. "What do you mean?" Du Mingluan said. Cao Chengjian said with a gloomy face, "The most important thing right now is to destroy the photos first." While they were talking, Xue Jing tilted his head and glanced at Zhu, who rested his chin on his shoulder with the corner of his eye. "Delete it. Although it's not good for me, the initiator, to say. But as a man, I can empathize with their resistance." Xue Jing sighed. Zhu stretched out his hand and shook his index finger, saying with a happy face, "People are different. You may really resist, but look at these two. They seem to be in a life and death relationship, but they immediately start to cooperate at the critical moment. This kind of tacit understanding. What a classic literature of mortal enemies. This photo may be the witness of their first step. It would be a pity to delete it." Xue Jing groaned. Du Mingluan and Cao Chengjian next to him heard this, and their fists immediately hardened. They wanted to fight on the spot to prove that they definitely did not have that orientation with each other. Cao Chengjian injured it and gritted his teeth and said, "Photo first." Du Mingluan's hands creaked. "You left, I right." Zhu's eyes lit up. "Look, this tacit understanding." The two did not speak again, but stepped on the ground and disappeared. Du Mingluan appeared on the left and stretched out his hand towards the phone, held by Zhu. Cao Chengjian appeared on the right, swung his fist, and the thick joints rolled up a ring of airwaves, swung towards Xue Jing as a distraction, trying to prevent Xue Jing from having time to protect Zhu. At the same time, almost no one noticed that the marble floor under the feet of several people inexplicably appeared many cracks, and then bulged slightly, as if something was about to drill out of the cracks. Xue Jing looked at the two people who attacked. His expression did not change at all, and roughly guessed the opponent's level from the momentum of the two people's attacks. It should be about the same as Li Chengsun, or a little stronger than Li Chengsun. Is this the general level of geniuses around 17 or 18 years old on the outer ring? He thought to himself, but his hands were not slow. Twin defense and twin speed were activated at the same time. The power was agitated, and the real dragon was cruising in the body. The bones all over the body vibrated, making a rumbling sound of thunder. The left hand stretched out and accurately grabbed Cao Chengjian's wrist that was swung at him. The power carried by his fist was directly borne by Feng Yunwei and absorbed into the bones. The right hand did the same, grabbing Du Mingluan's wrist that was stretched out to Zhu. His attack speed was extremely fast, and he was the last to arrive, as if he and his two opponents were in a different time flow. The power of the two people's attacks was completely unloaded by Feng Yunwei and absorbed into the bones. When they reacted and wanted to muster up their strength again, it was too late. The irresistible and powerful force came from the wrist, and the two people once again watched themselves getting closer and closer to each other. Xue Jing grabbed the wrists of the two people, and with the power converted by Feng Yunwei, he threw the two people forward like noodles. Bang! The two figures collided with each other, and a circle of airwaves exploded. This time there was no mouth to mouth, but the cheeks were inevitably pressed together, and the bodies were also tightly pressed together, just like a hug. This. Xue Jing was stunned. He really didn't mean to do it. He just did it instinctively, thinking that this way he could hurt both of them at the same time. Fuck you. Damn it. Looking at the disbelief and anger on the two people's faces, Xue Jing knew that they had misunderstood. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. Xue Jing simply opened his hands and slapped the two people's heads that were pressed together like slapping a mosquito. Snap, the power was running, and the shaking starfire was activated. When his palms touched the two people's heads, the soft power invaded them, causing their skulls to shake violently. They fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. The two people lying on the ground were still tightly pressed together. Click, 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 the shutter sounds kept ringing around, and the flashlights kept flashing. Xue Jing looked around and found that there were many people carrying long guns and running, dressed like reporters, taking pictures non-stop. Xue looked at Xue Jing with a strange expression. "You are more excited than me. I didn't expect you to be such a Jing." Silently, the cracks on the floor returned to their original state. Except for many more cracks, it seemed that nothing had happened. Xue Jing sighed. "I didn't mean it. Anyway, let's run away first." Woo. At the railing of a platform near the sea at the pier, Xue Jing and Xue stared at the huge cruise ship approaching. The sea breeze blew Xue soft black hair. She reached out and lifted her hair behind her ears, sighing. "I didn't expect you to take the path of martial arts. You are so talented. Why didn't I realize it before? Sister, I thought you would definitely be kept by some rich woman in the future." She looked at Xue Jing, her expression gentle but a little complicated. "It's just that this road always seems to involve some fighting and killing, which makes people feel uneasy." Xue Jing leaned his elbows on the railing, looked at the sea, and said casually, "You are the one who makes people feel uneasy, sister." Xue tilted her head. "Me?" Xue Jing turned his head to look at her and said meaningfully, "Just now, there seemed to be something under the floor. It can't be related to you, right?" His observation ability is so great that even at the critical moment, when the opponent attacked, he would not ignore the things he caught from the corner of his eye. Xuan's pretty face showed a silly and confused expression. Are you talking about gods and demons?" Xue Jing stared at her for a while. Although he had some doubts, he didn't mean to ask 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He just changed the subject and said, "By the way, I have a cat, and I brought it here this time." He himself had a lot of things that he didn't want to tell his family, so he didn't have the right to force Xue to question. After this meeting, he confirmed with his own eyes that his sister was in good spirits and did not have the depressed feeling of encountering something particularly bad, so he felt much more relieved. As for the rest, let nature take its course. "Cat? What cat?" Xuan's eyes lit up. "I picked it up on the road. I don't know what breed it is, but it's pretty anyway. You'll know when you meet it," Xue Jing said casually. Ning Fengwen talked to him when they were on the boat. She said that, based on various considerations, it would be better not to face Xue Jing's family in human form for the time being. It's nice to be treated as a cat like this. Huh? Can cats get on a cruise ship? Xue was a little confused. Xue Jing smiled slightly and said casually, "In principle, no. But your brother, I have a lot of face." Xue raised her eyebrows, stretched out her hands to wrap around his neck and lock them under his armpits. "I don't know if you have a lot of face, but I can see how big your face is." Xue Jing's head was locked and his face was pressed against Xuan's slender waist. "Let go. Don't you understand that men and women should not be intimate?" Because of the posture, his voice was a little muffled. "I have already helped you pee. Why are you still not being intimate?" The cruise ship gradually approached the shore, and Mao Mao was squatting on the pierced railing, yawning. "Why can't I see Jing? Where is he?" She suddenly saw a picture that choked her. On a platform at the pier not far away, Xue Jing was wrestling with a woman who looked very similar to him. He was lying on the ground with a look of despair. His right hand was entangled by the woman, forming a standard and incredible crosslock. "That's Jing's sister, right? She's very, very energetic." A strange anthropomorphic expression appeared on the cat's face. "Don't think that you can be so proud just because you've mastered martial arts. Do you know what blood suppression is?" Xue said proudly, looking at Xue Jing lying on the ground. Okay, I know you've practiced in college, so why don't you let go?" Xue Jing said helplessly in a coaxing tone. "There's no solution to a formed cross-arm bar. By the way, I have another trick I want to try." Xue exclaimed before she finished speaking. But Xue Jing stood up directly on the spot, as if he had nothing in his hands. Xue was lifted up in the air, and at first glance, she looked like she was carrying a basket after buying vegetables. "Have you had enough trouble?" Xue Jing moved her, who was entangled in his arm, horizontally in front of him, and slapped her head with his other hand, making a loud and crisp pop. Hiss, it hurts. You're so strong. Time passed while they were playing, and the cruise ship officially docked. A crew member on the ship threw a rope to the shore, and the dock workers took the rope on the shore and tied it to the mooring pile. The cruise ship was successfully moored under the operation of a group of people and was connected to the skybridge. Xue Jing took Xue aboard the ship from the skybridge. Along the way, they met many passengers who got off the ship. After seeing Xue Jing, they all greeted him with a very respectful attitude. Mr. Xue. Mr. Xue. Xue Jing smiled and nodded in response, like a leader who came to inspect. It looks really respectable. Xue smiled and patted Xue Jing on the shoulder. Meow. After arriving on the deck, a cat's cry came, and the black cat with 4 white gloves walked gracefully in front of Xue Jing. Wow, so cute. Xue covered his chest, looking like he was touched by cuteness, with shining eyes. How can there be such a beautiful cat? I've been single for too long. How come every cat makes me feel so pretty? Xue walked up quickly, stretched out her hand and gently picked up the cat. It's so well behaved and smells so good. Rubbing her cheek against the cat, Xue said with an intoxicated look on her face. Hey, why didn't I think of raising a cat before? I should have raised one a long time ago. By the way, have you named it? What's its name? Xue turned his head and looked at Xue Jing. Name. Xue Jing thought for a moment and said casually, it's Fengwen. Ah, which Fengwen? Fengwen in Wuji Bay Fengwan. Xue tilted his head. When the cat heard this, it seemed to be touched by some memories and pouted unhappily. No, Feng in Wang Zifeng and Wan in Li Wan. Xue Jing explained with a smile. Why did you name the cat like this? You must have read too much Dream of the Red Chamber. Xue thought it was a little funny. And they are all married. Brother, do you like this? Chapter 122, The King of Anomalies, the Son of Two Faces, the Power of Reversal, the Infinite Steel Feather. In the dark and gloomy room, there was only a huge rectangular stone table standing in it. The stone table looked extremely old, with traces of oxidation and wear everywhere, as if it had been baptized by countless years and finally looked like this. 3 candles were neatly placed on the stone table, burning quietly, providing the only light source in the dark room. 9 high-backed stone chairs of the same old style were placed around the stone table. At this time, there were 4 figures wearing cloaks and hoods, with the upper half of their faces covered by shadows, and only the lower half of their faces could be seen, sitting on different stone chairs. I say, do we have to meet here? It's the 267th year of the new era. Can you stop doing this cult? There have been fewer and fewer believers joining the cult over the years. Don't you want to find out the reason? One of them said helplessly. As she spoke, she directly lifted the hood on her head back, revealing a beautiful and mature face. Akin, everything related to the ritual is decided by the headquarters, and we have no right to change it. A gentle male voice came from beside her, and Akin curled her lips. Is a daily gathering also considered part of the ritual? Then are there any rules and regulations restricting my peeing? The man next to her smiled, and said in the same tone, in theory, yes. Your Majesty, the Lord of 1,000 Reds and 10,000 Beauties, is the origin of all flowers, plants, and trees. We, the people blessed by God, have body fluids that affect flowers and plants. He was interrupted by Akin before he finished speaking. Enough. How can you say such things without changing your expression? If you let others know, you will at least be sued for sexual harassment. Akin covered her face, as if she couldn't stand it. The man's tone remained unchanged, and he said gently, I didn't mean that. I was just telling you the facts. Akin ignored him, and turned to look at the person sitting opposite him. Professor, where is your precious student? Why didn't you bring him here today? The professor, who had long vine-like hair, leaned forward slightly, and the shadow on her face faded, revealing the true face of an ordinary middle-aged woman. Her mortal relatives have come to Fengcheng. The professor said calmly. The beautiful woman named Akin looked at her meaningfully and smiled. It seems that professor, you really value that student. Okay, it's this time, and no one else should come. What is the matter with calling us this time? Tell us. The professor nodded and said, then, I will convey the message from the headquarters. Her face showed piety. 7 days ago, the Lord of 1,000 Reds and 10,000 colors sent down the flower engraved with the oracle in the spirit temple. As soon as these words came out, everyone else present was shocked, and their eyes widened. Akin slammed the table and stood up, shouting in disbelief, "Oracle flower. Are you sure it's not the mysterious and confusing Dream media, but a flower with entity?" She couldn't help but be shocked. In the circle of paganism, there are some universally recognized truths and common sense. Gods, whether dead or alive, cannot directly interfere with the world. They are beyond the string, indescribable existence, and their personality makes their existence form beyond the scope of human cognition. If you insist on understanding, you can think of them as existence similar to high-dimensional creatures. There was once a researcher who used a simple example to roughly explain why gods cannot directly interfere with the world. If gods are regarded as people, then the world is a book for them. The existence in the book cannot recognize people. And although people can tear up the book directly, they can't do anything to the existence in the book unless they are the author of the book. In addition, there is a prerequisite for wanting to tear up the book. You have to beat the author of the book first. So, since the alien gods cannot interfere with the real world, why do the beings with the power of alien gods appear in the real world? Because the author of the book died, the copyright of the book became ownerless. Therefore, people can scribble on the book and start writing fan fiction. And a good book has a perfect logical chain and worldview. Writing fan fiction must also follow the basic law and cannot be written randomly. Therefore, the alien gods cannot do whatever they want to the real world and can only influence the real world in a way that conforms to the logical chain and worldview of this world. After God died, the real world collided with the alien world, and the two worlds overlapped, resulting in flaws in the originally perfect logical chain and worldview. It was much easier for the alien gods to write fan fiction. They did not have to strictly follow the original framework, but could add some of their own characteristics to the book. Therefore, the recipients appeared, and the power of alien gods could be used in the real world. However, the appearance of the recipients was only the indirect interference of the alien gods in the real world. To this day, there is still no record of alien gods directly descending miracles and bestowing divine objects in history. Even the oracle given to the believers was in a vague and mysterious way, and there had never been a very direct communication. But now, the Lord of 1,000 reds and 10,000 colors actually gave a flower. If this is true, then the flower itself is no longer important, and the significance of this incident is the most important. This means that since the new era, the alien god has appeared for the first time to directly interfere with the world. So, what is the oracle on the flower? Akin asked anxiously. The professor looked at her and said, "The headquarters has been deciphering it for 7 days and barely translated it into roughly understandable text. South of the starry blade, there is a king of anomalies, a son of two faces, with the ability to reverse, and endless steel feathers, and the power to kill them all." There is no evening bell ringing after the professor finished speaking. Countless question marks appeared on the foreheads of several people present. "This, I seem to know every word." The man next to Akin spoke with a difficult tone. "As expected of His Majesty, the oracle you passed on is profound and unfathomable, and it is really difficult to understand." The professor nodded calmly. "Anyway, this is what happened. Because the oracle clearly represents the meaning of South, the branches in the South have received orders to investigate the details of the oracle. I have conveyed the order, so let's disband. Akin, you stay for a while." After the others left, the professor came to Akin's side and whispered a few words in her ear. "Ah, you want me to play the good guy?" Akin scratched her cheek in distress. In a restaurant with a fashionable and fresh decoration style, Xue Jing and his sister Xuan sat opposite each other. "Oh, those two people are on the news." Xuan stuffed a piece of sweet and sour pork into her mouth and laughed at her mobile phone. She turned the mobile phone over and said to Xue Jing, who was sitting opposite, "Look." Xue Jing chewed the food in his mouth and looked up. There was a news on the mobile phone, and the release time was 3 minutes ago. Shocked, a U19 contestant actually did such a thing in public. The cover photo was of the two teenagers in the port waiting hall, lying on the ground, hugging each other and unconscious. I don't know if it was because of the posture of the two people or the angle of the photographer's shooting was too tricky, but the photo gave the impression that the two people had a very good relationship and were sleeping peacefully in each other's arms. Fortunately, the text pages below were not made up, and they honestly explained why the two people were like this. First, the resumes of the two young geniuses were introduced, and the old grudges between the two were told. Then, they accidentally collided at the Doctor Day, the cause and process of the fight, and were finally defeated by another mysterious young strongman. And the comments under the news, although only a few minutes, have already emerged with a lot of rotten remarks such as suggest to Locke, good to fight, I have been fighting them for a long time. At this moment, Xue Jing rarely felt a little guilty about others. He could already imagine that no matter how the two denied it in the future, they would be constantly teased by a group of people who like to make trouble, and the CP label on them would become deeper and deeper. What a sin. Xue Jing sighed slightly. Strange, your photo was not included in this news. Xue took back his phone, puzzled. Although he didn't know much about the news industry, he also understood how important a good-looking person was in attracting traffic. Even if it was just an unrelated passerby, as long as he was good-looking and accidentally photographed by the camera, he might be on the hot search. What's more, Xue Jing defeated two young geniuses who were already quite popular. Even as a sister, she felt that her brother was so good looking that she was tired of seeing him. This appearance, coupled with his performance as the protagonist of the incident, would definitely be a killer to attract traffic, as long as it was on the news. How could these reporters let it go? Could it be that I misunderstood the average moral standards of the news industry? Are there really reporters who would let go of this explosive point because of their personal moral qualities or portrait rights? Xue fell into deep thought. However, she quickly put this insignificant question behind her and turned to look at the cat squatting on the table next to her, chewing on a steak. The cat stretched out its claws and picked up a piece of beef that Xue Jing had cut for it. After blowing on it twice, it put it in its mouth and chewed it, squinting its eyes slightly, as if enjoying the delicious food. Xiao Fengwen is amazing. I have never seen such a spiritual cat. Xue was a little surprised. Is it okay for it to eat this? The seasonings on it are all added according to the standards for human consumption. Isn't it bad for its body? Xue Jing took a sip of the canned coke and said casually, don't worry, it has always eaten the same as me, and there has been no problem. Its bowel movements and urination are all normal scare. The cat's face showed a very anthropomorphic look of shame and anger, and it made a threatening scare sound. Its hair stood up, and it stretched out its claws, and hit his wrist. It felt a slight pain, and several white marks appeared on the skin. Xue Jing smiled and reached out to rub her cat face, as if to comfort her. Anyway, it's fine. Xue shook her head repeatedly. No, why does it feel like it even has a sense of shame? This is too abnormal. She looked at the cat with suspicion. This cat? Could it be the product of some crazy scientist's experiment, putting a human brain into a cat or something like that? Xue Jing was stunned. This is indeed a very realistic idea. Why didn't he think about it when he met the cat? Meow. The cat walked in front of Xue, squatted down, and meowed very tightly. Xue was silent for a while, then reached out and hugged it in his arms, rubbing his face against it, his face full of intoxication. Forget it, anything is fine, as long as it's cute. Ah, my little Fengwen, how can you be so cute? Mom loves you. The cat was rubbed and glanced at Xue Jing with a proud look from the corner of his eye. Xue Jing pinched his chin and smiled without saying a word. After dinner, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Xue, the elder sister, lived in the university dormitory. The curfew was about to expire, so Xue Jing planned to say goodbye to his sister temporarily, take the cat to visit Fengcheng, and meet the agent arranged by Wu Yaoqing for him. However, Xue was very unhappy and said that she didn't want to be separated from the cat and wanted to take it back to the university dormitory. Xue Jing asked the cat for his opinion with his eyes, and after getting a reply that it was okay, he agreed. He hailed a taxi at the door, and after watching Xue and the cat get in the car, Xue Jing stood alone on the street with a trolley suitcase. He took out his mobile phone, flipped through the address book interface for a while, found the agent's phone number, and dialed it. As if he had been holding the phone and waiting for Xue Jing, the phone was connected without even a beep. Hello, is this Mr. Xue? A respectful female voice came from the receiver. Xue Jing said, it's me, Sister Wei, are you free now? The agent is a woman named Jiang Siwei. Yes, yes, I've been waiting for your call. Jiang Siwei said quickly. Xue Jing smiled and said, let's meet now. I'll send you the address. After sending Jiang Siwei the location of the hotel that the rich boss had booked for him, Xue Jing also stopped a taxi and went to the hotel. Knowing that Xue Jing was a foreigner, the talkative driver introduced Feng Cheng non-stop along the way. After nearly 20 minutes, the car stopped at the door of a hotel called Yunlu, which looked quite luxurious. Xue Jing took out his mobile phone to scan the code to pay, said thank you, and was about to get off the car. At this time, a figure flew from a distance. Bang! The figure hit the hood in front of the car, and there was a loud noise, and the whole car shook. The hood was deeply dented, the car instantly stalled, and a circle of broken white lines appeared on the windshield. What's going on? The driver said in panic. Seeing this, Xue Jing frowned, opened the door, and walked down. Damn, this woman is strong. I like her. Xia Haoshen climbed up from the hood and patted the clothes with a big footprint on his chest. As a contracted player of the Zuanjiao Martial Arts Club, his age has exceeded the U19 regulations. He did not come to participate in the competition this time, but to accompany the young man in his club, who had little competition experience. Unexpectedly, when booking a hotel for the team members, he met a woman with a very rare figure. Seeing that strong and powerful buttocks, he couldn't help but touch it. Then he was kicked out. Xia Haoshen grinned, ignoring the dent in the car caused by his collision, and stepped forward. He was about to go back to the hotel lobby to continue communicating with the woman. At this time, a slender jade-like palm pressed his shoulder. A flat voice with no ups and downs came from behind him. What, do you want to run away after the accident? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, The Dragon Bites. If you don't want to talk about reason, then talk about physics, and then talk about reason, after talking about physics. What, are you trying to hit and run? Xia Haoshen didn't care when his shoulder was pressed. He just gathered all his strength, and gathered it in his shoulder. With a shake, the strength suddenly exploded. His strength was close to the level of professional 5th stage in terms of power. Even though it was not full strength, it was enough to shatter the palm of an ordinary person. It was a small lesson for this person who didn't know how to live or die. However, to his surprise, the palm did not move at all. The exploding strength was like a drop in the ocean. The moment it touched the palm, it disappeared without a trace, and without a sound. If it weren't for the accelerated blood flow caused by the use of strength, he almost thought that he had made a mistake, and didn't use his strength. No, it's a master. Realizing that something was wrong, Xia Haoshen acted immediately, and stretched out his hand to hold the slender palm pressed on his shoulder. Xue Jing originally just wanted this man to stay and discuss compensation with the talkative driver. He was at the stage of trying to reason, but this man seemed to be very resistant to compensation and even used force to attack. Xue Jing was too lazy to pretend to be civilized. He went straight into the physics stage. With the force, a real dragon quickly took shape in his body and poured into his palm with a roar. White waves visible to the naked eye appeared on his 5 slender jade fingers. The white waves vaguely looked like a dragon head, and its upper and lower rows of sharp dragon teeth overlapped with Xue Jing's 5 fingers. The 5 fingers, which were comparable to fine steel, suddenly clenched. Dragon-shaped key force, a real dragon bite. Crack, the 5 fingers were like sharp dragon teeth, piercing into the opponent's shoulder and collarbone like nails, making a crackling sound. A ball of flesh was squeezed out of the clavicle of his shoulder. The bones were broken, the bone spurs pierced the skin, and 2 rows of deep blood holes were left where the 5 fingers penetrated, as if they had been bitten by some large beast. Good trick. Under the severe pain of broken tendons and broken bones, Xia Haoshen's face changed slightly. He knew that the person behind him had profound skills, and had reached the level of manifesting Kijin, and he could not compete with him in strength. He made a quick decision. His face became fierce, and he endured the pain and forcibly pulled his shoulder out of the other party's iron-like palm. Swish, blood, flesh, and bones flew everywhere, and a large piece of the shoulder was directly torn off under the pulling. Such a decisive move made even Xue Jing's pupils shrink slightly. He felt surprised and could not predict it, so his movements were slightly stagnant and slowed down by a beat. Xie Haoshen knew that this move was a great opportunity to counterattack at the cost of serious injuries, so he did not hesitate at all and immediately ignited his internal strength. In a fight between masters, every second counts. The killing moves of the martial arts he practiced all require a certain amount of time to accumulate power, but he didn't have time to use them at this moment. Therefore, he could only use his strength as much as possible in a very short time. According to the height of the opponent inferred, when the palm pressed on his shoulder, he predicted the position of the opponent's neck and turned around to swing a backhand swinging punch. Although it was not a killing move, he was confident that even a 5th or 6th stage master who had practiced internal organs would be at least half dead if he was hit in the neck by his swinging punch. If the martial arts body he practiced was not well protected, it was possible to kill him with one blow. Even if he was able to react and defend, he would have the advantage of attacking first, and then he would have his own combo to follow up, and he would not let the opponent have a chance to counterattack. As an experienced professional martial arts player, he had participated in many competitions and had rich practical experience. He would never let his opponent have another chance to counterattack. When he turned around in a flash, Xie Haoshen also saw the appearance of the person behind him. To his surprise, it was not the young man or even middle-aged man he had imagined, but a young man with a childish face, obviously not yet an adult. Another genius? Are you here to participate in the U19? The quality of this U19 is too high. It's just a knockout match in one city. In addition to those few, there is actually such a monster. At this age, he has trained his strength to this point. I guess he is a type who spends all his energy on laying the foundation in the early stage, and will only get involved in actual combat in the later stage. Don't be afraid. Xie Haoshen's thoughts were flying, but his hands did not slow down at all. He punched the boy's neck with his internal strength. Bang! After a loud bang like a big hammer hitting a steel plate, Xie Haoshen's pupils suddenly shrank to the extreme. How is it possible? This punch that was enough to break gold and iron landed on the boy's seemingly fragile neck, but it didn't move at all. It was as if he had hit not a person at all, but a towering pine tree that had stood for thousands of years and had never been shaken by wind and rain. The subsequent combo that was originally expected was stuck because of this result that was completely beyond his cognition. Before Xie Haoshen could recover from the shock of his mind, a palm pinched his neck at a speed that he could not understand and lifted him up into the air. The strong and powerful ki energy flowed from the palm into his neck, locking several ki force generating parts of his body. Because his neck was pinched and his trachea was blocked, he could not mobilize the strength through breathing, so Xie Haoshen lost the ability to resist and was lifted up in the air, freezing. Good idea, decisive response, and not slow speed. It's just that the strength is a little lacking. Xue Jing looked at the man pinched by his palm and said in a steady tone. The dense dragon scale marks on his neck slowly faded. Huh. Xie Haoshen stared at Xue Jing. His neck was pinched, and he could only make hoarse and meaningless sounds, unable to speak. He had many doubts in his mind. The scale-like thing on the boy's neck should be some kind of defensive killer move. How did he use it in such a short time? Also, at the moment, when he was about to hit with his backhand punch, he seemed to see a layer of black leather-like thing suddenly appeared on the opponent's neck. Was it an illusion? It took a long time to talk, but it only took less than a few seconds for the two to talk and fight. At the entrance of the hotel, two figures rushed out. One of them was a middle-aged man. When he saw Xie Haoshen being held in the air by Xue Jing's throat, his face suddenly changed, and he said anxiously, "Friend, let's talk it over. Don't be impulsive." Xue Jing turned his head and looked, and unexpectedly found that the person next to the middle-aged man who was talking was the short boy he had seen in the port waiting hall before. Recalling the news he had seen on his sister's phone before, his name seemed to be Du Mingluan. "It's you." Du Mingluan looked at Xue Jing in shock. A few hours ago, this damned bastard knocked him and Cao Qingjian unconscious and even made them lie in a hug with a malicious look. Damn it. Du Mingluan blushed on the spot and immediately wanted to go up and fight with Xue Jing. Mingluan, what are you doing? The middle-aged man saw that something was wrong with him and immediately reached out to stop him. Du Mingluan gritted his teeth and said, Uncle Lee, this person is just now. Uncle Lee heard this and understood why Du Mingluan was like this. He shook his head and said solemnly, no, Xia Hao is in his hands now, don't be impulsive. At this time, another person walked out of the hotel. That was a woman who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, wearing a black martial arts uniform, with wheat-colored skin, knotted muscles all over her body, and stretched the loose clothes tight. Woman. Xue Jing looked at her with some curiosity. Although it was not obvious, there were indeed some bulges on her chest that did not look like pectoral muscles. Although her face had hard muscle lines, her facial features were generally feminine, and her hair was long and waist length. After the muscular woman came out, she also saw Xia Hao Shen's current situation, and showed surprise on her face. Friend, let's talk it over. What kind of conflict did Xia Hao have with you? It shouldn't be a matter of life or death. Let's talk it over. The middle-aged man Uncle Lee spoke cautiously, fearing that he would irritate Xue Jing. The taxi driver was lying in the cab with his head down, looking inside, looking at these supermen with curiosity and fear. Xue Jing smiled and said, it's not a big deal. This guy hit the driver's car and wanted to run without discussing compensation and responsibility. I tried to persuade him a little, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Hearing this, the muscular woman suddenly looked embarrassed. She raised her hand and said, I should also be partly responsible. What was completely inconsistent with her appearance was that her voice was actually a sweet and moving girl's voice. Xue Jing was stunned by this contrast. He nodded to the woman and smiled. In that case, then you should also come over and discuss it with the driver. Sister, what's your name? Sister? The woman looked strange. This was the first time that someone called her sister after seeing her appearance without knowing her. However, because Xue Jing's attitude towards her was very novel, and he looked good, although she was not interested in matters between men and women, she couldn't help but have some good feelings for him. Yin Yu, the woman said. Xue Jing nodded and said with a smile, what a nice name. My name is Xue Jing. Uncle Lee beside him said, Mr. Xue, Miss Yin, the fault is entirely on Xia Hao. We will take responsibility and compensate the driver in full. As a martial artist, we don't know each other without fighting. There is no deep hatred. I think Xia Hao should have learned enough lessons. How about leaving it at that? His attitude was quite sincere. Xue Jing didn't care. Since he was willing to compensate the loss of the talkative driver, let's leave it at that. Look, if you want to get involved, it's better to be honest and reasonable. Why bother to use force? Xue Jing shook his head. Xia Hao Shen. The iron-like hand loosened, and Xia Hao Shen, who was being dragged like a chicken, fell to the ground. He supported himself with one hand and covered his throat with the other hand. He kept coughing, and blood was pouring from his shoulder. In less than 2 seconds, after recovering his breath, his strength started to circulate again, and the wound on his shoulder gradually moved and sealed, and no more blood came out. By the way, Sister Yin, how did this guy offend you? Xue Jing turned to Yin Yu and asked. Although he didn't know the specific details, he had already determined that it was definitely this guy named Xia Hao who took the initiative to cause trouble. Sister Yin. Hearing this address, Yin Yu's mouth moved, and she was a little speechless. Her 2 huge arms like cow thighs hugged her, and her whole person almost became one size bigger. She said calmly, he wanted to flirt with me, but I kicked him away. Is that so? Xue Jing pinched his chin and looked at Xia Hao Shen. Sure enough, the responsibility is entirely yours. Uncle Lee saw that the atmosphere in the field had eased, and he was relieved immediately. He walked to the damaged car and began to discuss compensation with the driver. At first, the driver shook his head fearfully to indicate that he didn't need it, but after some arguing, and Xue Jing saying a few words, he happily accepted the money that far exceeded the cost of the repair. After thanking Xue Jing profusely, the driver called a tow truck, towed the car to the repair shop, and got on the tow truck and left. After the matter was resolved, Uncle Lee smiled at Xue Jing and said, Mr. Xue, may I ask which famous family your master came from? How could you train such a talent like you? Xue Jing glanced at him and said, King Cheng, Kanglang Dojo. Kanglang? Uncle Lee pondered for a moment. Then he suddenly realized, so that's it, you are the disciple of that Dragon King? Sure enough, a famous teacher produces a good student. Xue Jing waved his hand. Okay, no more nonsense, I have an appointment, so let's say goodbye. Uncle Lee wanted to chat with this young genius for a while, but seeing that the other party really didn't want to talk more, he had to give up. Xue Jing turned to look at Yin Muhu and asked curiously, Sister Yin, are you here to participate in the U19 as well? Yin Muhu nodded first, then couldn't help asking, why do you call me sister? Xue Jing pondered for a moment after hearing this, and shook his head and said, I don't know, it's just an inexplicable intuition. I feel that you should be younger than me. Although they have only known each other for a short time, some people feel that they can be friends with each other as soon as they meet. Xue Jing feels that he and this older sister who looks very secure are quite compatible. I was born in October 250. Yin Muhu crossed her arms and said in a very contrasting sweet girl voice. Xue Jing said, I was born in June of the same year. See, I'm older than you. Yin Muhu seemed a little dissatisfied. Even if I'm younger than you, I don't have to be called sister, right? Xue Jing shook his head and smiled. It's just a name. If you don't like it, just change it. It's not that I don't like it, I just feel weird. The two of them talked and walked into the Yunlu Hotel. Uncle Lee, Xia Haoshen and Du Mingluan looked at their backs in silence. After a long time, Uncle Lee said, this Xue Jing is incredible. He glanced at Du Mingluan, and some things were not easy to say to his face. I will beat him on the court. Du Mingluan said lightly. Xia Haoshen touched his shoulder, grimacing in pain. Come on, you and Cao Qingjian were just hung up and beaten at the dock. Stop bragging. That was because Cao Qingjian was too much of a hindrance, and I was careless at the time. Haha, as long as you're happy. Xia Haoshen laughed. Uncle Lee, Dr. Zhang is in Fengcheng, right? You have a lot of connections. Please make an appointment for me. Otherwise, my shoulder will be broken. How did that guy train? He's like a monster. How can he be so strong? Chapter 124. You are very good at martial arts, and I stole it. You are also good looking and good at fighting. How can I be so worthy of your kindness? After Xue Jing and Yin Muhu had registered at the hotel front desk, he got his room card. He did not go to the room immediately, but sat down in the lounge area in the lobby. He first opened the panel and took a look. Fitness experience plus 203, health experience plus 102, fighting experience plus 216, hidden dragon power experience plus 268. He had a short fight with the man named Zahao. Or rather, he beat him up unilaterally. Although it was not intense, it was a real fight after all, so the panel still gave him a good experience reward. After turning off the panel, Xue Jing thought about the fight just now. The man's counterattack at the cost of a serious shoulder injury was sudden, but with his eyesight and reaction speed, plus the speed of the twins, he was still able to dodge it. But because he wanted to test his current tank, he did not dodge, but stood there and took the punch. There are still many areas worth developing for Shadow Flame activated creation. He touched his chin, his eyes thoughtful. At the moment of being hit, he not only used the golden scale skin, but also used the Shadow Flame to create a layer of shield at the neck. This shield has two layers. The physical properties of the outer layer are similar to steel, which is the highest strength that the Shadow Flame can achieve at present. The nature of the inner layer is soft like animal fur, which is used for shock absorption. And the fact proves that the effect is very good. Xia Hao's punch first hit the Shadow Flame shield, and a considerable part of the force was blocked outside. The remaining force was directly dissolved by Xue Jing's golden scale skin. In the end, he didn't even move, and easily took the heavy punch. The structure of this shield also has room for optimization. While thinking, Xue Jing found that the light in his vision suddenly dimmed. Looking up, it turned out that a tall and majestic figure came in front of him, blocking part of the lights in the hotel lobby, and the shadow almost covered him. Xue Jing smiled and said, "What's wrong? Sister Yin." The one who came was Yin Muhu. Muscles like cast iron covered her whole body, even her face was wrapped in obvious muscle lines, and her feminine features could barely show some feminine characteristics. Among the people Xue Jing had seen, only the senior brother Meng Boshan was one size bigger than her. I suddenly thought of something. Xue Jing, you just said that you are a disciple of Kanglan Dojo. Yan Yu said. After she finished the registration just now, on the way to her room, she suddenly thought of something and turned back. Although she had heard it before, Xue Jing still felt very magical when she heard Yin Yuhu's sweet girl voice with a strong sense of contrast again. He nodded and said in a gentle tone, I'm a disciple of Kanglan Dojo, right? Any questions? Yin Yuhu hummed, that's right. You should have heard of the term 3 heroes of Jade City in the old martial arts circle, right? Xue Jing asked in confusion. 3 heroes of Jade City? Yin Yuhu was a little incredulous. Aren't you a disciple of Dragon Lord Li Qi? Didn't he mention it to you? Decades ago, there were 3 young old martial arts masters in Jade City who were good friends with each other. They were known as the 3 geniuses in the south, who were most likely to reach the 7 great titles in the future. Jinggang Zhao, Dragon King Li, Xue Chen. Xue Jing suddenly realized that they were referring to these 3. He shook his head. Some of them were mentioned, but the term 3 heroes of Jade City was not mentioned. Jade City, like Xingqing and Yuancheng, is one of the 3 inner ring cities of the 5th urban circle. Master's main range of activities used to be in Jade City. I haven't heard him mention it. Yan Yuhu nodded and said in agreement, it seems that the Dragon King is a person who is indifferent to fame and fortune and does not like to show off his past achievements. I think he must be an old senior with noble character and high moral integrity. Xue Jing. He was a little embarrassed and said hesitantly, about the same. His master's biggest hobby is to drift in a wheelchair to blow up the skirts of high school girls, and his favorite person is his sister-in-law. From the perspective of universal values, the 8 words of noble character and high moral integrity cannot be said to be appropriate, at least they are irrelevant. But in front of outsiders, as an apprentice, he really can't refute the words of others praising his master, so he can only acquiesce awkwardly. After getting the affirmation from Xue Jing, Yan Yuhu's expression was lifted, as if a certain idea in her heart was confirmed. She nodded repeatedly and said, I said. Sure enough, what the master said was all lies. How could the Dragon King be the kind of person who almost lost the duel with the little nun, but ended up kissing her mouth, ruining her Taoism, and using such despicable means to turn defeat into victory? Xue Jing. No matter how he listened, he felt that Master Li Qi was exactly the kind of person who could do such a thing. The core of Li Qi's practical teaching to him has always been one word, win. Winning is everything. Only those who stand are qualified to be called despicable. Xue Jing looked strange. Master, I didn't expect you to have done such a thing. It must be that the master did this himself and framed someone else. Yan Yuhu seemed to have a deep prejudice against his master. As he spoke, he kept nodding, and his expression became more and more certain. Xue Jing thought for a moment and asked, Sister Yin, who is your master? Yan Yuhu looked at him, her tough face showing a more friendly expression than before, and smiled. Then I will formally introduce myself again. She stretched out her big hand like a palm leaf fan to Xue Jing. Even the muscle lines on her fingers were quite obvious. Yan Yuhu. I learned from Marzian of the Rancheng Vajra Dojo. I'm one of the direct disciples of the Vajra Dojo, ranking last. My master Marzian learned from the Vajra Zhao, one of the 3 heroes of Yuching, Zhao Lixing, who is also my master. The style I practice is Vajra Ruai hand. Extreme hardness must be soft, and extreme hardness is extreme softness. The method of using strength is unique in the world, and it can transform between extreme hardness and softness as desired, which is amazing. Thinking of his master's evaluation of the Vajra Ruai hand, Xue Jing also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Yan Yuhu, and said with a smile, so Sister Yin is a generation younger than me. Yan Yuhu curled his lips in dissatisfaction and said, we are from different sects, so naturally we are each our own. How can she be a generation younger than you? Xue Jing laughed, and was about to speak, but his expression changed. The handshake with Yan Yuhu should have been retracted as soon as it touched, but when he was about to retract it, he was held tightly by the hand as big as a palm leaf fan. Brother Xue, be careful. Yan Yuhu reminded with a look of excitement in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Jing immediately felt a strong and strange force coming from the big hand. It was like thousands of fine and sharp steel needles suddenly poked in, but it was also flexible and free to come and go as he wished. Interesting. Xue Jing's eyes lit up. It was the first time he encountered such a force. Xue Jing also mobilized his strength, and a real dragon emerged from his body, roaring and flying towards his palm, and began to confront Yinmuhu's strength. Hard strength is different from soft strength. It is a type of strength that is straight and difficult to control. It is already a great thing to be able to differentiate hard strength into thousands of needles. But Yinmuhu's strength is more than that. Those thousands of steel needles are like living soldiers. Under her control, each one seems to have self-awareness and begins to deploy troops freely. Just like the experienced dragon-slaying army in the Western fantasy world, they began to attack and defend against Xue Jing's real dragon. The two forces were entangled, and Xue Jing was surprised to find that he was defeated. Every time the real dragon attacked, it was slowly entangled and dissolved by the opponent. On the complete strength, those weak points that ordinary people could not detect at all were all found by the steel needle-like Ruai strength. Judging from the comparison of magnitude, if the opponent used 1 point of strength, he could dissolve 2 or 3 points of his strength. Xue Jing's mind moved, and he changed his mind. He used the breathing method of turning golden scales, and put an invisible golden scale skin on the real dragon, locking it into a hole, and turned to the defensive. The steel needle formed by Xue Jing could not find the gap of the real dragon, and slowly circled around the periphery. Both of them were masters of martial arts. At this time, they used strength to compete with each other, which naturally caused some movement in the outside world. There was a constant explosion sound from the two palms holding each other, and circles of airwaves rippled. A lightning-shaped crack appeared in the center of the marble floor where the two stood opposite each other. In the hotel lobby, people with a more sensitive sense of touch would feel a slight shake from the floor from time to time, as if something heavy was constantly lifted up next to them and then smashed on the ground. After a while, the two palms held by Xue Jing and Yinmuhu suddenly bounced apart. Xue Jing stood still, while Yinmuhu took 3 or 4 steps back, each of which created a crack several dozen centimeters in diameter on the marble floor. Yinmuhu looked at her palm, which was as big as a palm leaf fan, and was somewhat absent-minded. On her palm, there were 5 deeply sunken red finger marks, which were the injuries left by Xue Jing's strength. In contrast, Xue Jing's palm was as white as jade, without any marks. But seeing this result, Xue Jing shook his head, and said with a smile, "I lost, Sister Yin." At the beginning of the strength duel, he used the same quality and quantity of strength as Yinmuhu to attack her, and the result was, he lost. This was the first time he encountered such a situation since he started practicing martial arts. The Vajraruai hand was worthy of being called the school of strength that is unique in the world by Master Li Qi. Although in the end he used more and stronger strength to forcibly extinguish all of Yinmuhu's strength, he won this hand in hand. But this is purely using strength to suppress others, rather than defeating the opponent in the use of strength. So Xue Jing simply admitted that he lost. Hearing this, Yinmuhu was silent for a while and sighed, "No, I lost." Although she had expected Xue Jing to be very strong, she didn't expect him to be so strong. Under the same conditions of attack and defense, relying on the unique advantages of the Vajraruai hand, she was unable to defeat the opponent with a big advantage. In the end, she was crushed by the opponent's hard power. Yinmuhu looked at her thick arms and felt a little disappointed. Her strong body, far superior to that of men of the same age, is what she is most proud of. Not knowing that he had accidentally destroyed the thing that Yinmuhu was most proud of, which made her a little heartbroken, Xue Jing looked at the floor and said, "You have to pay the hotel for repairing the floor." Yinmuhu came back to his senses and nodded. "Well, it was caused by me. I will pay for it. Brother Xue, I have something to do and want to be quiet, so I will go back to the room first." Xue Jing wanted to communicate with her for a while and ask about the deeds of the 3 heroes of Yuqing, but seeing that Yinmuhu seemed to be in a bad state, he did not keep her, but just smiled and said goodbye. Yinmuhu went to the hotel front desk, talked to the receptionist, discussed the matters related to the claim, and then took the elevator to his room. Xue Jing sat down on the sofa in the lounge again and touched his chin. Is this the power of the Vajraruai hand? It's very strong. I stole it. When I go back to the room later, I will use visualization and true consciousness simulation to steal it. Using hard power more freely than soft power. Using the wind thunder and the shaking starfire at the same time. Maybe we can find a breakthrough from here. Xue Jing pondered. The two opposite killing moves of the hidden dragon style, one hard and one soft, are very difficult to combine. It is the most difficult point to break through if you want to learn the secret point of the 5 kills in one. An unexpected gain. Cool. Xue Jing happily opened the panel. Left square bracket. Hidden Dragon Power Experience Value plus 232. The attack and defense of Yinmu, whose power made Hidden Dragon Power gain a lot of experience. 10 minutes later, Xue Jing's cell phone rang. He picked it up and took a look. It was his agent Jiang Siwei calling. He didn't answer, so he stood up and looked at the door. A woman dressed in a white shirt, a black hip skirt, and her slender legs in flesh-colored stockings and black pointed high heels, dressed in a classic office lady, hurried in. She had fluffy shoulder-length hair, a pretty face, delicate makeup, glasses, a briefcase in one hand, a mobile phone to her ear in the other, and was looking around. "Sister Wendy, here." Xue Jing waved at her. Jiang Siwei heard the voice, turned her head to look in the direction of Xue Jing, and when she saw him, she immediately walked over quickly. "Mr. Xue, I've kept you waiting for a long time." Jiang Siwei bowed slightly and said apologetically. Xue Jing stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation and smiled. "You're welcome. Sit down. Don't call me Mr. Xue, Sister Wendy. You are older than me. Just call me Xue Jing or Aging, Xiao Jing, etc." Jiang Siwei sat down on the sofa opposite Xue Jing, raised her head and looked at Xue Jing and took a close look at him. Although she had seen Xue Jing's profile photo in advance and was prepared, she couldn't help but tremble in her heart when she saw the real person. 3 big words immediately popped up in her mind. Cash cow. This is a cash cow that can be called invincible if it is run well. There is no shortage of good-looking people or people who can fight in this world. What is lacking is people who can fight and look good. And this person in front of her is extremely good looking, and judging from the information, he can also fight extremely well. Jiang Siwei suddenly felt confused. How could such an obviously super standard newcomer be her turn to be the agent? What virtue do I have? Did the club make a mistake? Chapter 125. The Power of Strength. In front of these eyes, you have no secrets. Then I'll call you Xue Jing. Jiang Siwei suppressed her excitement and tried to show a calm and sincere smile. She opened the briefcase she was carrying and took out a brown sealed document bag. The seal on it was not removed. Jiang Siwei tore it open and took out a paper document of about 6 or 7 pages. The club said that they went through a special channel and signed you as a signed player in advance and reported you as a seed for the U19 knockout tournament. This is your official contract. It says that it can only be opened after seeing you. This is my first time reading it. Wait a minute, I'll help you take a look. Jiang Siwei said, flipping through the contract document in her hand. Xue Jing nodded and smiled. "It's okay, take your time." A male waiter in a waiter's uniform came over and asked respectfully, "Sir, do you need anything to drink?" Xue Jing glanced at Jiang Siwei, who was carefully checking the contract, thought for a while, and said, "Bring me a bottle of Coke and a cup of coffee." She was dressed in such an office lady style. This kind of urban beauty probably likes to drink coffee on a daily basis. "What kind of coffee do you want?" the waiter asked. "I don't know much, you can choose," Xue Jing said in a gentle tone. After a while, the waiter came back with a can of Coke and a cup of steaming coffee and placed them on the table. "Please enjoy." Xue Jing picked up the Coke, pulled the pull ring, and took a sip. Jiang Siwei, who was sitting opposite, kept turning the pages of the contract. The more she read, the tighter her brows frowned. What a strange contract. 1-year contract, monthly salary of 2,300. This is the minimum wage standard, just used to deal with the law. All prize money earned by participating in the competition belongs to the individual. There is no mandatory obligation. All activities are subject to their personal wishes. Jiang Siwei's mouth twitched, and she felt that her newly rising ambition was completely shattered. No wonder she was asked to lead this newcomer who was sure to become a martial arts superstar at first glance. This is not a serious player at all. It's more like a second generation player with a strong background, who used their club platform to enter the circle, to experience martial arts competitions. I thought I could finally do something big and cultivate a master under my hands. Jiang Siwei sighed, closed the contract document, and pushed it in front of Xue Jing. I've read it, there's no problem. Xue Jing, you can also take a look and sign it if you think it's okay. Although she was a little disappointed, Jiang Siwei still forced herself to cheer up and smiled at Xue Jing. Just think of it as a vacation. At least this person is very pleasing to the eye. Xue Jing took the contract and opened it. After practicing martial arts for so long, and with the addition of a bunch of skills, his brain power is far superior to that of ordinary people. He can read and thoroughly understand a contract with more than a dozen clauses in just 2 seconds. It is reflected in the fact that he just glanced at each page and turned it over. After a while, he finished reading all of them, just like quantum speed reading, very casual. Yeah, I finished reading it. Xue Jing nodded. Just like what Wu Yaoqing said, it was a contract with almost no constraints. He picked up the pen and ink pad handed over by Jiang Siwei, signed his name in the Party B column, and pressed his thumbprint with the ink pad. Okay, then let me tell you about the schedule of this U19 knockout match. Jiang Siwei put away the contract documents and smiled at Xue Jing. There are a total of 32 contestants in Feng Cheng's knockout round this time, 12 of whom are seeded players from major clubs. The list of contestants will be officially announced tomorrow, and the draw ceremony will be held. The competition will officially start the day after tomorrow. The first game is 32-16, which will be played in 2 days, 8 games a day, and then there will be a day of rest. The second game will start on the 4th day, which is 16-8. There will be 3 days of rest after the game. As Jiang Siwei narrated, Xue Jing calculated and found that the schedule could barely be staggered with the day when he would perform the border mission. There are still 5 days left before the deadline agreed with Beya. In 5 days, he must go to the newly appeared border to carry out the exploration mission. The day after tomorrow, the 32-16 will start, and the 16 games will be played in 2 days, and then there will be a day of rest. Xue Jing's eyes showed thought. In this case, the second game will be played in 5 days, 16-8, which will just be stuck at the deadline. After the game, I will rush over to complete the mission immediately, and I should be in time. Perfect. After Jiang Siwei finished talking about the schedule, she reached into her briefcase and took out a thick stack of documents and materials and put them on the table. Because it was quite heavy, it made a snapping sound. This is the detailed information of the contestants in the past that I'd prepared in advance. There are about 50 people. Although the detailed list of contestants has not been announced yet, they should all be among these 50 people. Xue Jing, take a look. It won't hurt to know more about your opponent. Xue Jing glanced at her, picked up the thick stack of information, and randomly opened a page. On it was the information of a contestant named Gu Handing, including photos, age, fighting style, the school he practiced, things to pay attention to when fighting with him, past records, game details, all kinds of things, very detailed. It can be seen that Jiang Siwei spent a lot of thought to collect this information, and the format is very neat, concise and clear at a glance. Sister Wendy, you are thoughtful. Xue Jing praised. Although this information is probably useless to him, but Xue Jing remembered Jiang Siwei's serious and responsible attitude and ability towards work. I'm glad I can help you. Jiang Siwei smiled. By the way, the list will be announced tomorrow. After the draw ceremony, Feng Cheng TV will come to interview the players. In addition, there is a very famous variety show being filmed. Professional martial artists are very welcome to appear on the show. Xue Jing waved his hand and said casually, no, turn them all down. Jiang Siwei's eyes showed that it was as expected. This person is really here to experience life, not to be a professional player to make money. There is no intention to build personal brand value. Then, after the two chatted about the game for a while, it was more than 11 o'clock in the evening. Xue Jing found a restaurant with good reviews and treated Jiang Siwei to a midnight snack. Then she said goodbye and left. After returning to Yunlu Hotel, Xue Jing took the elevator directly to the floor where his room belonged. After finding the room, he opened the door with the room card and walked in. Wu Yaoqing had never treated him badly, and this time she also booked an excellent suite. The room was extremely spacious and luxuriously decorated. The floor was covered with soft beige carpets. The huge bed looked like it was for a king and could accommodate at least 5 people at the same time. There was a separate study, living room, and even a wall of huge wine cabinets and bar counters where you could make cocktails on the spot. There was also a room full of fitness equipment. Xue Jing put his carry-on luggage away, stretched his body, and then went into the bathroom to take a shower. After changing into a bathrobe, he lay down on the soft bed. After a busy day, he finally had time. He calmed down and sank into the space of consciousness. Countless pixel blocks rotated to form a scene, and a very spacious training dojo with wine-red solid wood floors appeared in the space of consciousness. Then, Xue Jing, wearing a white training suit, slowly emerged. He shook his hand, sensed his body, and after confirming that the data was correct, he had a thought. The pixel blocks in front of him rotated to form a strong figure. Waist-length hair, tough face, and wiry muscles. It was Yin Mu. Although they had just met not long ago, he had just hand in hand with Yin Mu. In that extremely fine strength contest, he had collected enough data to materialize Yin Mu in the consciousness space. Although he had not really fought with the opponent, and therefore did not know the opponent's fighting style, schools, killer moves, etc., so he could not reproduce them 100%. But what Xue Jing needed was only the unique power of the Vajraruai hand. The Yin Mu that could be materialized at present was completely enough. The special features of any school must be matched with the body trained by the training method of its own school to achieve the greatest effect. The same is true for the Vajraruai hand. Its unique Ruai power also needs to be matched with the body of its own school to have such a powerful effect. Xue Jing pondered. However, the Kanglang Liu Kung Fu I practice is an all-arounder, and it also involves strength and cleverness. It is suitable for the power of the Vajraruai hand. Even if the effect is not good, it will not be too bad. He looked at the Yin Mu in front of him. The character created by the visualization true at LV5 is quite agile, and it seems to have a certain degree of consciousness. At this time, noticing Xue Jing's gaze, Yin Mu nodded immediately and took the initiative to stretch out his fan-like hand and hold Xue Jing's shoulder. The extremely hard force penetrated into Xue Jing's body from the fingertips. Xue Jing did not take any defensive measures, but with the purest original body, he completely endured the damage of this force. It was extremely pure strength without any impurities. Generally speaking, although there is a distinction between hardness and softness in the use of strength by martial artists, it is not really strict to the extent of 100% hardness or 100% softness. For example, the killing move of Hidden Dragon style, Shaking Sparks, although it is a soft move, actually has a little bit of hardness mixed in as attraction. Without that bit of hardness as a signal of attack, it is completely 100% soft. That is a complete kind move, not aggressive at all, and theoretically it may not even kill an ant. And the difficulty is unimaginable. 100% soft and 100% hard, both are almost impossible. However, the force that entered Xue Jing's body is different. It is pure hardness. Starting from the shoulder, spreading down, countless blood holes were pierced on Xue Jing's skin. Just like being pierced by a sharp and thick steel needle, the extremely strong force will fully hurt Xue Jing's body. Pure strength without any softness is impossible to shape, and it is impossible to change the shape even a little bit. This kind of strength will remain the same as it was when it was it. However, the strength of the Vajraruai hand can be shaped at will after entering my body, turning into a blade, a steel needle. It's simply incomprehensible. Xue Jing ignored the severe pain in his shoulder and fell into deep thought. This almost broke his understanding of the martial arts system so far. Come again. Xue Jing recovered from his injuries and said to Yin Mu. The latter nodded and changed his method this time, punching Xue Jing in the stomach. The higher the proportion of strength in a fist, the louder the movement after it is swung out. The Supreme Fist has no compromise with air resistance and has no intention of following the airflow. When a punch is swung out, the strong air friction phenomenon opens a huge white air wave that stretches for several meters away. Bang! A fist as big as a casserole hit Xue Jing's belly, making a loud noise that was enough to make people's ears hurt. Xue Jing's belly was almost pierced, revealing a big bloody hole. The whole person was knocked away dozens of meters, sticking to the wall of the dojo, sinking deeply into it, leaving a human-shaped dent on the wall. Sticky, fragrant, and sparkling blood like rubies vomited out of Xue Jing's mouth. He didn't care, but carefully experienced and felt every detail of this punch. His mental will became stronger and stronger. Even this kind of pain that was enough to make ordinary people faint on the spot was nothing to him, and it couldn't interfere with his clear consciousness at all. Only after he remembered the feeling and all the details of this punch in his mind, did Xue Jing open his eyes. Come again. Bang. Come again. Puff. Come again. Countless times, he injured the power of Yinmuhu Vajraruai hand. Half of his waist was cut off by a knife, his heart was pierced by a finger, and he was kicked into the sky. Xue Jing experienced and comprehended the secret of the Vajraruai hand from countless angles and countless parts. Puff! A piercing hand pierced his lower back. Xue Jing felt the countless subtle forces running around in his body, tearing at his internal organs, and his eyes seemed to have realized something. The hardest is the softest. Too hard is easy to break. He touched his chin and thought, I think I understand. So that's it. It seems that the principle is actually unexpectedly simple. The pixel blocks rotated, filling his body and repairing his injuries. Xue Jing stretched out his palm, and a piece of transparent glass appeared in his palm. He squeezed it hard, and the glass shattered instantly. Glass is a material with extremely high hardness. It will break into pieces if it is bent lightly. It cannot be kneaded and shaped at all. Pure rigidity is just like glass. And the structure of the extremely hard rigidity is also extremely fragile. The most rigid is the most brittle. It will shatter if it is lightly touched. Xue Jing kneaded the glass fragments in his palm with his palm, and when he spread it out again, a pile of glass powder was left. The shattered rigidity is just like glass turning into glass powder. Glass powder can naturally be kneaded into any shape at will. This is the secret of the Vajraruai hand. First, the pure rigidity is crushed into powder, and then these powdered forces are controlled to operate at will. In this way, this rigidity is even more plastic than soft force. Xue Jing posed a middle school posture, covering his face with one hand. His pupils turned silver, and looked at Yinmuhu. I have seen through everything. In front of these eyes, you have no secrets. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.